Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry's victory over Voldemort came with a hidden sacrifice. Here is short summary. In the aftermath of Voldemort's defeat, Harry appears to have paid the ultimate price. As Hermione uncovers a way to save him and destroy Voldemort's soul, the line between sacrifice and survival blurs, leaving Harry's fate in her hands. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Voldemort won't die, Ron said grimly, echoing Hermione's very words from her conversation with Harry. His eyes darted nervously toward the small window above the kitchen window, as if he expected the Dark Lord himself to be peering in at them. There was a rustling creak from behind them, and they all started. Harry was standing there, weaving visibly on his feet, a weak grin on his face. "You lot are rather jumpy, aren't you?" He held his empty teacup loosely in one hand, clad in clean jeans and a t-shirt. He was barefoot. "Harry, why on earth are you out of bed?" Hermione chided him, getting up and helping him into her chair. He was very pale. "You can't have secret conclaves without me," he said in mock protest. "What good am I doing anybody if I'm just lying around on my ass in bed?" Hermione looked as if she would like to protest, but said nothing. "Have you decided what to do next, Harry?" Lupin asked. "I think," Harry began heavily, propping his forehead on one hand. "I think we're going to have to go to Hogwarts." Ron looked surprised at this reversal. "I really don't want to endanger the students, but Hermione," he glanced at her, and his eyes twinkled with a trace of their old sparkle. "Hermione thinks the last Horcrux may be there. It does make sense. We know how important Hogwarts was to Tom Riddle. You're not going to have a lot to worry about, regarding the welfare of the students, Harry," Lupin said, a little sadly. "Hogwarts is not like you remember it." The three teens looked at him questioningly. "Minerva owled me, after you two turned down your badges." Hermione and Ron looked down at their laps, shamefacedly. "There are less than 50 students enrolled this year. Almost all of them were in your DA." Harry lifted his gaze from the table, and looked at Lupin wonderingly. "Really?" he said, a ghost of a smile flickering across his face. "Only 50, Hermione said, looking devastated. Remus nodded. "Almost all 6th and 7th years. I think the youngest student is a 4th year, Gryffindor, of course." He grinned at them then, looking a little wolfish. Harry, Hermione, and Ron looked upset at the thought of Hogwarts being but a shadow of its former self. "Maybe our being there will help," Ron offered, trying to sound hopeful. "And Harry, you'll be able to see Ginny." "So, your mum let Ginny go?" Hermione asked, interested. At Bill and Fleur's wedding, it had been a serious point of contention between Ginny and Mrs. Weasley. Ginny had been adamant that she was returning to Hogwarts. Her mother had just as furiously been against it, and the whole thing had culminated in a ferocious shrieking match the day before Harry, Ron, and Hermione left on the Horcrux hunt. It had made Harry and Hermione both quite uncomfortable, being in the presence of such familial conflict. "Oh, there was no letting involved," Ron said, grinning slightly. "I think Ginny basically told Mum that she was either going to Hogwarts or coming with us. She finally figured that Hogwarts was the lesser of two evils." "Anywhere away from me is the lesser of two evils," Harry sighed. Hermione watched him curiously, wondering how he felt about seeing Ginny again. They had been stiff, uncomfortable, and awkward around each other in the days leading up to Bill's wedding, but then they had danced together at the reception, twice. Harry had gone up to Ginny's room the morning that they left for Grimmauld Place, and told Ginny goodbye privately. When she had come down to see them off, her face was pale and drawn, her eyes determinedly dry. She had shaken Harry's hand amiably, but the subtext of things unspoken was heavy in the room. Hermione had always wondered what they had said upstairs. "Unless the choice is between you and Voldemort," Ron pointed out seriously. Harry grinned faintly at him. "Right," he said. "I think." The others never found out what Harry was going to say. He let out a kind of strangled noise, and his hand shuddered suddenly, his fingers splayed and rigid. He fell, his right arm outstretched, sweeping his cup onto the floor, where it shattered. The crashing sound was overshadowed by Hermione's shriek. She pushed her chair out of the way, and it skidded across the room and hit the opposite wall. She knelt down beside him, barely aware of the scuffling and shouting going on, as Ron and Lupin tried to get near Harry's fallen form. "Harry, Harry," she cried out, her hands touching his face, his shoulders, his hands. A tremor shuddered through his body, as his eyes rolled sightlessly back into his head, and his hands flopped clumsily up toward his scar, which was now trickling blood. "Harry, talk to me," she said, taking his face in her hands, and making him look at her. "Tell me what's wrong. Tell me what to do." "Hermione, move," Ron said, grabbing her firmly by the shoulders, and pulling her backwards. "Let Lupin have a look at him." She glared at him, angry and bewildered, while Ron stared at her like he didn't know her at all. Lupin knelt down beside Harry, as the fit seemed to subside with a slight tremor. He handed Harry a handkerchief to clean up the blood dripping down his face, and helped him sit up. "Harry, are you quite all right?" the werewolf asked with some concern. Harry pressed the piece of cloth over his eye, and shook his head in the negative. He started to say, but froze, his eyes going above Ron and Hermione's heads to the front door. The others exchanged frightened, bewildered. "Harry, what do you know?" Lupin pressed, his voice managing to stay calm and even. Harry shook his head again. "Somebody's here." Ron pushed Hermione down on the ground, shielding her with his body, as the window adjacent to the front door blew in with tremendous force. As they gingerly tried to right themselves, a menacing voice shouted, "Reducto!" And pieces of door joined the shattered glass on the floor. Harry heard Ron shout, "Hermione!" Harry looked across to his two best friends, his heart in his throat. Hermione was slumped against Ron, her hands over her face. He saw blood trickling from between her fingers. "I'm okay," he heard her voice faintly. "How'd they get past the wards?" Harry whispered, his voice a desperate hiss. Lupin shook his head, and pulled his wand out of his pocket. "Harry, where's your wand?" Harry looked at him, his green eyes wide with alarm. Upstairs, Lupin's eyes were steely, but there was no reproof in them. He had been up there recovering after all. "Go, hurry," Remus said tersely. Harry apparated to Hermione's bedroom, without another look or backward glance. The intruder in the bedroom whirled around suddenly, as Harry appeared with a small pop. Harry dove across the small bed, grabbing his wand from the pocket of his dirty, tattered jeans, where they were draped over the back of a chair, before he hit the floor. He was almost instantly back on his feet, his face set like flint, his eyes icy cold. "You," he said, his voice low and dangerous. Harry noticed quickly, with that part of his mind that was rapidly processing sensory input, that there were two scorch marks on the wall above the bed, where the intruder had evidently tried to hex him as he dove across for his wand. He also noticed where the intruder had been standing, in front of the desk, which was obviously rifled. Harry's face paled. That information could not get back to Voldemort. Pain suddenly flashed through his wand hand, and his fingers involuntarily loosed their grip around his wand, which clattered to the floor. The Death Eater looked pleased with himself, and walked forward to pick up the fallen wand. Desperation surged up in Harry's chest. Everything would be lost if Voldemort found out what they were looking for, and Harry was suddenly certain that that was the object of this foray. The battle downstairs was a distraction, nothing more, and if Harry hadn't gone to retrieve his wand, their objective would have been achieved. He raised his wandless hand, the desperate urgency, the need to stop the intruder pumping through his veins with the rhythm of his pulse, and thought Petrificus Totalis. His opponent went rigid, and collapsed with an audible thump, a look of bewildered surprise on his face. Harry looked at his hand for a brief moment, a little amazed himself, but an instant later, he had grabbed his wand, and was dragging the rigid body across the hall to his and Ron's room. He shoved him none too gently up onto the cot, and covered him with the invisibility cloak, in case the Death Eaters took the house. After he placed several fairly complicated locking charms on the bedroom door, he apparated back to the living area. It was a shambles. Ron had cast Reparo on the front door, and was trying to fit it back on its hinges, but was having less than moderate success. Lupin had seated Hermione on a chair, and was working on her wound. "Are they gone?" Harry asked, stepping carefully around the remains of their kitchen table. Aguamenti, he said mechanically, carefully aiming the stream of water onto the smoldering sofa. Once the piece of furniture had been doused, he tucked his wand carefully into his back pocket. They must not have expected us to fight back, Ron was saying, somewhat cheerfully. Hermione took 2 of them down, even while she was bleeding like a stuck pig. I've never seen such spell casting. He looked over at her, his tone frankly admiring. Must you use such vulgar expressions, Ron? Hermione said, snippily, although her voice was somewhat muffled under the damp dish towel that was across her face. The large splotches of blood marring the towel's surface vaguely disquieted Harry. They weren't coming to fight, Harry said quietly, looking around for a place to sit, and finding none. The sofa was damp and faintly smoking, while Hermione sat in the only surviving chair. Ron turned to look incredulously at Harry, while the front door crashed back to the living room floor. Well, they were certainly giving a good imitation of it, he said, looking at the recalcitrant door with disgust. One of them was in Hermione's room, going through the desk. There was an audible gasp from Hermione, who straightened quickly, as the towel fell onto the floor, unheeded. Harry noticed that the laceration at her temple was glowing pink, and seemed to be shrinking under Lupin's healing charm. Dried blood still marred her ear and neck. Did they get anything, Harry? She asked quickly, her voice low and intense. No, I got him, he's in our room, under a full body bind, and the invisibility cloak, Harry said. But we don't have much time. When the Death Eaters get back to wherever it is that they go, and he doesn't show up there too, they'll come back. Perhaps with even a larger force. Harry's right, Lupin said with determination. Hermione, are you up to packing in a hurry? Hermione nodded, though the dried blood stood in stark contrast to her pale face. Lupin searched her eyes, and evidently what he saw met with his approval. Good, he looked over at the boys. What we can't take with us, we destroy. You have 3 minutes. Ron was still wrangling with the front door. Ron, for crying out loud, Harry said, with annoyance. He flicked his empty hand out and upward, in the approximation of a swish and flick gesture, and the door flew into place, settling on its hinges with a noticeable click. The other 3 looked at him, astonishment clearly written on their faces. What? Harry asked. It was Wingardium Leviosa. I've been trying to work on the non-verbal casting. Harry, it might have been non-verbal, but it was also wandless, Hermione said softly. Harry looked at her, then down at his hand, comically, as if he'd forgotten that he wasn't actually holding his wand. We'll have to discuss this later, Lupin said, giving Harry a meaningful look that meant that the topic would not be forgotten. Where are we going to go? Harry asked him, the fatigue in his voice and the pallor of his face reminding the other 3 that, no matter what Harry found himself capable of doing, he was still clearly not well. They exchanged a long glance, and Lupin found himself suddenly regretful of Harry's all-too-adult gaze. He'd had to grow up too quickly. We're going to Hogwarts, Lupin said, with resignation. There's no other choice now. It took them 4 minutes, but Ron and Hermione were back in the ruined living room, with what few belongings they had brought to Godric's Hollow with them, facing Lupin expectantly. Remus looked back at them, oddly amused by this, that they still looked to him as the adult for direction, when they had proven themselves adults in the strongest sense of the word. Did you get absolutely everything pertaining to the Horcruxes? Lupin said urgently, looking directly at Hermione. She met his gaze unflinchingly. Yes, sir, she said clearly, indicating her knapsack, where the entire contents of the desk had been reduced in size and placed. Where's Harry? He asked them, even though the house was tiny enough that his voice carried clearly to the back bedroom. Right here, he called back, heading down the hallway, with someone in tow. I had to get my cloak. Ron and Hermione both gaped at the newcomer, and Ron lunged toward him suddenly, only to be held back by both Hermione and Lupin. He was the Death Eater going through the desk? Hermione asked, disdain dripping from every syllable. Harry nodded grimly. I've incarcerated him, and used Silencio, and put up an anti-apparition ward. Is that enough? He asked Lupin seriously. Lupin didn't answer right away, as he was staring at the young Death Eater with utter contempt and loathing. That'll do, Harry, their former professor finally said. Are we ready? I'm going to incendio the house once we're out. Then we'll apparate to Hogsmeade. We'll have to walk to Hogwarts from there. Minerva won't be expecting us, but, Lupin shrugged. What about him? Ron asked with disgust. What choice do we have but to take him with us, Ronald? Hermione said in her lecturing tone, her eyes narrowed as she surveyed the Death Eater. Besides, there's been an entire squad of Aurors searching England for him for the last 3 months. I'm sure they'll be more than happy to deal with him, appropriately. They walked carefully out onto the small, shabby lawn, and Hermione, Harry, and Ron went immediately into a kind of defense mode, each with his or her wand out, and facing a different direction. Not a thing stirred. Their house was far enough on the outskirts of the little village that the brief, but noisy, battle had apparently gone unnoticed. Incendio, Lupin said, and a stream of fire issued from his wand, and hit the house, which went up in flames as if it had been hit with an accelerant. Harry watched with mixed emotions as the house burned, unsure how he had felt while living here in the town where his parents had lived, and unsure also how he felt now upon leaving. He felt Hermione's light touch on his arm. Harry, let's go, she said gently. He reckoned that somehow she knew exactly what thoughts were running through his mind. He quirked his lips upward in the approximation of a smile. It had been a while since any of them had really smiled. What about him? Harry said. I'll side along young Mr. Malfoy, Lupin said, with a mirthless smile that bared nearly all of his teeth. The Slytherin's face managed to retain his impassive mask, even though Lupin had him by one arm, escorting him none too gently. But, Harry said, wanting to remind him about the ward he'd set up. Lupin looked at him warningly, reminding him wordlessly not to say too much around Malfoy. Go, Lupin ordered. Start on to Hogwarts straight away. Watch yourselves. I'll be right behind you. The trio nodded in a determined fashion, and with soft cracks, vanished away almost simultaneously. Lupin regarding Malfoy for a long moment. Fear had flickered into Draco's eyes, as he realized that he was being left quite alone and totally unprotected, and with a werewolf, no less. His gaze involuntarily went to the night sky, which was studded with stars and adorned with a tiny sliver of crescent moon. Lupin's eyes followed Draco's, and his mouth twisted into a smirk. I would never put Harry, Hermione, and Ron in that kind of peril, he said smoothly, in response to Draco's glance. Even if it lost me the opportunity to rid the world of you. Malfoy regarded him, with something of a challenge in his gaze. He did not attempt to speak, realizing all too well that the silencing charm would only serve to make him look foolish and powerless. You're lucky I didn't leave you here alone with Harry after what you've done, Lupin remarked, as casually as if commenting on the weather. Draco raised one eyebrow, clearly contemptuous of the idea that Harry Potter was any threat to him. I am a werewolf, as you know, Mr. Malfoy, Lupin practically spat the respectful address at him. As such, I have very little leeway with regard to my actions. I am required to toe the line, if you will. Harry is the boy who lived. If he were to do away with you, I'm sure there are many in the ministry who would be content to look the other way. An odd look flickered across the younger man's face. See that you do not give me cause to arrange that. Without further discussion, Lupin whipped out his wand, and said, Stupefy. He nearly staggered under the dead weight of Draco Malfoy, but managed to remove the anti-apparition ward, and vanished with the barest of pops. When he arrived at Hogsmeade only a second later, he found Ron waiting for him. The village was silent and dark, the inhabitants obviously safely abed. Even the Hog's Head had already closed for the night, a testament to the dangerous times in which they now lived. I thought I told you to go ahead, Lupin said, disapprovingly, as he recast the anti-apparition charm, and enervated Malfoy. Ron seemed to quail a little under his reproving look, but spoke in a steady voice. We were all going to wait, just in case. He shot a suspicious glance at Malfoy as he said this. But Harry and Hermione went ahead. He didn't feel to. He blundered to a stop suddenly, and did not finish his sentence. Lupin and Ron exchanged a meaningful glance, and Lupin began to walk at a fast clip, almost dragging Malfoy behind him. Ron's long-legged gait made an easier time of it for him. Ron watched the werewolf sidewise in the dim light of the crescent moon, as they strode quickly up the path that led to Hogwarts. Ron's wand was out, but Lupin's was not, standard procedure for an Auror when one was escorting a potentially dangerous prisoner. Ron was also being careful to stay a safe distance away from Malfoy, even in his incarcerate state. The redhead didn't need to ask Lupin why he walked so quickly, or what was causing the anxiety that furrowed his brow. He was worried about Harry. They all were. "I told you I'm fine," Harry said, some annoyance lacing his tone. Hermione crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked down at him, cocking one eyebrow in an, "Oh, really?" kind of way. He read her look perfectly, as she'd intended him to, and glared at her mutinously. He knocked the crisp, white standard issue infirmary bedsheet off of his legs, and swung them over the side of the bed. The room spun crazily around him, first in one direction, then the other, slanting in at an odd angle and then slowly coming to a halt. His stomach lurched, and his hand unwillingly grasped for a bedrail. "Harry, I had to levitate you in here," she said, softly, her tone a gentle plea. "I could have made it," he insisted. Hermione smiled at him as if he were a small child that needed to be humored. His skin was pasty white, and his eyes were sunken into his head, with deep circles under them. "Don't look at me like that," he snapped, glowering at her. She looked a little startled at his sudden outburst. "I don't need sympathy, Hermione," he said, his voice biting at her angrily. "I don't need you to coddle me, and I don't need you to patronize me. You think," he trailed off, and gestured at himself with one trembling hand. "You think I don't realize what this is doing to me. You think I don't know that I'm probably going to die. The Horcruxes, he's killing me, now, a little at a time. Maybe he won't have to face me at all." Hermione's face had crumpled a little, and she put one hand over her mouth to stifle any wayward sound of protest or despair that might emerge. "I've got to be able to stand on my own and do this." He looked at her levelly, leaning back down on the bed and looking more tired than Hermione had ever seen him. "Even if I don't make it, I've got to take him out, take him with me. Rid the world of danger, and all that nonsense." He waved his hand around airily, speaking his last sentence lightly to diffuse the moment. His eyes were sliding closed, in spite of themselves, and Hermione's heart broke to see her best friend so sapped, so frail, so mortal. She was a little shocked at the thought. Is that what she really believed? That Harry had some kind of special dispensation from the gods, that he had magically made it out of every scrape virtually unscathed because he was fated to do so, and would continue to do so. She amended her previous thought quickly, thinking that Harry would not call losing his parents, Cedric, Sirius, or Dumbledore coming out of things unscathed. "But you don't have to do it by yourself, Harry," she said quietly, laying one hand on top of his. His eyes flickered open again. "You might have to stand on your own, but you don't have to stand alone. Ron and I will be right there with you. You know that. If anything happened to you, Ron," he slurred, "I wouldn't be able to live with myself." He was asleep before he'd finished the sentence. She patted his hand for a moment, and slid off of the edge of the bed, where she'd propped herself, with a sigh. "Is he going to be okay?" came a voice from the doorway. She looked up to see a familiar lanky form unfold itself from the shadows. Hermione pressed the tips of her fingers to her forehead and sighed. "I just don't know, Ron," she said, looking up at him with wet eyes, her expression confused and afraid. Ron was a little taken aback, having seen Hermione in almost every mood possible, except for those two. "He seems to get so much weaker every time," she trailed off, with a little sob vibrating in her voice. Ron put his hands on her shoulders and squeezed them lightly, moving beside her to loop one arm around her back. She leaned into the half-embrace. "It must be some kind of, trap that Voldemort put around or in the Horcruxes. Maybe he hoped that if someone was going around trying to destroy all of them, they'd." Ron stopped speaking abruptly and clamped his mouth shut. "Die before they finished the job." Hermione finished for him. Ron swallowed hard, and looked down at her for a moment, as she looked up at him. Her eyes were luminous and wet, her expression mirroring the same bewildered, defeated emotions that he had. He placed a light key against her temple, and gently ran his fingers one time through her snarled, curly hair. Their relationship hadn't gone much beyond a few chaste kisses, and a handful of dances at Bill and Fleur's wedding, and they were both still rather hesitant about it. As Hermione had quite bluntly put it, in their one discussion about the subject, that would be rather like fiddling while Rome burned. She'd had to explain the reference to Ron, who was disappointed, but did see her point. They'd deliberately kept their relationship as casual as possible, and said virtually nothing at all about it in front of Harry. "Well, I wouldn't have put it, but yeah," Ron said. "Do you think there is anything we can do to stop it?" Hermione took a deep breath, and straightened her posture, getting what Ron liked to teasingly call her thinking face on. "I have been wondering about that," she said seriously. "Of course you have," Ron said, with no hint of a grin or a smirk on his face. "The prophecy says Harry has to kill him or be killed by him. I'm still not sure that's not a load of complete rubbish, but I also don't know of anyone else besides Harry that's even capable of facing him. Especially now that Dumbledore's gone," Ron supplied for her, solemnly. Hermione looked at him gratefully, and nodded. "If we can't face Voldemort in his stead," she said evenly, while Ron's eyes boggled that she had even thought of such a thing, "then maybe we can find and destroy the last Horcrux for him, so that he is able to fight the final battle." Ron gaped at her for a long moment. "You're serious, aren't you?" he finally said, a little foolishly. "Of course I'm serious," she said with irritation. "Why wouldn't I be serious at a time like this?" "But, Hermione," Ron argued, "you don't even know why this is happening to Harry. He might react the same way whether he finds the Horcrux or not. It might not matter who finds it, or who destroys it." "Well, that's just ridiculous, Ronald," Hermione replied primly, going back into lecture mode. "Why would the Horcruxes be specifically attuned to Harry, when most of them were probably created before he was even born? The only way that would make sense would be if he was." She clapped a hand over her mouth, and let out a soft beep, weaving slightly on her feet. "Hermione," Ron said, peering into her face, alarmed. "Hermione, what's wrong?" She just shook her head, her eyes wide with alarm. "Hermione, what? If he's a what?" Her chin trembled, as she looked full into his face, and spoke in as even a tone as she could muster. "If he is a Horcrux too." There was an endless moment of nauseating, wrenching, "oh no please anything but that shock." Ron felt the bile rise up in the back of his throat, and he desperately tried to quell the desire to vomit. "No," he shook his head, and even backed away from her a little, as if her theory were something contagious. "No, that's not possible. I won't accept that." He was looking at her as if she'd betrayed Harry, merely by stating the possibility. "It's just a theory, Ron. It probably..." "No." The shout was unintentional, involuntary, torn from him without his consent, driven by his emotional attachment to his closest friend. Hermione hissed at him to hush, as they heard Harry shift and mutter from his bed. Ron was going to bring Madame Pomfrey's wrath down on them both. She could barely see him in the shadowy ward, but knew that he was likely red to the ears. "I know you, Hermione," he continued, his voice more under control. "You've already thought of this, haven't you? You wouldn't come up with just any theory. It's the only one that fits all the facts, isn't it?" He prodded. She nodded, mutely, miserably. "Except that we don't have all the facts, Ron. There could be a different Horcrux. Dumbledore had his reasons for suspecting it could be something of Gryffindor's or Ravenclaw's. Surely he would have mentioned it to somebody if there was a possibility that Harry could be made a Horcrux. We don't even know what it would do to something alive." She trailed off from her desperate tirade, as Ron shook his head. "The snake," he supplied. "The snake did just fine, didn't it? Look what we had to do to it just to get rid of it." His voice was dull and bleak, and she hurried to placate him, to encourage him, to dissuade him from the horrible possibilities that she had been the one to voice just seconds ago. "There are incredible differences between snakes and humans, Ronald. Besides, when would Voldemort have made Harry a Horcrux? He was too weak to do anything after he tried to kill Harry. Harry virtually destroyed him." Ron pulled his gaze away from her, and glanced toward the windows. The weak moon and starlight filtering in etched his face into harsh lines, and made him look suddenly older than his years. What if he wasn't trying to kill Harry? What if he was performing the spell to make Harry the Horcrux? And then it backfired on him. Everyone has always assumed it was the killing curse, but what if it was another spell that cast a green light? Hermione swallowed at Ron's statement, and her expression was clearly one that had hoped he wouldn't think of that. Surprised, Ron said, curling up one side of his mouth in a somewhat bitter smile. Ron, she said, half exasperated, half apologetic. We can postulate and conjecture all night long. The fact is that we don't know. You said it yourself. We don't know. All we can do is be there for Harry. And what he needs from us right now is to find that last Horcrux. Even if it's him, Ron queried, the question slipping out of his mouth before he could stop it. Hermione set her jaw in a determined line. Even if it's him, she said, with finality. He reached down and laced her fingers through his, and they looked at each other. It wasn't a look of romance or affection, or even mutual vulnerability, it was a look of solidarity. They were in this together, for Harry, no matter what happened. But it won't be him, they said in unison, and then stared at each other again, startled and surprised to find that they were both hoping that if they said it, it might come true. The headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry sat at her desk quite motionless and looked sorrowfully at Remus Lupin. It seemed to be her default expression these days, ever since Dumbledore's demise, when she had taken on a mantle of leadership for a dying school. "How is he?" she asked, the gentleness in her voice seeming to soften her brogue. Lupin was slumped forward in the chintz armchair, his elbows on his knees, his pallor and fatigue making him somehow look more unkempt than usual. He shrugged. "I'm not sure if anybody even knows," he answered honestly. "Miss Granger, or Mr. Weasley," McGonagall put forth tentatively. "They just say that it's been getting worse, with each successive," he trailed off, compulsively editing out the word, furtively glancing at the multitude of portraits ringing the office walls, most of whom appeared to be slumbering. Very few people knew of the objective of the trio's quest. Most people who were even in a position to wonder at their absence just assumed that they were in hiding, perhaps training, in prelude to the final battle. Lupin leaned forward, speaking confidentially. "Each one that's destroyed takes a little more out of him." Minerva McGonagall's face seemed to become even more lined and careworn with concern for her former student. "Why come here, Remus?" she asked. "What can we do that is not already being done? Death Eaters attacked Godric's Hollow. That's how we came across young Mr. Malfoy," Lupin said, referring to the prisoner now residing down in the dungeons under as many charms and spells as the Hogwarts faculty could come up with on a moment's notice. The attack was a diversion. He was looking for information about what Harry's searching for. Voldemort, his name was a mutter, spoken through clenched teeth, must have some kind of suspicion, some kind of reason to concern himself with what Harry's doing. "We just don't know what." He sighed. "But it takes him longer to recover, with each one that's destroyed. There's one left, and they think it's here. And if Voldemort thinks that Harry has returned to school, maybe that's so much the better. What about the students? Will they be kept safe?" A shadow of fear darkened her eyes. She was responsible for so many innocent lives. "I wish I could tell you they'd be fine," Lupin said, looking at his hands, rather than at her. "Harry does seem to attract danger wherever he goes, and we don't know when Voldemort is going to come calling for Harry, and they did think of this before they came, but," he spread his hands out in a, "what can you do?" gesture. "If the final item really is here, then Harry has to be here. I'll let the Aurors stationed here know, they'll need to be able to evacuate the students, if, there was no need to finish the sentence. Their if, rapidly turning to when, did not bear contemplation." McGonagall smiled grimly. "They are just a day late." She grabbed a quill, and began jotting notes down on a blank piece of parchment. "I think they would do well in an independent study program, don't you? Any student still here is certainly aware of Mr. Potter's prowess in defense against the dark arts, as well as Miss Granger's ability at anything she sets her mind to. And Mr. Weasley, well, I'm sure he applies himself diligently to things that are important to him. Like his friends." She looked up at Lupin, a hint of moisture glinting in her eyes. Lupin met her gaze, emotion flashing behind his eyes as well. He stood, and extended his hand, which she took. "The Aurors will be by in the morning to collect the prisoner," he said, speaking casually. "And Minerva, thank you. You're quite welcome, Remus." She stood with him, and walked him out. He hesitated just outside the gargoyle that guarded the entrance, and she looked at him questioningly. I thought I'd tell Harry goodbye," he explained, "before I go to London. I'm sure the ministry will want a report." The headmistress seemed momentarily conflicted, but she evidently decided against accompanying Lupin to the hospital wing, and said only, "Tell Mr. Potter that he is always welcome here, and that I hope he feels well enough to join us for breakfast." Harry's eyes fluttered open to sunlight streaming in the windows of the hospital wing. He could hear someone rustling around in the adjacent room and the ting of glass vials clanking together, and assumed that Madame Pomfrey would be in to see him shortly, probably to give him some potion or other that tasted disgusting. He blinked his eyes and sat up experimentally. When the room did not spin, he reached for his glasses and placed them on his nose. Ron was sitting in a chair across the room from him, his neck bent at a painful-looking angle as he slept. Hermione was asleep on his lap. They had obviously already been up at some point that morning, because they were both in different clothes, as well as their standard-issue school robes. Harry was rather surprised by the uncomfortable flutterings in his stomach as he saw them together. "This is ridiculous. Are you worried they're leaving you out?" his inner voice said mockingly, in a tone somewhat like that of Bellatrix Lestrange. "They're giving up everything to help you, can't you let them have this at least?" Madame Pomfrey swished through the door, humming tunelessly, and looking quite chipper for so early in the morning. She was pushing a cart laden with potions, and parked it at Harry's bedside. She indicated with one hand that he should begin drinking, as she started scanning him with her wand. Ron and Hermione had startled awake at the disruption, and Hermione flew out of Ron's lap, looking at Harry with utter mortification. Ron looked thoughtfully at Hermione, as he stood to his feet, stretching up onto his toes and rubbing his neck. Harry waved at them wordlessly, as he knocked back the first potion. "How are you feeling this morning, mate?" Ron asked, in a voice distorted by a yawn. "Better," Harry said, nodding his head, and then repeating his reply with a little more enthusiasm. He drank the other potions quickly, eager to put their acrid odors and bitter tastes behind him. "I think I could go down to breakfast." He looked at Madame Pomfrey pleadingly. "Very well," the Medowitch said gruffly. "If you have any more dizziness or nausea or pain in your scar, you're to come see me at once. Is that understood?" Harry nodded meekly, and then slid carefully out of bed, standing on his feet carefully like one who was walking for the first time. "Harry, maybe you shouldn't," Hermione said, almost involuntarily, but then clamped her lips tightly shut. Harry looked at her, with a faint smile ghosting his features. "Hermione, I'll be fine, really," he said reassuringly, and, grabbing his bag that he had brought from Godric's Hollow, he circled behind a divider and began to change into fresh clothes. "Where'd they put Malfoy?" he called out from behind the screen. "Down in the dungeons," Ron answered. "Lucky for him it wasn't a full moon. I've never seen Lupin so angry." "Ron," Hermione chastised him. "Professor Lupin would never even think of such a—" "Relax, Hermione," Ron said, cutting her off. "I was only joking. Of course I don't think that, Lou. You want me to relax? At a time like this? Are you daft?" Hermione's voice became a little higher in pitch with every angry question. Ron drew back, stung. "I'm taking this as seriously as anyone else, Hermione," he retorted. "I happen to think that a little bit of joking every now and then might be just what we need." Hermione looked livid. With Harry's life on the line, she hissed at him. Ron looked anxiously at the divider, and told her to hush. I already know my life's on the line, guys," Harry said, his voice muffled, as if he were pulling a shirt over his head. "No need to keep it a secret from me." He came around the divider, his school robes on, but unfastened. He had a slight grin on his face, until he saw that Hermione looked not annoyed, but rather sad that he was making jokes. "Harry, this is so important," she said earnestly, clasping her hands together. He looked back at her, just as seriously. "I know that, Hermione," he said, looking intently at her. All at once, Ron had the uncomfortable feeling that they had forgotten he was in the room. But Ron's right. If Voldemort's able to take away everything we love and appreciate about life, then he's won. When Harry spoke Ron's name, they both looked at him, and Ron figured that the other feeling must have been all in his head. I know, Hermione said, with that bored tone that highlighted just how little she liked being wrong. I still wish you two would wait until it's all over to make jokes. Harry regarded her solemnly for a moment. All right, Hermione, he said gravely, and checked his watch. How about it, Ron? The day after I defeat Voldemort, good for you. How about a joke that day at breakfast? Ron's mouth twitched, but he refrained from laughing at Hermione's warning glare. She stalked down to breakfast ahead of them, her spine rigid, her shoulders square, pretending that she didn't hear the snorts of partially repressed laughter behind her. When they arrived at the Great Hall, Hermione inexplicably stopped before the large double doors. She turned around to face her two best friends, and they looked at her curiously. You know what's going to happen when we open those doors, she said, without preamble. Harry and Ron nodded, all pretense of joviality gone. Are you all right? She asked Harry, her brown eyes warm with compassion. Harry was still incredibly pale, though his scar stood out lividly on his forehead, and looked as if a breeze might blow him over. Just, he said, hating the need to ask for help, just flank me, in case anything happens. Hermione and Ron obligingly moved to either side of him. Just in case you fall right on your ass, you mean, Ron said to him, out of the side of his mouth. Ronald Weasley, Hermione said in disbelief. You are the most insensitive git I have ever had the misfortune to meet. Ron eyed her in a disgruntled fashion. You need to get some new lines, he said laconically, and Harry could almost see Hermione winding up. Her eyes crackled with energy. I'll have you know, she began, when Harry thrust open both doors, with one sweeping motion of his arms. The Great Hall no longer had 4 house tables, but several smaller rectangular tables arranged in a giant U shape. The staff table was as it had been, but had far fewer teachers seated at it than they were accustomed to seeing. Still, every eye in the Great Hall had turned, almost fearfully, when the doors clattered open. There was a moment of complete silence, as the trio stood motionless in the doorway, Hermione's mouth still open where she had frozen in mid-sentence. Harry hesitated for another fraction of a second, before striding confidently into the Great Hall, leaving Ron and Hermione to hastily catch up with him. Ron was pretty sure that they made quite an impressive sight, marching in like that, black school robes billowing behind them. They were about halfway up the length of the tables, headed for some empty seats at the top of the U, when the murmurs finally reached Harry's ears, rising quickly in volume. It's Harry. He's back. Didn't reckon we'd see him again. You sure know how to make an entrance, mate, Ron remarked, at the rushing whispers that meandered up the aisle behind them. Harry couldn't stop a smile from flitting across his face. Most of the people who had chosen to return to Hogwarts were friends of his, and he didn't think he'd ever see this place as anywhere else but home. It had been the first place where he'd actually felt he belonged. His eyes drifted up to the empty place at the center of the staff table, and he felt a pang of sadness, as he saw Professor McGonagall seated just to the right, as if she too could not admit to herself that Dumbledore was gone. He sat down as nonchalantly as possible, while Ron and Hermione crossed to the inner side of the table, and sat opposite. Someone, Harry thought it was Ernie Macmillan, started clapping, and soon the whole room was awash in applause. There were several cheers, and Harry felt himself began to redden. He saw Seamus and Dean clap Ron on the back, and smiled widely when Neville sat next to him, nudging him companionably in the shoulder. Lavender, Parvati, Padma, and Luna all slid a little closer, straining to hear what was being said. Harry noticed that the houses seemed to be intermingled with each other, save for a tiny group of Slytherins at the opposite side of the U. Glad you're back, Harry, Neville said simply, as they shared a man-to-man look. It's nice to be back, Neville, Harry said, picking up his goblet of pumpkin juice and raising it to his lips. Before he could take a sip, something hurtled toward him, speaking in a rapid, unintelligible voice. His goblet went flying as it was knocked from his hand when a warm body slammed into his, and he dimly realized that he had a mouthful of hair. "Ginny," he sputtered, spitting her hair out of his mouth. Her eyes gleamed with pleasure and something like triumph. "You're back," she said in a satisfied tone, reaching up with one hand to run her fingers through his hair. He captured her hand with his own, interrupting the gesture, and brought their hands back down to their sides. He saw a flicker of hurt in her eyes, but she didn't comment further. "I'm back," he responded in kind, his eyes wandering over her face. She was so beautiful, and he really wished that. "Do you mind?" Ron asked good-naturedly. "I'd rather not be subject to you ogling my sister at breakfast." "Way too early." He chewed thoughtfully on a slice of bacon. "Any time would be too early, really." "Ron, it's not," Harry began to protest, slightly annoyed. He wasn't really in the mood for this conversation just now. But he was interrupted as Headmistress McGonagall took the podium. Ginny kept her fingers tightly laced through his, and Harry had to admit that he did enjoy the feeling, so he stopped trying to worm his hand out of her grip. "Good morning, students," she said briefly. "I trust you have noticed our newest arrivals." There were some more cheers and whistles. "It's good to have you back at Hogwarts, Harry," she said, her obvious emotion slipping out at the use of his given name. "Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger," she continued, a trifle more formally, nodding at them in greeting. "If you three will meet me in my office after breakfast, we can go over your schedules." McGonagall exited the Great Hall with as much authority as she had ever exuded, and yet, it seemed different somehow. Harry wondered with mild surprise if she was seeing him as differently as he was seeing her, and wondered if his being of age put them on a more equal footing, as adults. He managed to reclaim his hand from Ginny, and tucked into his food. More than halfway through his meal, he noticed that both Ginny and Hermione were watching him surreptitiously. Ron had seen it as well, and was giving them both looks that he reserved for people that he thought were nutters. Harry began politely, swallowing his bite of food. His eyes darted from Ginny to Hermione and back again. "What?" Ginny asked innocently, tucking a loose strand of fiery hair behind her ear, as she poured syrup on her waffle. She looked up at him again, and her whole face brightened. "It really is good to see you again, Harry. After everything that..." Her face grew somber and her gaze was momentarily distant. When her attention turned back to Harry, she smiled again, as if to say, "But now you're here, so everything will be fine." Harry felt a distinct sick sensation in the pit of his stomach. "Hermione?" Harry queried, turning toward her. "What?" she said blandly. "Have I got food on my face or something?" Harry asked patiently. Hermione colored violently, and dropped her gaze to her plate, muttering, "I just want to be sure you're all right." Ron rolled his eyes, and said something, not very sotto voce, about hysterical, paranoid women. Hermione rounded on him, her cheeks flushed and her eyes blazing, as she let Ron have it. Her words flowed so quickly that Harry could hardly keep up with what she was saying, wondering instead if she ever realized how pretty she was when she was angry. Maybe that's why Ron winds her up all the time, he thought, and his musing was followed immediately by shock. What the hell am I thinking? Ron was slouching more and more sulkily into his plate, every now and then zinging Hermione with a pithy one-liner that only served to ratchet her up to the next level. "Merlin's beard," Neville said, shaking his head at the two of them. "Some things never change, do they, Harry?" "No," Harry replied, toying with his eggs and feeling suddenly and inexplicably glum. "No, they don't." When they left breakfast to head to McGonagall's office, Ron and Hermione were both in a huff, refusing to speak to one another. They parted ways from a positively bubbly Ginny at the doors of the Great Hall, as she was on her way to Charms class. "Maybe you'll have some classes with me," she said giddily, looking at him so fondly that Harry felt his heart clench and something lurch in the region of his stomach. You're not in our year," Harry managed to mumble idiotically. Ginny shrugged. "There are so few students left that they've combined some of the classes. 6th and 7th years have quite a lot of classes together, actually." She keyed his cheek, waved goodbye to Ron and Hermione, and headed for Flitwick's classroom. Harry watched her go, and wondered when he'd have the heart to tell her that sitting in a class writing essays and turning aardvarks into hearthrugs was the last thing he planned on doing. He shoved his hands deep into his pockets, and began walking toward the offices of the headmistress. Hermione and Ron trailed along behind him in a haughty silence. When they reached the gargoyle, it had already moved aside and the spiral staircase was awaiting them. They hesitated, exchanging uncertain glances, as they reached the top and stopped before the office doors. Harry finally reached up and rapped lightly on the door. "Enter," came the headmistress's voice. They walked into the room to find her seated behind the large desk, smiling slightly at them. "I find that an open-door policy is more appropriate nowadays," she said by way of explanation. Harry figured that was just a roundabout way of saying that she wanted to be able to be notified immediately if anything happened. Harry looked around the room, noting that most of Dumbledore's trinkets were gone. The desk was larger and more functional looking, but the squashy armchairs were the same, and there was a bowl of drops on her desk. Harry beeped in a sharp breath, and looked quickly down at his lap. He knew what would be hanging on the wall, had seen the portrait shortly after Dumbledore's death, but it had been slumbering then. He didn't know if he could face the headmaster's twinkling blue gaze, even from a portrait. McGonagall was watching him carefully, and appeared to know exactly what he was thinking. "It took me 3 weeks to even be able to look at his portrait," she said suddenly. "When I did, Albus said that he'd been wondering if he'd offended me somehow." She smiled a little, but her eyes were watery. Hermione and Ron raised their eyes cautiously toward Dumbledore's portrait, but Harry kept his eyes stubbornly on his lap. McGonagall cleared her throat, and began speaking in the business-like tone that they were more accustomed to. "Regarding the class schedules," she began, but Harry interrupted her. "I won't be taking classes, Professor McGonagall," he said respectfully, his voice nonetheless firm. "I've other things to do while I'm here." He looked at Hermione and Ron, and added, almost as an afterthought, "Ron and Hermione are welcome to do what they want, of course." McGonagall regarded him for a moment, with a glimmer of something like amusement behind her eyes. "As I was saying," she continued, with a trace of her old sharpness, "I believe you three would benefit from an independent study program." Hermione's eyes lit up. Ron smirked at Harry, and Harry felt himself flush at his jump to a wrong conclusion. "Remus Lupin tells me there is some research that you are particularly interested in." Her words were guarded. "Yes, ma'am," Harry replied. "You will, of course, have unhampered access to the library, including the restricted sections, and use of any materials in the potions laboratory that you may need," she said, rapidly making notes on a roll of parchment. Hermione looked like Christmas had come early. "I've taken the liberty of reserving the Gryffindor head suite for the three of you. Since you turned down the badges." Here, Hermione and Ron looked at each other guiltily. "The head honors went to Susan Bones and Ernie Macmillan, and the Gryffindor suites are not in use. You will have more privacy this way, and I'll have an extra bed moved into the head boy room. You do not object to sharing?" Harry and Ron shook their heads quickly, astounded at their good fortune. "I will not enforce curfew for the three of you, but I do ask that you act responsibly. And, should you need to leave the castle for any reason, I'd like for you to please notify someone first." Harry noticed that she was carefully phrasing her guidelines as requests rather than demands. He smiled at her gratefully. "Professor, how many people know about the research we're doing?" Harry asked tentatively. He had agonized long and hard over whether or not to tell Lupin, but had finally decided that they needed some kind of liaison to the outside world, while they were on their quest. He had figured that Lupin had probably told someone, as a kind of failsafe, but he didn't know who. "Remus Lupin has served you well," McGonagall replied, in answer to his unasked question. "It is just myself and Miss Tonks that know anything about your project, and your father, of course," she said, nodding to Ron. "So that's why he was on my side about leaving with Harry," Ron said in a voice of sudden comprehension. "The order is still intact, though it's in a standby mode at the moment. Others in the order merely believe you've been training. As you're only 1 day late to school, I see no reason why that story should not continue to stand to the other students and faculty here." Harry appeared not to be listening. His eyes had locked on the dish of drops, and he felt the incredible empty unreality of Dumbledore's death again, wishing that somehow it would all suddenly make sense. He stood abruptly, stumbling as his foot caught the leg of the chair he'd been sitting in. The room wobbled crazily, as a wave of dizziness and nausea swept over him. Hermione was suddenly in his field of vision, as she wrapped her arm through his, and helped him find his balance. "I'm all right," he said, trying to get his eyes to focus. "I'm fine." Hermione and Ron looked at him skeptically. "You remember what Madame Pomfrey said," Hermione remarked, with a warning tone. Harry glowered at her without result. "I'm sure that your studies can wait until after you visit the hospital wing," McGonagall said, handing a note to Hermione. "This is for Madame Pants, authorizing your use of the restricted section." Hermione thanked her. They were nearly to the door, when Professor McGonagall spoke again. "As I'm sure you could figure out, there is no House Cup and no House Quidditch teams. There are simply not enough students. But there is a pick-up Quidditch game every now and then, that I'm sure the students would be delighted to have you join, should you be so inclined." She smiled a little then, and for the first time, it seemed to reach her eyes. "Mr. Finnegan tells me that Mr. Thomas is an abysmal seeker." Hermione and Ron dragged an unwilling and by turns, protesting and sulking, Harry Potter back to the hospital wing after their meeting with McGonagall. "I said I was fine," he muttered, managing to sound like a petulant child. Hermione told him so, irritating him further. He was still allowing them to steer him toward the infirmary, so Hermione suspected that he was much more fatigued than he was letting on. "Intramural Quidditch," Ron murmured sadly to himself, appearing to be thinking of brighter days, like the day last year when Gryffindor won the Quidditch Cup, even though Harry was in detention. He shook his head, as if the sport had disgraced itself somehow. "Reckon we could get in a game sometime." Harry thought of flying on his broom, the wind blowing through his hair, the utter freedom and exhilaration of sweeping through the air, the graceful rush of diving after the snitch. He missed Quidditch. "Harry's in no condition to be swooping around on a broom," Hermione said snippily, still annoyed at his recalcitrant mood. "While he's in hospital, we ought to go on down to the library and get started." Ron rather looked like he'd prefer to be almost anywhere other than in the library with Hermione on a rampage, but he said nothing. "I could play Quidditch," Harry muttered mutinously. "And if you got dizzy, and fell off your broom, and broke your neck," Hermione said, in her most confrontational voice, "then everybody's little weapon to kill Voldemort would be all ruined," Harry said, in a nasty sing-song voice, as he slammed into the infirmary. Hermione stopped, stunned. "Harry, that's not what he heard, before the doors shut behind him." She turned to Ron, leaning up against the wall adjacent to the hospital wing doors. "That's not what I meant." "He knows that, Hermione," Ron said in an unconcerned voice. "He's just in a pissy mood. Wouldn't you be?" Hermione looked at the floor and said nothing. "Why don't you lay off him, though?" "I'm not." She started to protest. "He knows what he has to do. He knows what's at stake if he mucks it up. He doesn't need you constantly reminding him about it," Ron said forthrightly. "He's an adult. He doesn't need a mum. He needs us." Hermione looked at Ron like he'd betrayed her. "I would have thought you'd be on my side, Ronald Weasley." Ron was aghast. "Side? What side? We're all on the same side, Hermione. You know, the opposite one from Voldemort." He stopped suddenly and peered sharply into her face. "How much sleep have you been getting?" Hermione drew herself up to her full height, which was still considerably less than Ron's, and said, "Plenty." "Liar." "Harry needs me," she said, in a much less strident tone. "He needs you to not kill yourself for him. Weren't you just telling him something like that?" Ron got to watch in satisfaction as Hermione Granger was at a loss for words. "Go up to the suite, and go to sleep. I'm sure Dobby's already got our stuff in there. I'll go to the library and start looking." "What? Really I will." Hermione had shot him a dubious look. "Do you even know what to look for, Ronald?" Hermione asked with a long-suffering voice. Ron grinned, because the fact that she'd even asked the question meant she was going to do what he said. "Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, stuff that they left at Hogwarts," Ron said, shrugging, but stopped at the look on Hermione's face. "You really don't think I can handle it, do you?" "Of course you can handle it," Hermione said, clearly lying. Ron rolled his eyes and stomped off toward the library, his voice carrying distinctly back to Hermione, as he muttered something about why enemies were needed when your own best mates thought you were a bleeding moron. Hermione started toward Gryffindor Tower where the suite was located, near the common room, but stopped, and looked uncertainly back toward the hospital wing. She looked over her shoulder in the direction that Ron had gone, but he had already disappeared from sight. She took a deep breath, and entered the doors to the infirmary. Harry was sitting on a bed, the same one he'd used that morning, in the otherwise empty ward. He wasn't looking at her, though he'd clearly realized she'd entered. "I can hear you yelling at each other, you know," Harry said, still looking away. "I know," Hermione said, twirling a strand of hair around her fingers, and rocking on her heels uncomfortably. I didn't, I shouldn't have said," she stammered. "I know you didn't mean it. And I'm sorry for snapping at you," Harry said, finally looking at her, with sympathy shining out of his green eyes. "I know I'm not the only one under stress here. If one of you were under an almost certain death sentence, then I know I'd be." "Harry," Hermione protested at his choice of words, but he gave her a dry, "Let's not fool ourselves, look." There was a moment of silence. They could both hear Madame Pomfrey bustling around in the adjacent room. "Lupin came to see you last night before he left," Hermione said finally. "He'd been talking with Professor McGonagall, but he didn't want to wake you. He went to London to file a report about Malfoy. I was wondering where he was," Harry said. "Did they take Malfoy to the Ministry?" Hermione nodded. "Were you in here last night?" he asked curiously. Was it just his imagination or did slight color stain Hermione's cheeks? "Ron and I both were. We didn't really fancy going up to the dormitories in the middle of the night, and we wanted to keep an eye on you." She watched him hesitantly, as if he'd explode at the idea of needing a minder. "Yeah, you two really looked like you were keeping an eye on me this morning," he said with a slight smirk, jerking his chin toward the chair they'd both been sitting in when he awakened. "Honestly, Harry," Hermione said, rolling her eyes, her color heightening further. "So, how's that going anyway?" he asked, gesturing again toward the chair. Hermione's finger twirled up in her hair again, and she wouldn't meet his gaze. She shrugged, a little unwillingly. "It's not really a very good time for a relationship, Harry," she mumbled, sitting on the next bed over, and swinging her feet. "It's the perfect time," Harry protested. "Didn't McGonagall say that Dumbledore would be glad there was a little more love in the world? Look at Remus and Tonks, or Bill and Fleur." Hermione looked mortified. "Who said anything about love?" she said, and then looked like she wished she hadn't. "Ron's just. We wanted. She gave up, throwing her hands into the air. "We're fine." Harry eyed her suspiciously. "Really?" she insisted, flushing brilliantly. "What about you and Ginny?" she asked suddenly, in a retaliatory tone. "There is no me and Ginny," Harry said, looking warily at Hermione. "There hasn't been since Dumbledore's funeral. And there's not going to be." "Does Ginny know that?" Hermione said with a rather appraising tone, thinking of the scene from the Great Hall at breakfast. "Of course she does," Harry answered carefully, looking distinctly uncomfortable. "Of course," Hermione murmured in agreement, but Harry got the impression that she didn't mean it at all. He opened his mouth to say something about it, but Madame Pomfrey came in then, and thrust 3 different potions at Harry, with the obvious expectation that he drink them. He looked like he was deciding whether or not to protest, but Madame Pomfrey said, "If you take those, I will let you sleep in your room tonight, provided that you let me see you again before breakfast." "All right," Harry muttered resignedly, taking the 3 elixirs in rapid succession. Almost immediately, his nausea lessened, and the swimmy feeling in his head abated somewhat. Madame Pomfrey nodded with approval, and whisked the empty containers back into the other room. Hermione slid off of the bed, and looked in askance at Harry when he did not immediately follow. "What is it?" she said, in a, "don't try and pretend nothing's wrong," tone of voice. Harry's fingers kneaded the bedsheet where he was sitting, and he looked ill at ease. "Hermione, he faltered and then stopped. She stepped back over to him, standing so close that her midsection was nearly touching his knees, and looked him straight in the eyes. You can tell me anything, Harry. You know that. I don't. I don't want to mess everything up. He burst out suddenly, and she looked at him in bewilderment. Between you and Ron, he added. You shouldn't put things on hold because of me. You're only 17. You deserve to do normal things, like go on dates, and snog, and stuff. He trailed off, embarrassed. She regarded him with an amused smile. Why should we do normal things if you don't get to? She asked, arching one eyebrow. I do normal things, he said, a little sulkily. This time, Hermione arched both brows, with a, really? Look, what about what you said before? She asked quietly. There is no me and Ginny. And there's not going to be. Why is that exactly? He let out a frustrated sigh, and ran his hands through his hair. You know why. Tell me anyway, she said tersely. People that I love end up dead, he replied, refusing to make eye contact with her. And I'm not even sure that I'm in love with Ginny. What kind of an ass does that make me? He added silently. Harry, nobody died just because they loved you. Yes, they did, he said, his voice rising. My mum and dad did. Sirius did, and Dumbledore, if it hadn't been for me. Harry, you're special, she said feebly, obviously groping for a word. She raised one hand, as if to thread her fingers through his hair, but she stopped herself. Love for you doesn't mark people for death. They loved you, and wanted you to live. So much that it didn't matter to them how that was accomplished. That's an amazing kind of love. That's what you have that Voldemort doesn't. And you inspire that in people. She looked up at him briefly, a half-smile curling the corner of her mouth. Voldemort may try to use love against you, against us, but he'll fail in the end. None of us are going into this blind. And you need to let me, let Ginny, let Ron, make our own choices. Because we do love you, you know. And nothing is ever going to change that. Something in Harry's stomach lurched oddly at her last words, and he wondered if the potions he'd been given were going to make him sick. I don't think I could face knowing that I had lived when you should have, Harry managed to choke out. Then I won't die, Hermione said in a tone that was suddenly and strangely breathy. Her face suddenly seemed very close to his, even though neither of them had moved, and he was having trouble swallowing. There was a fleeting instant of something that Harry couldn't even begin to analyze. And just as quickly, Hermione turned, her hair swirling out in an arc behind her, speaking briskly. Are you ready to go? He blinked at her. Go. To the Gryffindor head suite. Right, Harry said slowly, feeling somewhat idiotic. He slid off the bed and stood for a moment, as he had earlier, testing his balance. He nodded at Hermione, who was looking at him questioningly, and they walked out of the hospital wing together. Ron clambered noisily into the portrait hole that led to the head suite, including a large common room, bathroom, and 2 dormitories, several hours later. He was dragging a large knapsack that appeared to be straining at its seams, and had his arms piled up with several rather ponderous-looking tomes. He staggered across the room with difficulty, and nearly threw the books down on a desk, having been favoring his injured arm and thereby unbalancing himself. Belatedly, he remembered that Harry and Hermione were both under instructions to be asleep, and he cursed under his breath, hoping that he hadn't awakened them. He settled in at one of the 3 desks lining the left wall of the common room, and, with a roll of parchment and a quill and ink on one hand, and the first of the ponderous tomes on the other, he began to read, also jotting occasional notes. He wasn't sure how much time had passed, when he finally heard footfalls on the stairs that led to the dorms, and felt 2 arms encircle his neck. You'd better be Hermione, he said gruffly, and he heard her soft laugh, felt her breath on his ear. At the sound, he turned around, and looked at her in amazement. Laughing was something none of them did that often, and Hermione was more serious than most on a good day. Now I know you're not Hermione, he said. What have you done with her? She smiled slightly, but her eyes fell on the stack of books and the scrawled-on parchment and lit up. Did you find anything? She asked eagerly, and the moment was gone. Not much, Ron said in resignation. He gestured toward the book he'd been scanning, which was titled The Founding Four, A History of Hogwarts. Ravenclaw had some jewelry, but no mention of whether that was ever at Hogwarts. They've mentioned Gryffindor's sword, of course, and the hat. But those have never been out of Dumbledore's office. The sword has been in the Chamber of Secrets, Hermione corrected him. There could be other times as well, times we don't know about. But Dumbledore ruddy well would have, Ron argued. And he never mentioned it to Harry. Maybe he meant to, but didn't get the chance, Hermione said, shrugging one shoulder. Do you have to argue with absolutely everything I say? Ron said, thoroughly annoyed. Is it some kind of reflex action with you? Hermione looked highly insulted. Honestly, Ron, if you're going to go around saying things that are obviously not true. She replied haughtily. You know that Gryffindor's sword has been out of Dumbledore's office. You were there, in the chamber. Behind a bunch of rocks from a bloody cave-in. Ron exclaimed. With an obliviated Lockhart, I wasn't exactly in a position to see anything. You came out of the chamber with Fawkes, and Harry, and the sword. Hermione's tone was just short of scathing. Details are important, Ronald. Especially with Harry's life at stake. I bloody well know that, Hermione. Ron said angrily. Then you know why it's important that we. I don't know that anything about this conversation is important, Ron interrupted her. What does this have to do with the sword? Hermione began again. If the sword was made into a Horcrux, then the outing we're talking about should have happened years ago. The fact that Fawkes took it to the Chamber of Secrets less than 5 years ago is utterly irrelevant, Hermione. Hermione looked a little startled as Ron ground her name through gritted teeth. Ron was on a roll now, and stood from the desk, gesticulating wildly. You don't have a corner on this, Hermione. You aren't the only one who can help him. You aren't the only one who wants to help him. And you aren't the savior of the wizarding world. He is. Hermione drew back as if she'd been slapped. I never said I, she began in an affronted tone. How many times have we had this argument, this exact one, in the last 3 months? Ron sounded weary. You want to live and breathe and bleed Harry Potter, and I want. He stopped suddenly, seeming unsure of what it was that he wanted. Hermione looked at him as if he were a stranger. Are you jealous? She asked, finally, of Harry, or of my trying to help Harry? This isn't a contest to see who can help him the most, Ron. No, I'm not jealous, Ron said, making a face at her, though most of the fight seemed to have left him. And I'm not the one with the issues about competition. Hermione inhaled deeply, ready to begin another spiel, but he continued speaking. What is it we're trying to accomplish here, Hermione? We're trying to help Harry defeat Voldemort, Hermione said, deliberately misunderstanding him. I meant with us, Hermione. What are we trying to accomplish? I thought I knew. But I don't anymore. Ron. And for the first time in that conversation, there was fear in Hermione's voice. There was a long silence. She held out her hand to him. Do you want to go for a walk? Around the lake? He regarded her for a moment. His eyes fell on the stacks of books that he had brought back from the library. Those will keep, Hermione said lightly, her voice on the verge of breaking. Ron stood and took her hand, his gaze never leaving hers. All right then, he said, and his voice was almost a whisper. When Harry awakened and ventured down into the common room, it was empty. He hadn't the faintest idea where Ron and Hermione were, but there were stacks of books on one of the desks. He scanned the titles, and saw that most of them had to do with Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, the Founders in general, or Hogwarts itself. He sat at the adjacent desk, which was empty, and grabbed the open book from where it lay. He began to flip the pages listlessly, wondering at his own discontent. Where are they? Why aren't they here, helping? He found himself thinking petulantly, before he caught himself. They could be down in the library. And even if they're not, wasn't I just telling Hermione that she needed to do normal things? He sighed gustily, annoyed with his hypocrisy. And yet he could not quell the sense of rejection, of unease, of abandonment that pervaded him at that moment. He was alone, and they were somewhere, perhaps together. You don't even know that much. But somehow he knew they were. And maybe that was his biggest fear. Not the deaths of his friends in and of themselves, but the fact that they might die, he might live, and he might be condemned to live long years without the close companionship that he had come to rely on. He tried to imagine life without Ron, without Hermione, and he could only see a vast emptiness, a shell of a life, without any real substance. And if they end up married? A snide inner voice said. They'll be alive, but you'll still be alone. Maybe you're destined to always be alone just like you always have been. No parents, no godfather, no mentor, no Hermione, alone, just like Lord Voldemort. No, Harry shouted at the empty room, slamming the book shut. A cloud of dust wafted up, and the motes were caught in the lamplight. His heart was pounding rapidly. He wasn't sure where that voice had come from. Had it been his? Or had the thoughts insinuated themselves inside his head from somewhere else, someone else? What if you're more like him than you realize? You're rich, famous, magically powerful. If you defeat him, who could stand against you? You could do anything you wanted, have anyone you wanted. Hermione flashed briefly in his mind, and he recoiled from the desk in shock, as if he could somehow remove himself from his own thoughts. No, he said again, out loud. I won't become like him. I won't. He was oddly reminded of his own sorting, where he had vehemently argued with the sorting hat that he not be put into Slytherin. And then he heard Dumbledore's gravelly voice in his mind. It is our choices, Harry, that show us who we truly are, far more than our abilities. Choices, Harry muttered to himself, a tranquil kind of sadness embracing him as he thought of the headmaster. He clenched both fists. I can choose not to be like him, just like he chose his path. His head ached vaguely, and he rubbed his fingers absent-mindedly over his scar. Harry, came a sudden voice, and Harry started violently, banging his knees on the desk in front of them and swearing colorfully. Ginny was peeking around the edge of the portrait hole, looking at him with an amused expression. Aren't you supposed to be in class? Harry asked irritably, rubbing his knees in an injured fashion. Ginny took this to be her invitation to enter and be welcome, and came the rest of the way into the common room, closing the portrait behind her. I'm done for the day, she said simply. Ron gave me the password. I hope that's okay. She looked at him with a wistful face that was half hopeful, half apologetic. Sure, Harry said vaguely, making a mental note to himself to thank Ron later. You saw Ron? Yeah, a while ago. He and Hermione were on their way down to the lake, I think, she answered. Down to the lake. Harry recalled his own visits to the lake with the pretty redhead in front of him. Once again, he felt a yearning well up within him, nothing more than a heartfelt desire to forget who he was and just be. To come out from under the shadow of his destiny, of his duty, of his calling, and enjoy a date, a snog, his final year of school. Is that really too much to ask? Something of his gloom must have showed on his face, because Ginny looked at him with compassion. Harry, what's wrong? She asked. He regarded her for a moment, watching the way the warm lamplight created pools of fire in her eyes and made her hair into a flaming gold nimbus around her head. He wondered if he could talk to Ginny. He couldn't talk to Ron or Hermione. Ron would fidget and look uncomfortable, and he was afraid that he was already burdening Hermione with enough. She would fret and worry even more than she was already, and would sleep and eat less. He looked at Ginny doubtfully, wondering how he could sum up the deepest desires of his heart in one sentence. I just wish it was over. Ginny pressed her lips together in a small, sympathetic smile. I know you do, Harry, was all she said. I wish I could help you. Some things have to be done on one's own, Harry said, trying to sound nonchalant, and not completely succeeding. There was a silence, which stretched from being a lull to being awkward, fairly quickly. He didn't remember silence ever being a problem before, but he supposed that most silences between them before had been taken up with snogging. He looked up at her, and found her watching him, with a quiet, discerning look in her eyes. Ginny, he began, blurting the words suddenly, without having any really clear idea of what he was intending to say. You don't have to say it, she cut him off, her smile reworking itself bitterly. I know. Harry was genuinely curious. What? He said. Ginny rolled her eyes. I know that nothing's changed between us. I know that just because you're back at Hogwarts doesn't mean your battle's over. I know why we still can't be together. And I understand. Harry watched her with obvious relief that she had known so well what he was thinking. I wish things were different, Harry said honestly, thinking of other things than just the wedge between him and Ginny that was the coming battle with Voldemort. So do I, she replied. It was awfully nice to see you this morning, strolling into the great hall like a conquering hero. She flushed and laughed a little at herself. I wanted to pretend, for a little while. Harry felt his lips quirk upward in a return smile. Is that why you hugged me? He asked. Hermione was wondering about that. Something odd flashed in Ginny's eyes for a moment, but was gone so quickly that Harry figured he must have imagined it. Can't blame a girl for trying, she said gaily, performing much better than Harry had with his nonchalance. You know you can come to me anytime you want to talk. Harry leaned back in his chair, and crossed his arms over his chest, the stacks of books on the neighboring desk catching his eye. Ron and Hermione are down at the lake, was the thought that rolled somewhat incongruously through his mind. No, I can't, Ginny, Harry said slowly, thinking of the destroyed Horcruxes and the one they had yet to locate. But I appreciate the offer. He pulled his grandmother's brooch out of his pocket, and ran it absently through his fingers. Her expression was wistful. Maybe after, she began, but he cut her off, sitting forward so suddenly that the chair creaked ominously. No, Ginny, he said, speaking rapidly. No maybes. Not now. I can't deal with maybes. He watched with horror as her eyes filled up with tears, and she turned toward the empty fireplace, not wanting him to see her cry. She said something in a clogged voice that he didn't quite catch. What? He asked cautiously, shoving the brooch back into the pocket of his jeans, rising from his chair, and stepping toward her. You may not want to deal with maybe, she said suddenly, whirling on him, tears streaking her cheeks. But, maybe, is all I have. And then suddenly, his arms were around her and her cheek was against his chest and he was murmuring something over and over again into her hair. It took a moment or two before Harry realized that he was saying, I'm sorry. 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 He pushed her back from him, both hands gripping her shoulders, so he could look into her face. Her brown eyes were awash with unshed tears, and he watched as she blinked them back and tried to compose her face into a stoic expression. I can't promise anything, Jin, he said in a voice full of emotion. I don't know how much time I have left. He swallowed the last two words, and did not say them. I don't know when it's going to end, how it's going to end. I don't even know whether or not I'm in love with you. I can't ask anything of you, it's not fair, I won't. It seemed a feeble echo of the earlier conversation that he'd had with himself. I won't be like him. I won't ask for promises, Ginny said evenly, her face composed. I won't even ask for maybe. All I'll ask for is what you can give, and when you can give it. He looked at her again. Her hair was long and shiny, vibrant in the yellowy light of the common room. Her cheeks were flushed and wet where tears had been shed, and her eyes were still damp, but clear and penetrating. An image of Hermione, hunched over a book, eyes intent, fingers clutching a quill, flashed into his mind of its own accord. He shoved the thought away, completely frustrated with himself. Damn it, he thought ferociously. What the hell's the matter with me? His gaze went reluctantly back to Ginny, stabbing him with guilt through her wide, serene eyes. We'll talk later, was all he said, unable to totally reject her. Something inside him beeped and writhed in irritation. You know you don't love her, Potter, came a voice that sounded oddly like Malfoy's, you're just leading her on. He saw the hopeful smile that flitted across her face, and guilt stabbed him in the gut. Ginny, he began again, putting his hand on her arm to catch her attention. She turned back toward him, and her face was only centimeters from his. Sweet Merlin, warn a person, would you? Came Ron's voice, as the portrait hole suddenly swung wide. I may never recover. Sod off, Ron, Ginny said amiably, even as she flushed a brilliant red. Harry felt heat fill his own face, and he glanced at his other best friend, standing next to Ron, with her eyes going back and forth from him to Ginny and a bland expression on her face. He wondered why he suddenly felt as if he'd been caught doing something he shouldn't have. We can come back later, Hermione said suddenly, clutching Ron's arm, as if to pull him back out into the corridor. We most certainly cannot. Ron argued, pulling his arm out of her grip. We aren't leaving them in here alone. Harry stepped away from Ginny, leaving a more obvious distance between them. Hermione looked like she'd rather be anywhere else other than where she was. For the love of Merlin, Ginny said irately, throwing her hands up in the air. We're not. We don't have to explain ourselves to you. She let out a kind of shriek of annoyance and disgust. We were just talking, Harry mumbled quickly, finally glad to get a word in edgewise. We really ought to get to work, Hermione said in a businesslike tone, moving over to sit at the desk laden with books. Ginny looked inquiringly at Harry, who said, McGonagall's given us an independent project to do. So you won't be in any classes? She sounded rather disappointed. Harry felt guilty. How many times had he lied to her? He shook his head. Mind if I stay? She asked, inclining her head toward the sofa. I'll be quiet. Ginny, you can't, Ron said quietly. There's some other stuff. The order. Ginny looked at Hermione, who was studiously tapping her quill into her ink bottle, and would not meet the other girl's gaze. Harry, Ginny said finally, looking at her erstwhile boyfriend. Harry looked pained. I'm sorry, Ginny. You can't stay. Ginny inhaled a shuddering breath as she lifted her chin. I see, she said primly, squaring her shoulders and not meeting their eyes. I guess I'll see you around then. Harry and Ron both flinched as the portrait hole slammed shut. Ron and Hermione turned to look curiously at Harry, who cleared his throat noisily and ignored his two friends, sitting down at his desk, and opening the book he'd been trying to look at earlier. So, Harry. Ron began. Don't want to talk about it, Ron, Harry said in a monotone, keeping his eyes on the page, but absorbing none of the words on it. He could feel rather than see Ron staring at him, and finally heard Hermione hiss. Leave him alone. Harry could not stop a smile from twitching at his lips. Did they really think he was deaf? I think we ought to look for artifacts mentioned as being owned, especially particularly prized, by Gryffindor or Ravenclaw. The Horcrux would be something well-known, I think. Voldemort wouldn't stand for second best of anything, Hermione said authoritatively. He was in Slytherin, you know, Ron pointed out. He might think himself right clever if he made the Horcrux from Gryffindor's old sock, while everyone was out looking for a bejeweled something or other. Hermione rolled her eyes in a quite exaggerated fashion, and retreated to her book in a huff. There was silence for a while, marred only by the rustling of pages and the scratch of Hermione's quill. Rowena Ravenclaw had a pet Kneazle, Ron said, apropos of nothing. Ron, that Kneazle would be over 1,000 years old by now. There's no way that, Hermione began. Did I say that the Kneazle was a Horcrux? Ron asked, incensed. No, I was just remarking that Ravenclaw had a Kneazle. Nothing more, nothing less. Well, if you'd stick to the topic at hand, you'd. I thought it was interesting. I thought you'd find it interesting, considering that ill-tempered hairball you call a pet is half Kneazle. You leave Crookshanks out of this. Hermione sputtered in outrage. Will you two give it a rest? Harry finally said, his even voice cutting into their bickering, but not betraying his annoyance. Do you two ever not argue about anything? Is it some kind of foreplay for you? Oops. He hadn't really meant to say that out loud. Hermione blushed to the roots of her hair, and resumed writing. Ron eyed him suspiciously. I'd better not find out that you learned what that is with my sister, he said in what would have been a menacing tone, if he hadn't looked so nauseated. Harry looked at him dourly. I'm 17 years old, Ron. Do you know any 17-year-olds who don't know what that is? Now Ron was refusing to look at him too. Great. Okay. Look, I'm sorry, Harry finally said, flipping a page with annoyance. I shouldn't have said that, but I just, he trailed off as he saw what filled nearly the entire page, a finely done engraving of Godric Gryffindor's sword. Hey, look at this. There was a caption at the bottom of the page, highlighting the dimensions and details of the beautifully wrought weapon. It says that the, Harry, give me your grandmother's brooch, Hermione interrupted him in a trembling voice, her eyes fixed on a page with something akin to horror. What? Why? Hermione, what are you on about? Harry said, looking at her with curiosity and concern. Please, Hermione said, forcing herself to sound calm, even though she did not look it. "May I see it?" Harry leaned over and passed the brooch to Ron, who handed it to Hermione. Both boys were watching her with reserved expressions. She leveled her wand at it. "Hermione," Harry protested. "Finite incantatem," Hermione said, and the brooch emitted a bright glow, which quickly faded. She was staring at the jewelry in awe, and held it up for them to see. It was beautiful, a bright silver, etched with blue accents. The raised R stood out in sharp relief, and the filigree was vivid. Underneath the letter was a graceful engraving of an eagle in flight. There was a glamour charm on it, disguising it. "How did you know that?" Ron asked, mystified. In answer, Hermione held up the book she'd been looking at, showing a picture of the very brooch she now held. It belonged to Rowena Ravenclaw. How in the world would a brooch belonging to Ravenclaw end up in Harry's house? Ron wondered aloud. Lupin said it was Harry's grandmother's. "You're not related to the Ravenclaws, are you?" The last statement was directed at Harry, who was thinking furiously, and did not respond. "Think, Ronald," Hermione said sharply, and Ron was so caught up in the mystery that he did not respond to her biting tone. She began to read from the book she held. The Ravenclaw brooch, known as Eagleflight, had been passed down from mother-in-law to daughter-in-law for generations. The magical etching was done by Araceld Algernon, a master of his craft, whose work has never been equaled. The brooch was displayed at the Ravenclaw Manor House until 1853, when it disappeared after the house burned down. It was never seen again. Hermione looked at her best friends, her eyes shining with discovery. "Don't you see? Voldemort must have found it. He tracked it down, and had it, and made it a." "You mean we've had the damn thing all along?" Ron groaned. "Why did Lupin talk about Harry's?" "Professor Lupin didn't say the brooch was Harry's grandmother's," Hermione corrected him. "He said, your grandmother's name was Rose. He assumed that because the brooch was in Harry's house that it belonged to Harry's family. And it had the glamour charm on it. There was no reason that Professor Lupin would have recognized it. So, how do we get rid of it?" Ron asked, eyeing the jewelry cautiously. "We don't," Harry finally said, speaking flatly. "It's not a Horcrux." "Harry, how can you know that for sure?" Hermione asked. "Everything fits, mate," Ron echoed, backing her up. "No," Harry shook his head. "No, it doesn't. Think about it. Why would Voldemort take Ravenclaw's brooch into my parents' house? To make a Horcrux with it. I don't think he used it after my father or my mother's death. Dumbledore thought he made Horcruxes with significant murders. He was waiting for me. He was going to kill me and make a Horcrux. But you're not dead," Ron pointed out, rather obviously. Harry gave him a, "Really? Look. That's why it's not a Horcrux," Hermione said dully, looking a little disappointed. "By the time he tried to kill you, he was weakened and defeated and couldn't have made the Horcrux." She didn't mention Ron's theory that Voldemort hadn't been using the killing curse at all. It seemed they were quite wrong about that after all. It was a brilliant theory, really, Harry hastened to reassure her. "But that's good, right?" Ron said, moving on to another tack. "If that Horcrux failed, then there's only 6 Horcruxes. That means we've found them all." "No, I think there's another one. I think Voldemort used Nagini as the last Horcrux, when the brooch didn't work, after he came back." Dumbledore was wondering about the logic of using something alive, but if it was a backup plan, then that makes more sense. Voldemort probably felt that he needed 7, since 7 is such a powerful number. "So we're back to square one, then," Ron said gloomily. "No, I think," Harry turned back to his book, pointed at the engraving of the sword. "I think it's got to have something to do with Godric Gryffindor's sword. It's easily the most well-known thing he ever owned." Ron and Hermione came over, and leaned over Harry's shoulder to examine the picture. "But Harry, if that sword had ever been stolen, even removed from the headmaster's office for a short time, it would have been noticed immediately. That kind of thing is just too big to smuggle." She stopped as Harry tapped his finger on the text at the bottom, and read what he was indicating. "The sword is over 1 meter long from pommel to tip, and the hilt is elaborately carved and inset with rubies, chosen for their large size and near-perfect clarity. She looked at Harry with awe in her eyes. Rubies, she repeated. It would be easy to smuggle a ruby out in your pocket, wouldn't it? Harry said thoughtfully. Tom was head boy. He would have been in the headmaster's office any number of times. Maybe he stole the ruby after his conversation with Professor Slughorn. Maybe he was thinking, even then, of making one. Hermione shivered suddenly. Let's go look at the sword, she said abruptly. What for? Harry and Ron said in unison. Hermione, if he took the ruby to use for a Horcrux, then it's not there, Harry finished patiently. Hermione smirked at him. Don't you think it's brilliant? If he had just put it back. Who would ever think to look for a Horcrux, one ruby out of several, on a Gryffindor sword that was prominently visible in the most guarded room of one of the most secure places in Britain? Harry and Ron gaped in amazement, and stood, wordlessly indicating that she should precede them out of the portrait hole. And you think you should have been in Slytherin? Ron said in an aside to Harry, open admiration in his voice. Harry, Hermione, and Ron walked with purposeful stride toward the headmistress's office. As they walked, Harry absently fingered the eagle-flight brooch that Hermione had returned to him. It was odd, but he rather missed the tarnished, inelegant version of the jewelry, the one that he thought was a small connection to his grandmother, albeit a false one. I guess I should turn this in or something, shouldn't I? He mumbled, turning the bauble over in his hands. It was in your house, Harry, Ron said, shrugging. But who knows who Voldemort stole it from? Harry replied glumly. He shoved it back in his pocket, feeling strangely discontented, knowing that the brooch did not actually belong to him or his family. They arrived at the gargoyle, which was in its now customary place to one side, and mounted the stairs. Hermione knocked decisively, and heard the headmistress's obliging, "Come." Professor McGonagall was seated at her desk, writing in what looked to be a gigantic ledger. She arched her eyebrows in surprise when she saw the three of them. "What can I do for you?" she asked politely. "Please, Professor McGonagall," Harry said, sounding a little hesitant. "We'd like to have a look at Gryffindor's sword." "Certainly, Mr. Potter," the headmistress said smoothly. "You do know," she began, hazarding a guess as to why they were there, "that it has never left Hogwarts grounds, since Godric Gryffindor himself left it to the school after his death." Ron flashed Hermione a triumphant look, and hissed, "See." Hermione looked irritated, but would not be baited into speaking out in front of their old head of house. McGonagall made her way over to the glass display case in which Gryffindor's sword hung, and tapped it with her wand, muttering an incantation. The case sparkled gold, and disappeared. "Take all the time you need," she said generously. "I'll leave you to it." And she was out the door without another word. "I told you it had never been out of here," Ron said triumphantly, as soon as McGonagall had gone. "I never said it had been out of Hogwarts," Hermione explained patiently, an undercurrent of annoyance unmistakable in her tone. "I said it had been out of this office." Ron glanced at her for a moment, realizing that she was right, and looked crestfallen. Meanwhile, Harry had ventured up to the case, and was examining the sword closely, running his fingers down the shiny lettering on the blade. The hilt was exquisitely wrought, obviously molded and carved by a master, and the inset rubies flared with deep fire. After a moment of hesitation, he reached up and lifted the sword down, feeling the heft of it in his hand. He held it on both sides of the pommel to be more thoroughly able to examine the hilt. "How many rubies are there?" Hermione asked, coming closer. "6, Harry said shortly. "But it looks like there should be one, back here." He turned the sword, and there was an unmistakable depression. "Was there supposed to be one there at all?" Ron asked, looking curiously where Harry indicated. "Would that make the sword, I don't know, sort of knobbly to hold?" "Did you notice anything when you held it, Harry?" "In the chamber?" Hermione asked. Harry gripped the sword properly, and held it in a defensive stance, as he had when fighting the basilisk. He shook his head. "I'm not sure," he replied, with some frustration. "But my palm fits right into the dip though. If there had been a ruby there last time, I think I would have known. But if there was another ruby, it would make 7. Wouldn't the artisan creating this want the highest magical resonance possible?" "There's got to be one missing," Hermione said. "I just know it." "So maybe it's never been put back," Ron mused. The other two turned to look at him. Like Harry said, the redhead continued, obviously thinking aloud, Tom stole the ruby at some point during his 7th year, when he was head boy. Took it from the back and everything, so nobody even noticed. And when he went back and met with Dumbledore, to ask for the defense job, he was looking for the chance to replace the ruby after he'd made it into A. Hermione breathed, having figured out where Ron was going, but trailed off before she said the incriminating word. Where in the world would he have hidden it then? Harry said, we may know what it is, but a ruby that size could be hidden anywhere. Maybe he had another place in mind, like the snake being his backup plan, Ron ventured. What other places did Gryffindor live? Maybe he put it there. He managed to inject his voice with a hopeful note, but all three of them looked more than a little dejected. If one counted Hermione's brainwave about Ravenclaw's brooch, that made 2 failed attempts to find and get rid of the final Horcrux. They stood in silence for a moment. Hermione finally said, well, let's go back up to the common room. We can do some more reading before supper. Harry replaced the sword on its hook, and the display case shimmered back into view around it. From the front, the sword appeared in as pristine condition as it always had. Yeah, let's go, Harry said, jerking his chin toward the door and sounding somewhat chagrined. Am I going to have to ask you the same thing I asked Minerva, Harry? Came a familiar old voice that sent Harry's heart into his throat. He stood motionless for a moment, his spine rigid, still facing the door. Hermione's hand reached out and gripped his forearm, quietly directing him to turn. He did, and unwillingly lifted his eyes to Dumbledore's portrait. Professor, Harry said in a ragged voice, after swallowing with difficulty. Dumbledore's eyes seemed to shine as they always did, even from the limited abilities of oil and brush. It is good to see all three of you, alive and well, Dumbledore said, quite sincerely. And doing quite well on your quest, apparently. You needn't be afraid to speak freely in here. No headmaster of Hogwarts would betray you. Do you think we're right then? Harry asked, straining to keep his voice sounding normal. About he nodded at the case. Quite a brilliant thought, actually, the former headmaster agreed. Much more subtle than using the entire sword, and much more subtle than I would have given Tom credit for. I knew Tom had reasons for requesting the position of dark arts teacher. However, I did think that his motivations were more far-reaching than merely wanting to gain entrance to my office. We don't know where to look next, sir, Harry said, his tone hopeful. Dumbledore shook his head regretfully. You've done more in your quest than I could have ever hoped to, Harry, and, as always, you seem to exceed my expectations. But I'm afraid I know no more than what we discussed last year. Harry's shoulders slumped then, and Ron clapped him on the back lightly. Sir, Hermione asked, and Dumbledore turned to look at her. When we were here last, you were asleep. Yes, I believe I told Harry once that death was the next great adventure. As such, it takes rest and preparation before one begins. And in sleep, there are answers. You should ask them, if you can. Hermione, Harry, and Ron exchanged somewhat bewildered glances. Dumbledore was nodding, speaking apparently to himself. Ask, who, sir? Hermione queried, once it was clear that Harry and Ron were not going to ask. Yes, answers, those that sleep. And before they could question him or comment further, Dumbledore's snowy chin had tilted forward onto his chest, and he was asleep. He's just as barmy as he was when he was alive, Ron said ruefully, and recoiled when Hermione hit him in the arm, hissing something about respect and the headmaster and Harry. Harry hung back at the doorway, as the other two proceeded ahead of him. He turned back, looking at the large portrait of his headmaster, slumbering. Enjoy your adventure, Professor, he said quietly. It was a dejected trio that made its way down to dinner that night. They had spent the remainder of the afternoon poring over obscure old texts to no avail. On Hermione's suggestion, they had returned to the library to gather more books, this time concentrating only on Godric Gryffindor. They had spent the last hour or two making note of any place name mentioned in conjunction with the founder that seemed significant. Harry thought privately that they had pitifully little to show for their research thus far. Their conversation over their meal was stilted and nearly non-existent, as they felt uncertain as to what could and could not be discussed. Research going badly, Ginny remarked, a little stiffly, as she sat down near them, avoiding Harry's eyes studiously. Ron sighed and Harry shrugged, by way of response. We've sort of hit a dead end, Hermione said, sounding like Luna Lovegood at her vaguest. They sat in silence again, listening to the ripple of conversation around them, which seemed to sound hollow and cavernous, quiet in the too big great hall. Harry looked around him despondently. He wanted to see the 4 house tables again. He wanted to see the hall filled with students, even the Slytherins. And suddenly he felt a fierce rush of anger toward Voldemort, righteous indignation at what had been wrongfully and unfairly incurred, at the countless lives that had been changed or warped or lost. You have no right, he thought vehemently, and I'm going to see you stopped. The double doors leading into the great hall opened to admit unexpected visitors for the second time that day. They were not opened hastily or noisily, but still managed to attract the attention of most of the admittedly smaller student body. A murmur began to swell in the hall, when they saw that it was former Professor Lupin and Auror Nymphadora Tonks. Harry saw Remus searching the student tables with roving eyes, and stood to his feet, waving slightly to catch the attention of his father's old friend. Everything's always about you, isn't it? Ron snickered, much to Hermione's disapproval. Harry shrugged casually, but looked grim. I'm playing the odds, and those odds were on that anything out of the ordinary occurring at Hogwarts, if he was present, and sometimes, even if he wasn't, had something to do with him. He met Lupin and Tonks near the top of the right side of the U, and Professor McGonagall joined them from the staff table, accompanied by the new deputy headmaster, Professor Flitwick. Ron and Hermione had swung their legs away from the table, like they were at the point of standing, but had not actually risen from the table. They were watching the group anxiously. We came as quickly as we could, Lupin said, managing to speak calmly, even though there was an unmistakable manner of urgency about him. We figured you'd want to know. What's going on? Harry asked grimly. Malfoy's escaped. Lupin began, but Tonks made an angry noise, and he amended his statement. Well, he's been let go really. Let go, Harry said, speaking more loudly than he meant to. Why in the name of the 4 founders would anyone at the ministry authorize his release after what he did? After. The fury that Harry now felt swelled up inside him, eclipsing his ability to verbalize anything coherent, and he stumbled to a stop. Harry had masked his ire toward Malfoy well earlier, content to give his fate over to the authorities in charge. He had given a statement after Dumbledore's death, and that, in addition to Malfoy's suspect disappearance, had been enough for the MLE department to swear out a warrant. Remus was shaking his head. Harry, nobody at the ministry authorized it, Tonks spoke quietly, but her eyes were snapping with anger. Then, what? Harry was at a loss. An aide was down at Malfoy's cell, asking him some questions. Malfoy was quite agitated and uncooperative, Tonks began. There's a big surprise, Harry cut in dourly. He was quite insistent upon leaving, said that it was a matter of life or death, said that things had not happened the way everyone thought, and it was imperative that he be released, Tonks continued. So the aide just took him at his word. Harry's voice was dumbfounded. Who was this idiot? Lupin and Tonks exchanged unreadable glances. Harry looked back at Ron and Hermione, whose attention, along with everybody else's, remained fixed on their discussion. We think Malfoy told him something else. Something that must have convinced him to let him go. Why don't you know for sure? Malfoy obliviated him, Tonks said. And didn't do a very good job at it, either. He must have been in a bit of a hurry, because the first part of the conversation was still intact. Whatever sealed the deal though, whatever Malfoy said he knew, or promised to tell, or promised to stop, that's gone. She bit off whatever she was about to say suddenly. Harry glanced at them suspiciously, and saw Remus's eyes dart over Harry's shoulder to where his friends were sitting. All the information suddenly coalesced in his mind. Percy, he said with complete incredulity. Percy let him go. Lupin got a strained look on his face, as he gestured with one hand for Harry to lower his voice. There was a clatter and some yelling behind him. When Harry turned, Ron was red in the face and shouting something, having to be restrained by Hermione and Neville. His chair was overturned on the floor. They'd obviously been able to follow the conversation closely enough to gather the general idea. Harry winced. "Sorry," he said, scrunching up his shoulders. "Percy related to us what we just told you." Then the memory charm must have taken effect, because he got a glazed look on his face, and said, "It's going to be too late, you arrogant Burke. Let me go. Don't you want it stopped?" After that, he seemed to come back to himself, apologizing profusely, and saying he didn't know what happened next, but when he woke up, Malfoy was gone. The cell had not been broken out of. Someone with the ward codes had keyed it with his or her wand. Why would Malfoy ask Percy, "Don't you want it stopped?" Harry mused out loud. Percy's a prat, but as far as I know, he's not actually playing on the same team as Malfoy. His eyes flickered upward in thought. "Do you think something's going to happen?" He was interrupted by Ron, who had finally gotten away from Hermione and Neville, and came storming over to where they were standing. "Are you serious? That. Ron obviously could not think of anything bad enough to say. Percy let Malfoy go. He was quite clearly furious. "There's a lot we don't know yet, Ron," Lupin said in a placating voice. "Have you told Mum and Dad?" he asked. Lupin and Tonks exchanged pained glances, and Remus nodded. "They're at the Ministry now, with him. He's in custody." Remus spoke the last sentence hesitantly. "But only while we figure out what the hell's going on." Harry clapped Ron on one shoulder sympathetically, while his oldest friend's slouchy posture seemed to droop even more than normal. "They've doubled the Auror watch around the school, in case Malfoy tries to come here." He shrugged with finality, indicating that he'd said everything he knew to say. We thought you deserved to know." Harry was once again struck by the difference in the way the adults seemed to be treating him. The respect in Lupin's tone was one directed to a friend, an equal. He stuck out his hand. "Thanks, Remus," he said. His hand clenched suddenly and sharply around Lupin's, the knuckles turning white, as, almost immediately on the heels of his thought, came a sharp pain in his scar. Hermione stood from the table in alarm, and rushed over to them, opening her mouth to speak. She was interrupted by sudden exclamations and clamor from the other students. "Do you see that? What's doing that? What's going on?" came various voices, intertwining and mingling together. Hermione's gaze followed their stares and pointing fingers to the enchanted sky of Hogwarts, near what was supposed to be the horizon. She dimly registered the fact that the sky seemed to be lightening, but did not stop to wonder at it. As she reached his side, Harry grimaced, as the pinprick of pain grew into a stabbing blade. He clenched his teeth together, and dug his fingernails into Lupin's hand. His old professor had placed his other arm around him, as Harry's knees buckled. Spots danced before his eyes. He was going to pass out. Now, came a hiss that wasn't from him, bouncing around inside his skull, and ratcheting the pain up to another level entirely. "Now, Harry," came Ron's concerned voice. The agony flared inside Harry's head like white-hot flame, and he thought for a moment that his head would literally explode. He released Lupin's hand, and brought the heels of both hands up to each temple, hoping to somehow equalize the incredible pressure being brought to bear on him. "Ron, Hermione," he tried to say. He must have made some unintelligible gasping noise, because now some of the students were starting to notice him rather than the orange glow tinting the enchanted sky. "His scar's bleeding again," Hermione said, not to Harry, but to Ron. Distantly, clouded by pain, Harry was aware of stinging liquid trickling into his eye. "Now," the malevolent voice said, and Hermione and Ron exchanged looks of frightened bewilderment. Harry wondered dimly if he'd spoken out loud. "Somebody get Madame Pomfrey." Someone, McGonagall, cried out. "I'll go," someone that sounded like Neville cried, and Harry heard a crash of cutlery and dinnerware. Then he was on the floor, folded over his knees, with Lupin, Hermione, and Ron kneeling beside him. The pain began to subside slowly, although a dull prodding ache remained. Hermione watched as the glassiness began to fade from his eyes. Harry looked up at the enchanted ceiling, where the orange horizon had grown even brighter. It almost looked like dawn, but everyone knew that all was darkness outside. Dawn may never come, Harry thought grimly, and when he looked around, he was startled to realize that everyone in the Great Hall, even the teachers, some of whom had been heading for him when the fit had ended, was looking at him, but not in fright. For direction. for answers. Pain roiled through his head like a relentless wave, and he lifted his eyes, with effort, to the ceiling. He could almost hear Hermione's lecturing voice in his head, the ceiling's enchanted to look like the night sky. I read it in Hogwarts, a history. Whatever was causing the ominous glow on the enchanted ceiling was also actually occurring somewhere outside, he knew. 3 Aurors hurtled into the great hall, breathing heavily, obviously panicked, but Harry spoke before they could, raising his voice to project it throughout the hall. Hogsmeade is burning, Harry said, his mouth pulled into a grim, taut line. His eyes looked hollow and cold, drawn with the unpleasant resignation that the moment he had been dreading, for his entire life, it seemed, had finally and irrevocably arrived. And he is here. The great hall was in a tumult. McGonagall and Lupin barked out orders, while Hagrid herded the few 4th and 5th years out a side door, while most protested vehemently. There were preset portkeys that had been arranged for just this eventuality. Harry had the key leaders of the DAs circled around them, as he tried to give them some kind of instruction. Most of them looked grimly determined, although Susan Bones in particular wore a perpetual look of wide-eyed fright. There are Aurors already down in Hogsmeade, and there are sure to be more on the way. Maybe the Order as well, Harry said. I want you to go where the Aurors need you, and look to Ron for directions. He and Ron exchanged a glance, and he spoke again to ward off Ron's protest. You know strategy, Ron. Have I beaten you in a chess match yet? Harry, Ron began, trying not to state the obvious fact that a battle and chess were not exactly on the same level. Where will you be? I'm coming with you, for now. But I don't know how long He stopped speaking, and quickly pulled Ron and Hermione aside. The other DA members began to murmur among themselves, with Ernie Macmillan taking the forefront in an unintentionally pontificating way. You mean before you have to fight Voldemort, don't you? Hermione asked, her voice low and urgent. Harry nodded, and watched her swallow with difficulty. He's here, Hermione. I can feel it. We've been waiting for 6 years, and this is it. He took a deep breath, as if to let the reality sink in. This is it. But the Horcrux, Hermione stammered, almost inaudibly. Harry sighed, looking downcast. We knew this might happen. If only he'd gotten to replace that ruby, Ron said with chagrin. At least we're buying time. Look what happened to him the last time. It took him years to come back, and that was with additional Horcruxes, Harry said, trying to be positive. All this did was cause Hermione's eyes to well up with tears. Har-rai, she said, in a kind of hiccupy way, and threw her arms around his neck. He returned the embrace, and the teenage boy part of him that wasn't preoccupied with the imminent possibility of death relished how delicious she felt in his arms. Ron cleared his throat, but did not look terribly upset. He and Harry looked each other directly in the eye, their long friendship speaking without words. They clasped hands, nearly at the wrist, and shook. Here's to the deaths of evil dark lords, Ron said flippantly. You've got it, Harry rejoined, while Hermione emitted an exasperated sigh. Honestly, she had begun, when Lupin approached them. The orders arrived. We're marching on Hogsmeade. Are you ready? The trio nodded. We didn't get a chance to discuss your wandless magic, Harry, Lupin was speaking rapidly. Concentration is important, Harry, but I think the pressing need to do it carries even more weight. You weren't thinking about that door at Godric's Hollow at all, but Ron was annoying you. You felt the urge to fix the door so he would stop trying. Ron and Harry exchanged rueful glances. If you are somehow disarmed, you'll need to call on your emotions, more so than your concentration on the specific spell. Harry nodded gravely, drinking in all Lupin was telling him. Can you and Ron be in charge of the student fighters? He asked. We'd already discussed that, sir. Lupin's lips twitched in something like approval. Good, he said with an air of finality, and then raised his voice to address the occupants of the Great Hall. There will be specific persons with portkeys that will take you to the hospital wing, should it become necessary. To signal these people, have your wand send up white sparks, he repeated. Everyone nodded, their faces deadly serious. Ron spotted red hair in the crowd of new arrivals at the back of the Great Hall. Mum, Dad, he cried, making his way toward them. Hermione, Harry and Ginny followed as well. Mr. Weasley's robes had ash on the shoulders, and Mrs. Weasley's hair was dimmed by soot. They had obviously just flowed in from the ministry. Percy, Ron stammered, a question in his voice. Mrs. Weasley waved one hand dismissively, as if to say, "We'll discuss it later." She then enfolded all four of them into successive embraces, while Mr. Weasley shook Ron's and Harry's hand in a very man-to-man fashion. His eyes gave him away though, as they glistened with emotion. "I know you're all going to do me proud today," he said abruptly, and went to find Lupin. Ginny and Hermione exchanged misty glances, while Ron and Harry looked intently at their shoes. "Do be careful," Mrs. Weasley pleaded. "I'm going to be assisting Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing. I'd really rather not see any of you up there." "Yes, ma'am," they replied. "Except for you, Ginevra Weasley," her mother continued cheerfully. "What?" Ginny was uncomprehending. "I can't do anything with those three, since they're of age." "But you aren't, and you're going to assist in the hospital wing." Mrs. Weasley's tone brooked no argument. Ginny looked simply furious. You've been planning this," she accused, and Mrs. Weasley did not deny it. "Why else would I have had you learning healing charms this summer?" Ginny opened her mouth to argue, but Mrs. Weasley cut in, saying gently, "Not every fight is on a battlefield, Ginny. You're going to be needed, and you can do a lot of good." Ginny closed her mouth with a snap, then opened and closed it again, but saying nothing. She was clearly at a loss. She looked at Harry a little wistfully. "All right," she conceded, then turned to give Ron and Hermione hugs. She bussed Ron on the cheek. "Be safe," she said, her words simple, but her emotion heartfelt. She turned to Harry and hesitated. Harry looked uncomfortable at her feelings for him, which were shining out of her beautiful eyes. "You too," she whispered, as he lifted his arms to embrace her. He darted a quick glance at Hermione, and keyed Ginny lightly at the corner of her mouth. He was feeling oddly guilty, but he wasn't sure if it was because he didn't have the guts to tell Ginny the truth, or because he had keyed her in front of Hermione, or because he cared at all how Hermione felt about the whole thing. "You take care," he replied. And then Lupin and McGonagall were calling out to everybody that it was time to go. The Death Eaters were firmly entrenched in Hogsmeade, a large percentage of which was already ablaze. It was impossible to tell where the fire had started, but when Harry saw the roof of Honeydukes fall in, sending a plume of sparks upward, and the more distant glow of what could only be the Shrieking Shack burning, he knew that the fire or fires had been set with a purpose. The Shrieking Shack could not have caught fire from the other buildings, and now the secret passages from Hogwarts were blocked. As the Aurors, Order members, and students crept into the woods flanking the back streets of Hogsmeade, Harry could hear cries of fear from townspeople, along with angry rejoinders from the Death Eaters. He felt the familiar thrum of anger buzz in his ears over the crackling of the flames, and swore once again to himself that Voldemort would pay. He had spoken brave words to Hermione, but a trickle of doubt seeped into his mind. Did he know what would happen if he defeated Voldemort without the destruction of the final Horcrux? Do I know whether or not I can defeat him in the first place? Somewhere in the woods, a twig snapped loudly, someone swore, and a voice from the town said, "Someone's out there." Harry was close enough now to feel the heat from the burning buildings, and looked up at the trees worriedly, wondering how long it would take for them to ignite as well. There were shouts and cries just a short distance away, as Death Eaters were dispatched to investigate the source of the noise. Harry, Hermione, and Ron were in a loose clump with some other members of the DA. Someone stood, wand out, and Harry frantically gestured for them to get back down, shaking his head vigorously. There was no need to give away their position until things got more out of hand. Harry felt the talisman in his pocket vibrate, and knew that to be the signal to advance. Lupin had given them out at the door to all of the captains. Ron had gotten one as well. "We want to take them unawares, if possible," Lupin had said. "They've got us by numbers, and we don't yet know what their objective is." Harry rose to his feet, along with Ron, and he inclined his head toward the town, indicating that the others should follow him. Twilight was now nearly full dark, and Harry could be seen as only a silhouette against the darker outlines of trees, backlit by the growing inferno. Lupin had wanted them to cut off access to Hogwarts, assuming that to be their goal, and Harry couldn't help but appreciate that the Death Eaters, in their zeal to prevent backup from arriving from Hogwarts, had cut off some of their mobility as well. "We need to set up directly behind these buildings," Harry whispered to the small group. Lupin said he was going to try to cut them off at the road. "We need to make sure they can't get onto the grounds through the woods. We should have 2 there, and 3 there, and there." He pointed toward buildings that were not yet aflame. "Watch out for the fire." The DA began to disperse, and Harry turned toward Lupin's position, wanting to place himself the closest to that end of town. "Harry, where are you going?" Hermione hissed. He jerked his head in his intended direction, and she responded, "I'm coming with you." He shook his head at her. "Go with Ron," he ordered. "You need someone with you," she replied stubbornly. "Besides, Ron's already gone." Harry looked over her shoulder in the darkness, barely able to make out the uneven outlines of buildings that had people crouched near them. Ron had melted into the blackness, taking up his indicated position with Seamus Finnegan and Luna Lovegood. Harry wondered how he and Hermione always seemed to end up in these situations together, and wondered if, in fact, Ron had come to expect it too, perhaps without even realizing he did so. He hesitated again, when he heard more shouts and cries, as wand light began to flash rapidly. A hex must have hit the building nearest to where they were standing because it began to rumble ominously, already weakened by fire. "I'm not taking. No, for an Anne's," Hermione said firmly, even as her eyes darted around anxiously. Ginny had acquiesced to his wishes and accepted his point of view on things without much fight. She had probably thought she was doing him a favor, but Harry wondered fleetingly that, if she had fought, had stubbornly insisted on accompanying them, if things might be different now. "This is not the time or the—" Harry began, but Hermione called out over the whining of bending wood and the grinding shriek of falling stone. "Get down." She pushed him into a depression in the ground, just on the border of the tree line, and fell on top of him, as the building collapsed. There was a tremendous thundering roar, as the flames, which had been previously trapped inside the attic of the building, surged upward into open air, devouring the sudden abundance of oxygen. Hermione stood up, flexing her fingers, as she rubbed her bleeding palm against her jeans. She offered her other hand to him, and he grasped her fingers, and stood, marveling at how small her hand seemed in his. "Sorry about that," she said, self-consciously. Some of the trees had started to burn, and Harry saw with horror that white sparks had shot up from somewhere further down the DA's line. He could no longer see the shadowy outlines of people, and figured that they had already begun making their way down the alleys toward the main street running through Hogsmeade. "What are they playing at?" he murmured in frustration. "They've got to know that we're here. What's going on?" He felt a hand on his shoulder, with pressure behind it, as Hermione indicated wordlessly that he should get down. She knelt behind him, her hand warm and reassuring on his shoulder, and her form close enough to him that he could feel the heat radiating from it. "Wah," he started to say, turning back to look at her. Her face was all in shadows, except for her eyes, which shone in the orange light, reflecting dancing tongues of flame. She shook her head, and drew her wand. A cloaked Death Eater ventured slowly toward them, separating from the shadowy black outline of an adjacent building. Harry had only just located him, and he had apparently not seen them at all, when Hermione felled him neatly with a non-verbal stupefy, leaning over Harry's shoulder. "Good show," Harry said, in the heartiest whisper he could muster, turning toward Hermione suddenly. They both froze, as their faces were only millimeters apart. Harry's heartbeat increased to a frenetic pace, and he suddenly thought that his heart was in his mouth. It would explain, at least, why he was unable to swallow. "This is not the time, not the time, not the time." A voice inside his head exclaimed furiously, seeming to speak more rapidly and insistently as it realized that it was going to be ignored. Hermione's eyes were large and luminous in the light, and Harry felt, rather than saw, a tremor run through her like quicksilver. He leaned almost imperceptibly closer, and he thought she did too. And she wasn't resisting, she wasn't backing away, she wasn't doing any of those things, and why wasn't she? He couldn't understand, but he couldn't make himself stop, and, had a lifetime gone by in these few seconds? "Ron," Something in his mind said very loudly and suddenly, and whether it was fatigue, or his own guilty conscience, he didn't know, but his knees gave out at that moment, and he fell abruptly onto his ass. Hermione had been leaning on his shoulder still, and fell over his lap, with a soft, oof, her hands not quite preventing herself from plowing face first into soft earth. She scrambled away from him then, as he'd half expected her to earlier, and whatever unspeakable, intangible thing that was trembling between them had snapped. She ran dirty hands over an even dirtier face, and looked as adorable as he'd ever seen her. This is not the time for this, even if she wasn't your best mate's girlfriend, Harry thought, unbearably frustrated, and extremely annoyed with himself to boot. It's the bloody final battle, and I'm behind a burning building trying to get a snog. Hermione stood up, dusted her hands off on the back of her jeans, and held a hand out to Harry, much as she had just a few moments earlier. He stood as well, and Incarcerus ed the Death Eater's prone form. Behind Hermione, towards Lupin's end of the line, white sparks shot up like a shower of stars. Why aren't the Death Eaters pressing their advantage? He wondered again, and a voice behind him said, Expelliarmus. 2 wands flew into the air, and landed neatly in an outstretched hand. Harry couldn't make out any features, but he would know that slick cultured voice anywhere. Concentrate on the emotion. Concentrate on the emotion, Harry chanted to himself. He thought of how much he had always loathed Draco Malfoy, thought of him cornering Dumbledore on the astronomy tower, an injured, disarmed Dumbledore, and how even then, Malfoy didn't have the contempt suddenly replaced Harry's anger, and he didn't know if that would work as well, but he thought Petrificus Totalis anyway. Malfoy's arms and legs snapped to his sides, and he fell over, bouncing rigidly to the ground. Hermione had retrieved their wands in the next instant, and Harry was kneeling on the ground, both fists wound in Malfoy's cloak, his teeth bared in a grimace, his nose only inches away from Malfoy's. Give me one good reason, Harry panted, why I shouldn't kill you now. Malfoy's eyes were wild and staring. Every muscle in his face was tense and unmoving, yet Harry somehow got the uncomfortable impression that Malfoy was desperately trying to tell him something. Hermione deftly relieved Malfoy of his wand, and cast a Muffiliato spell. Let him go, Harry. See if he can tell you anything worth knowing first, then you can kill him. Harry looked at her with some surprise, but if she was acting, she was doing a fine job. Her lips were drawn into a tight line, and her eyes were hooded, shadowed under lowered brows. Finite incantatem, Harry said, and Malfoy immediately began to struggle, thrashing out at Harry in an attempt to rise. Be still, you idiot. Nobody can hear you anyway. Malfoy stopped fighting, but managed to pull himself to a sitting position, dusting earth and dry leaves off of his robes, with what was left of his regal demeanor. Accio wand, Malfoy shouted suddenly, and his wand shot into his hand. Harry was caught off guard, and took a couple of steps backwards, as there was suddenly a clumsy, unpracticed thrust into his mind. Hex me, the voice said, and make it look good. He looked at Malfoy in astonishment, and his eyes were wide and uncomprehending. What the hell, he said, dazedly. Malfoy's sneer deepened. He pushed harder into Harry's mind, and Harry brought one hand up to his temple, unaware that he was even doing so. Hex me, came the voice, more vehemently, or do I have to do something to your little mudblood girlfriend first? I could. Harry hit him with a low-level reductor before Malfoy could make up any details. The spell caught him on the jaw, and landed him on his back. Malfoy opened and closed his mouth a couple of times, as if testing it, and then, as quick as wand flash, he was back on his feet, and had tackled Harry to the ground. He could vaguely hear Hermione's voice, low and urgent in the background, demanding to know what the hell he was doing. We don't have a lot of time, he hissed in a low voice. He's watching us, but he can't hear us. We've got to look like we're fighting. Harry struggled under Malfoy's tight grip, finally managing to get his wand arm free, but Malfoy dodged his next hex. Give me one good reason why I should believe you. Why'd you use Legilimency if he can't hear us? Malfoy charmed a length of wooden beam to attack Harry, which bloodied his nose, but Harry kicked his legs out as he fell, and knocked Malfoy down as well. There was no reason for me to speak to you. It would have made him suspicious, Draco panted. There's someone waiting for you at the Shrieking Shack. It's burnt down, Harry countered, grunting as he rolled to miss Malfoy's fist, and scrambling to aim his wand. He's guarding the tunnels to Hogwarts, underneath the house. You know what's going on, don't you? The Dark Low. He's waiting for you, where he was before. The Death Eaters have orders to hold Hogsmeade, nothing more. They're going to destroy the town, and pick your people off one by one, unless you go now, and end this. Don't you want it stopped? The words echoed suddenly in Harry's head. Percy's half-obliviated conversation made sense now. They faced each other, wands out, breathing heavily, and seemed unsure what to do next. Why should I believe you? Harry asked wearily. I can't give you a reason, Draco said, as imperiously as ever. But the fact remains that I'm telling the truth. You can take it or leave it, while more of your friends die. As if his words were prophetic, Harry saw white sparks blaze a silvery trail into the blue-black sky. He kept his wand trained on Malfoy, mindful of watching eyes, but said, "All right." His very expression was resignation personified. "Follow me," Malfoy hissed, and sent a stupefy zinging past Harry's ear, and vanished into the woods. The curse hit a tree branch with a loud crack, and Hermione shrieked as she tried to dodge it. Harry had almost forgotten she was there. "Hermione!" he cried out suddenly. She was climbing slowly back to her feet, twin lacerations across her cheek, where the branch had lashed her as it fell. "I'm okay. We've got to hurry," she said wildly, gesturing toward where Malfoy had disappeared. "He's probably taking me to a trap. It could be a trap. Just like Cedric," he said, trailing off. "It may be utterly stupid, but I believe him, Harry," Hermione said, looking him straight in the eye. "He could have just showed up and lured you to chase him there. He didn't have to tell you all that." Harry had to admit that she had a point, but he still gave her a dubious look. "I have every intention of going," Harry said. "But that doesn't mean that I trust Malfoy further than I can throw him." "And you're not going," he said, as Hermione opened her mouth to say something else. "Harry James Potter, I'm not leaving you now," she said passionately, and keyed him full on the mouth. His eyes widened for a moment, and then slid shut, as his stomach dropped into his knees. Almost immediately the key was over, and Hermione was running one hand self-consciously across her mouth. "What was that for?" he asked, stunned. "You're all dirty," Hermione said, wrinkling her nose and deliberately misunderstanding him. "We should go," she said regretfully, as if they'd been standing there for hours, instead of seconds. "Yeah," Harry said, looking wistfully at her mouth. He couldn't think of anything else right then, not Ron, not Ginny, not the logistical impossibilities they faced. "Harry," she began, breathlessly, but then stopped. "What?" "Nothing. Let's go." They clasped and released hands quickly, and took a zigzagging track into the woods, where they melted into the darkness as completely as if they'd never been there at all. Harry and Hermione moved in an erratic, zigzag course through the forest between Hogsmeade and Hogwarts, trying to head in the general direction of the Shrieking Shack. Harry seemed to be making for the dull orange gleam that was probably what was left of the most haunted building in Britain. Every now and then, some distance ahead of them, there was a spray of light from a wand. Hermione thought that it must have been Draco, both helping them find the way and maintaining the illusion that they were dueling. Harry obviously thought the same thing, for he was shooting hexes harmlessly into the trees at random intervals. They were moving at an easy jog, and it was a minute or so before Hermione realized that they were still, again, holding hands. She guiltily thought of Ron, and squirmed her fingers a bit. She couldn't tell if he'd glanced at her in the dark, but she felt his sudden involuntary movement toward her, which he quickly checked. He let go of her hand, and she felt bereft. Behind them, Hogsmeade was lit in a brilliant blaze. Distantly, he heard cries of warning, sharp incantations, and exclamations of surprise or pain. White sparks shot up from two different places simultaneously. The battle appeared to have heightened in the few moments since their departure. She felt him hesitate. "Hermione," he said, and in that one word, her own name, he managed to convey all of the uncertainty, the fear, the guilt, and desperation that he was feeling at that precise moment. They were two of the best combatants at Hogwarts. He had taken the place of an actual defense teacher their 5th year, and here they were, abandoning their mates at a time when they were sorely needed, to follow Draco Malfoy on an improbable quest into the Shrieking Shack. He heard the soft smack of her lips, as she parted them to speak. Her fingers groped toward him in the dark, and caressed his in a gesture meant to reassure. He sent another curse into the treetops, and was pleased to see an answering flash, much closer to the fire. Some dried leaves fluttered onto their heads, dislodged by Draco's mistimed spell. "Don't think of it, Harry," she said, her voice hoarse, and he knew that she knew and understood the 1,001 thoughts ricocheting around his mind. "If Malfoy's telling the truth, then how many lives will you be saving?" "And if he's not?" Harry asked, as Hermione had known he would, his tone laden with bitterness. They were at the edge of the trees now, and the dying orange light was more vivid now. The Shrieking Shack was a shell of what it had once been, which wasn't much. The roof was blackened and gone on one side, and pieces of charred wall stood unevenly, pointing up at the sky like accusing fingers. The fire seemed to be going out on its own, though gouts of flame still shot up occasionally from the gap in the roof, or else the person guarding the tunnels was keeping it at a predetermined level. They approached the clearing around the house cautiously, wands out. Somehow he and Hermione had joined hands again. "Damn. You're not thinking like him, Harry," Hermione said gently, feeling so glad that he was completely incapable of processes that dark. "Voldemort's scared of you. He's not sure he can beat you on his own, even though he gets some confidence from his Horcruxes. He might not even realize that most of them are gone. Why not take out as many people as possible at the same time? And if, by some off chance, you beat him, then he's still destroyed all the people close to you." Hermione spoke lightly, but her voice was tremulous. Harry swallowed suddenly, watching her with eyes that seemed suspiciously moist. "I hope you're wrong, Hermione," he said. "And this at least reinforces my opinion that you shouldn't come with me. If anything happens to you—" He stretched out a hand to cup her cheek, but stopped, his eyes suddenly going to the ruined building. "There's Malfoy," he said suddenly, as the Slytherin tried to enter stealthily through a window, obviously keeping up the illusion of enmity. Harry blasted an area just to the right of the window with a reductor curse. "Let's go." He nodded to Hermione, and she followed him. They entered through the same window, stepping into a room that was hot and thick with smoke. Reflexively, they both began coughing. "At least the passageway is in the basement," Hermione whispered gratefully. A spell shot past them both, and shattered another window. Harry swore under his breath. They crept through the downstairs rooms, stepping carefully. It was unbearably hot, and somewhere upstairs, fire still crackled. Harry watched as a tongue of flame worked its way down the mostly charred stairwell, only to stop suddenly at a point about halfway down. He grunted in satisfaction. He'd been right. After burning the downstairs, the fire had been charmed to stay upstairs, probably after the person guarding the passage arrived. Now they were at the top of the stairs leading into the cellar. Harry thought of casting Lumos, but decided against it, not wanting to give whoever awaited them any more of an advantage than necessary. He felt Hermione's hand dig into his, as they began their descent, the stairs beneath them groaning ominously. Suddenly, a hand reached out between the treads of the stairs and grabbed his ankle, causing his forward momentum to continue only with his upper body. His hand wrenched from Hermione's. She shrieked his name and lit her wand, while he bounced end over end to the bottom of the stairs. He impacted the cool earthen floor with his face, although he did manage to absorb some of the blow with his outstretched arms. Something in his side crunched noisily as he hit the bottom step with his midsection, and he tasted blood in his mouth. He had heard Hermione's cry as he fell, and turned to look back up at her, his head swimming with the pain and sudden movement. She was standing on the center step, her wand alight, staring at the foot of the stairs, but over Harry's head in utter horror. With growing dread, Harry turned to look at what had Hermione so stricken. He was not sure who he had been expecting, but the person towering over him was not it, although now that he thought about it, he wasn't sure why. Anger spurred him to his feet, though the mere actions of moving and breathing sent stabs of pain through his torso. At least one rib was probably broken. He spat blood into the hard-packed earth, and willed himself not to throw up. He lifted his chin with as much cool defiance and controlled fury as he could muster, and deliberately raised his wand. "You." His voice dripped with menace. "I do hate to spoil your fun, Potter, but unfortunately, you have little time for ridiculous posturing." The man was as implacable as ever, speaking as infuriatingly calmly as he ever did while lecturing a potions class. Did he not realize that the last time they saw each other that he had killed someone, and Harry had tried, however pitiable those attempts might have been, to kill him? Harry stood silently, as he heard Hermione's soft footfalls on the stairs, and felt her presence just behind him. His nostrils flared as he compressed his mouth tightly, the anger inside him causing him to breathe more rapidly. "Are you all right?" she asked softly, her voice velvety with concern. "Why are you hurting him?" she asked Snape accusingly, and her tone had a quasi-hysterical note in it that she immediately wished she could call back. She flattened her mouth into a thin line. Snape read the situation instantly, and his mouth pinched upward in the approximation of a smirk. "Oh, this is lovely," he said sarcastically. Harry felt himself flush, as Draco Malfoy crawled out from under the stairs, and loftily brushed dust from his robes. Why did Snape have to take this thing, between him and Hermione, that neither one of them had even begun to figure out yet, and make it something tawdry and sordid? The Dark Lord will very much enjoy having the girl Potter loves at his disposal. His insinuation was unmistakable, and Harry felt his blood begin to roar at a fever pitch in his ears. "Really, Potter, I'd have thought you would know better than to bring someone so important along. Having her here will only serve to make you weak." He spat the last word, his face twisting into an ugly sneer. Harry felt Hermione draw closer, and he had a sickening feeling in his gut that Snape was right. All Voldemort had to do was maim, torture, or threaten to kill Hermione, and he would be lost, broken, and the hopes of the wizarding world would be lost and broken with him. "I'd think you'd be glad of that, then," Harry said coolly, his white knuckles the only betrayal of his surging emotions, as he gripped his wand tightly. The look on Snape's face was one of utter contempt and loathing. "And still you fail miserably to understand. How predictable, and pathetic," Snape said. Malfoy stood nearby, watching the conversation intently. "How come you're not carting me off to see Tom?" Harry asked, arching one brow, trying to call Voldemort the most disrespectful moniker he could think of. "Master would reward you pretty well for that, I'd imagine. Aren't you worried he'll know you're talking to me instead of acting me on the spot?" His ire trembled beneath his words, and he struggled to control it. "Once you were in the Shrieking Shack, you were removed from the Dark Lord's ability to see. There are powerful charms on this building, stemming, I suppose, from the years that Wolf had to use it," Snape said, sounding almost civil until he began to speak of Lupin. Harry thought of Lupin, fighting in Hogsmeade, and the anger rose up to stifle him. He felt the brush of a mind against his, and slammed the doors to his consciousness closed with all the force he could muster. He imagined gigantic steel portals shutting with a resounding clang. Physically, he hadn't moved a centimeter. Snape looked grudgingly impressed. "It would appear that you have at least attempted to follow the advice I gave you at our last meeting," Snape said, beginning to stroll coolly around the cellar. His black robes billowed behind him dramatically. Harry just gaped at him, thoroughly astonished. The nerve of this man to call their flight across the Hogwarts green firing curses and accusations at each other, their last meeting. "Voldemort will be expecting us to arrive with you soon. We do not have much time. We do not have much time." Harry fastened onto that phrase and tried to understand it. Snape was still fighting against Voldemort. But where had he been? And why had he run? And why had he used Avada Kedavra on the only man that trusted him? "I suppose an explanation of sorts is in order, because it is imperative that you do as I tell you," Snape continued. "I was ensnared into an unbreakable vow by Narcissa Malfoy and Bellatrix Lestrange before term last school year. To refuse the vow would have invited questions and perhaps blown my cover. I confided this to Dumbledore, and we both began to watch Mr. Malfoy." Harry's surprise must have been transparently emblazoned across his forehead, for Snape turned to sneer at him again. "Did you really think that you were the only person in the school to notice that Mr. Malfoy was acting oddly? Your father had the same inflated opinion of himself, and it was just as revolting then as it is now. You leave my father out of this, Harry interjected, his voice quivering with rage. You can't hold his actions in school against him, so you'll just hold them against me instead. Like you hold my house and my former affiliations against me. Snape rebutted smoothly. I hold only your blatant prejudices against you, Harry retorted, although he was not entirely sure that Snape wasn't at least partially correct. The former professor waved one hand dismissively. I tried to gain Mr. Malfoy's confidence throughout the school year, and, though I guessed much, I was not actually told anything. It was only when Professor Flitwick came to my office with the news that Death Eaters were in the castle that I began to realize the full picture. You didn't kill him, Hermione cut in suddenly, remembering rushing in with Luna to help their fallen charms teacher. Snape looked at her contemptuously. 10 points to Gryffindor, and contrary to popular opinion, Miss Granger, Snape said in a scathing tone, I do not enjoy drinking blood, sacrificing baby animals, or murdering people. When I arrived at the astronomy tower, and saw the tableau there, I knew then what Mr. Malfoy had been told to do, and that he would be unable to do it. He darted a quick look at Draco. I must confess I had had my doubts as to Mr. Malfoy's allegiances up until that point. Dumbledore was dying already. It was quite obvious that he had ingested some kind of poison that was killing him. We had already discussed the possibility of Draco being forced to harm someone, namely him, and it was the headmaster's opinion that my cover was more important than his life. Snape seemed to think the idea foolish, and Harry was reminded of Hagrid's report of their argument over something the headmaster wanted Snape to do. Your story is quite convenient considering that the only other party to it is dead, Harry said suddenly. But he remembered Dumbledore's final words, Severus, please. Harry had thought he was begging for his life, but what if he'd been wrong? Severus, please end this. I know you can see the pallor of death on my face. We've discussed this. Death Eaters are watching. Your ability to provide information is at stake. Severus, please. Uncertainty flickered across Harry's face, and he knew that Snape had seen it. Why did you run? Harry asked abruptly, annoyed with himself. If Dumbledore was so concerned about your ability to feed information to the Order, why did you run? You certainly haven't provided any information. I sent Draco to you as soon as I had any information to send, Snape said smoothly. Harry's face was a mask of confusion. The Death Eater attack at Godric's Hollow? He asked. Snape nodded as if it should have been patently obvious. He was going through the desk. He had placed a list of names and dates on the desk, information on the key Death Eaters inside Voldemort's inner circle. Did any of you even look at it? Harry and Hermione exchanged bewildered looks. They had shrunk all their notes and carted them to Hogwarts. Had they even looked through it in the last couple of days? He tried to duel me, Harry accused. I was trying to get you to listen to me, Draco said, speaking for the first time since they'd arrived in the cellar. Disarming me after attempting to stun me is not a way to get me to listen. Did you ever stop to wonder why I tried to stun you instead of just using the killing curse right then? Potter belongs to the Dark Lord, we are to leave him. Harry yelled suddenly, the words ripping hoarsely from the depths of his throat, betraying all of his pain and anger in one sentence, as he quoted from his battle with Snape. Something unreadable flickered in the dark eyes of their former professor. Harry felt Hermione's comforting hand on his lower arm. He felt suddenly exhausted, trembling with fury and fatigue, and his left side was throbbing unbearably with every breath he took. We've tarried here long enough, Snape said, cutting into his and Draco's altercation. Draco is to take you to him. Harry looked at Draco Malfoy with the purest loathing. Take me where? He asked, with as much attitude as he could muster. Snape glanced at him with some surprise. Why, to the Chamber of Secrets, of course. That's where he's waiting. Of course, Harry thought gloomily. A part of him knew that in the next few minutes his life would most probably be over, and yet, there welled up inside him a fierce desire to live, not for himself, but for the hundreds of thousands, maybe millions, that would be affected if he failed. He was the boy who lived, the chosen one. As much as he hated this nicknames, he was bound by them, bound by people's expectations of him. He couldn't let them down. But the Horcrux, the last Horcrux, he thought dismally. As if reading his mind, although Harry had felt no intrusion, Snape turned suddenly and looked at him sharply. The Dark Lord is wearing an amulet. He has confided to no one what exactly it is or what it does, but he has been fiercely protective of it and quite secretive about it. I would be wary of it, if I were you. Destroying it would most likely be worth your while. Snape's black eyes darted back and forth across Harry's face, as if he were searching for something. This, Harry said contemptuously, this is what all the cloak and dagger was for. Spiriting me down here to tell me that Tom has a necklace he really likes. Snape's eyes appeared to grow darker in the dim light, and his mouth turned downward suddenly in an angry, angular slash. Harry could feel Hermione's hand on his arm, tugging insistently at his sleeve. He looked over his shoulder at her, and her eyes were wide, as she looked at him urgently, trying to wordlessly convey something to him. Horcrux, the word swam through his mind and drifted away. Harry focused his attention back on Snape. Is the amulet a gemstone? A ruby? He asked brusquely, trying to repress the urgency that laced his tone. Snape said nothing, but nodded once, slowly. Harry let a rush of air out through his nostrils in a kind of relieved half-laugh. Great, nothing to do now but destroy a Dark Lord and his last Horcrux that he is guarding at the same time. Let's go, Snape said. Without warning, Draco shoved Harry down to the ground roughly. He made a kind of grunting, NNGH, sound as he tried desperately to keep his injured rib from impacting the floor. He tore one knee of his jeans, and his cloak was smeared with dirt. Carefully, and with much effort, he stood back to his feet, trying to keep his weight off of the knee that was now swelling. His rib stabbed at him painfully, and he tried to take breaths without gasping out loud. Mr. Malfoy, Snape said in an exasperated way, in what Harry assumed was intended as some kind of reproach. It has to look like I brought him in with a fight, Draco explained coolly, although a smirk played around the edges of his mouth. That would be easier to believe if you weren't enjoying it so much, Harry shot back. Besides, if you really want me to prevail, starting me out with the disadvantage of being wounded doesn't make much, no. Draco had moved behind Hermione, and was preparing to throw her down as well. He looked up at Harry's shout. Don't hurt her, he said. She's not going down into the chamber with me. Harry, she protested, but he overrode her interjection. So you don't have to hurt her. Please. His voice was calm, even though his insides roiled at the thought of pleading with Malfoy for anything. Malfoy arched one brow at him. Have it your way, Potter, he said, magnanimously, as if granting a favor. He raked his gaze insolently over Hermione, taking in her dirty face, slashed cheek, and bloody hand. She looks bad enough all on her own, I suppose. Harry made an involuntary movement forward, which Hermione checked by replacing her hand on his arm. Don't fight him, Harry. You have rather enough to be worrying about. She then addressed the two nemeses that stood between them and the passageway to Hogwarts. We're ready, she said coolly. Hermione, I said, Harry began desperately, his eyes darting toward Snape and Malfoy. He really did not want to have this conversation in front of Snape's dour countenance and Malfoy's superior amusement. Harry, I can help you, Hermione whispered urgently, moving her hand from his arm to his mouth, to stem his flow of words. You're going to need all the help you can get. Harry turned his head to one side, to speak again, and Hermione gasped slightly at the sensation of his lips running across her palm. You can't help me, Hermione. You'd be a liability down there. Anybody would, but you especially. Why, me especially? Hermione asked quietly, looking hurt. He grabbed her arms just above the elbows with both hands, and looked intently into her face, which remained in the shadows due to the dirt and uncertain lighting. Hermione, don't you know that he blundered to a stop hastily, but not before it was obvious to everyone present what he had been going to say. He cursed inwardly, as Malfoy raised both eyebrows and rubbed his hands together in a sort of shocked glee. I was never going to tell her. I was never going to tell anybody, Harry thought angrily. Granger, weren't you lusting after the weasel all last year? Malfoy asked, delightedly. A love triangle in the Golden Trio. How dirty. He wrinkled his nose with mock amusement. This might give me another reason to hope you live, Potter. Although, if you've got the choice between Ginny Weasley, He made an hourglass shape with his hands and then gestured dismissively toward Hermione, who'd stepped out of Harry's grasp and was staring into middle distance, her chin lifted. "Shut it, Malfoy," Harry ground out through clenched teeth. Snape was masking a yawn politely with one hand. These adolescent intrigues have always been quite tiresome, but never more so than now. "For the last time, it is time you departed." He ushered them into the tunnel with one hand, Draco taking the lead with a lit wand. Harry and Hermione came after, and Snape remained behind, guarding the passageway. Harry felt some measure of relief that his great bat-like form would not be stalking behind them all the way to the chamber. They stood in beeping Myrtle's loo, staring at the sink in question. It was quite dark and disconcerting, and somewhere in the cavernous-sounding place, water was dripping. Voldemort must have closed the entrance after he entered to assure that only the lone Parselmouth in school would be able to follow him down there. "Come on, snaky face, let's have it open," Malfoy taunted, and Harry followed his instructions. His heart had been pounding rapidly as they walked through the strangely abandoned corridors of Hogwarts, but now, faced with his final destiny, he felt strangely calm. There was a heavy grind of moving porcelain, as the entrance to the chamber formed in front of them. Hermione gaped at it in awe. Harry moved toward the dark hole in the bathroom floor, when a breathy voice spoke from behind them. "Oh, hello, Harry," it said in delight. "It seems as if you are always following someone down there." Though the little red-headed girl was a much nicer person to be running after than this chap who's down there now, the resident ghost shuddered dramatically. Harry thought he felt Hermione stiffen a little next to him at the mention of Ginny. "Hello, Myrtle," Harry said politely. "And you?" Myrtle's voice went up even higher, if that was possible. "I heard you couldn't do it," she said, disappointment tinging her voice, as she looked fondly at Draco. "That's really a pity, because you could have stayed with me after they executed you." "Did they still do that?" Her forehead crinkled, as she cocked her head inquisitively to one side, her voice oddly light and bubbly, considering the subject matter she was discussing. Malfoy was staring toward the sink, studiously ignoring her. "Go on, Potter," he said woodenly, jerking his chin at the opening. "That's fine," Myrtle said sulkily. "Ignore me now that you're no longer emotionally wounded. Just forget about how I was there for you, when no one else was." She glanced back and forth between the two young men, and then flounced huffily off to her U-bend. There was a loud splash, and then silence. "You're not coming," Harry said, some surprise leaking involuntarily into his tone. A ghost of Malfoy's trademark smirk was back. "You thought I was?" he asked, cocking one eyebrow. Hermione had moved up to stand with him at the entrance to the chamber. "Hermione, stay here," he said forcefully. She drew back in astonishment at his imperative tone. He blinked at her, and added, "Please, stay up here. If anything happened to you, and he knows that, he can use it against me. Please." She watched him for a moment, her eyes limpid. "All right, I'll stay," she said, even as she rather loathed the acquiescent note in her voice. "But we're going to have a lot to talk about when you get back." One side of Harry's mouth quirked up in a half-smile, and he nodded at her. Then he was gone. At the bottom of the slick chute, he landed with a light splat into damp muck, much as he had nearly 5 years ago. He came gingerly to his feet, his left arm cradled protectively around his side, limping slightly. His knee felt stiff and sore. Damn Malfoy for his ridiculous games. And damn him for always hedging his bets. How typically Slytherin. He knew that that was the reason Malfoy had remained above. In case Harry lost, he could still pretend that he had always been on Voldemort's side. His scar began to twinge, and the pain quickly grew into a dull, throbbing ache, pressing mercilessly against his skull as if something were trying to get out. Something like despair surged up in him. How was he supposed to fight Voldemort, or anybody at all, handicapped thusly? Shuffling softly, wand out but unlit, he made his way to the door with the entwined snakes, and quietly hissed for it to open. The panels of the door slid to each side, and Harry found himself in the chamber. Instinctively, he kept to one side, stealing near the shadows of the pillars that lined the main aisle, rather than walking in plain view. "Mr. Potter," came a high, blood-chilling voice. "So good of you to come." He managed to make it sound like he had invited Harry over for tea. Let's get this over with, Tom, Harry said dully, putting a biting emphasis on the Muggle name that Voldemort hated so. Taking a lesson or two from old Dumbledore, are you? Voldemort said, with anger obviously running through his tone. He couldn't stand against me either. We won't ever know that, will we? Harry shot back, ducking around one pillar and peering toward the statue of Slytherin. Where was he? You didn't even have the guts to do it yourself. Instead you bullied a little Death Eater in training into doing it. And then Snape had to save his ass. Some following you have. Tom. A jet of light shot from somewhere ahead of him and to his right, and nicked the edge of the pillar just above his head. Powdery rock sifted down onto him and stung his eyes. His scar throbbed. He shot a reductor curse, not in the direction of the light, but at the Salazar Slytherin statue. A fold of his robes and part of his beard crumbled away, falling onto the damp stone with a low rumble. Voldemort laughed. You're going to have to come out and face me eventually, Potter. Harry's next two curses misfired, which was no surprise since Harry still had no clear read on exactly where Voldemort was standing. Voldemort's next hex stung the edges of his fingers, which were clinging to a pillar, and caused him to drop his wand. It clattered noisily to the stone pavement, echoes resounding around the chamber, and Voldemort chortled again. He's completely mad, Harry thought in amazement, as he threw himself down to the damp stone and scrambled for his wand. He could not stop a loud wheeze of pain as his knee and rib protested mightily. Half blindly, he searched, his numb fingers questing, until they finally closed around a smooth wooden shaft. He breathed a silent sigh of relief, and crept around another column, almost noiselessly. And there, he could see the hem of Voldemort's robes, standing at the head of the chamber, partially obscured by Salazar's memorial. I wasn't so far off with my reductor curse after all, he thought, and sent a non-verbal incendio toward his archenemy. The flame snaked across the floor as if following a fuse, but stopped short, as something blue and shimmery swirled around Voldemort. A shield, Harry thought glumly. Voldemort snapped his head in the direction from which the flame had come. A gout of green light spewed from the end of his wand. Harry jerked behind the relative safety of the stone column just in time. The curse hit the column, which vibrated in protest with a dull roar. More rock bounced down toward him, as Harry looked warily at the ceiling. He leaned with his back against the column, and thought furiously. Voldemort was obviously in no hurry, thinking, probably correctly, that he could take Harry out at any time he so wished. He darted suddenly from one column to another, throwing out stupefy after stupefy, as he did so. He watched Voldemort's shield smoke and begin to fizzle, as the Dark Lord tried desperately to get a bead on him. Green light shot almost continuously from his Waden, gouging out holes from the paving stones and the surrounding pillars. Harry danced away from it, favoring his injured leg, desperately trying to stay one step ahead of Voldemort's curses. The chamber rumbled again, as if in protest. Harry had raised his wand again, hoping against hope that the shield had been dismantled by his bombardment, when he heard it. He stopped still, wishing with everything that he had that he'd been wrong. But no, there it was again. Harry, came a questioning voice, like she was looking for him in the library, instead of in the evil chamber of snakes and death, with the most feared wizard ever trying to kill him. It was Hermione. She was walking almost unconcernedly up the main aisle of the chamber, in plain sight of Voldemort, like she was taking a stroll out in the courtyard on a lovely spring afternoon. Her wand was out, but down by her side. Hermione, what the hell are you doing? Harry thought desperately. Voldemort was watching her with undisguised and almost amused curiosity, and Harry felt hope rise up in him again. His ego is what Hermione is counting on. Perhaps he could finish Voldemort off while Hermione distracted him. The two duelers raised their wands at almost the same time. Voldemort was aiming at Hermione. No! Harry screamed out suddenly, the echoes bouncing hideously around the chamber. He dashed out from his hiding place, wildly fired off a couple of curses that bounced off of the still intact shield, and would have thrown himself in front of her, but Voldemort leveled his wand on Harry instead. Reducto, Voldemort said in a low, malevolent voice, and blasted out both of Harry's knees. Harry let out a blood-curdling scream of unadulterated pain, as his legs crumpled grotesquely beneath him, and he skidded toward Hermione, his cheek coming roughly into contact with the damp stone of the chamber floor. His wand flew out of his hand into the shadows of the pillars opposite. Hermione was looking at him with unmitigated horror. Her wand was blasted from her hand by a wordless spell from Voldemort, before she even had a chance to raise it. She knelt down behind him, and he pulled himself up into a half-sitting position with his arms, still managing to be in between her and Voldemort. His vision blackened around the edges, as he dragged his useless legs behind him. Voldemort regarded the two of them almost paternally. "This has all turned out much better than I expected," he said. "Now I get to kill you both." He looked at Hermione. "Yes, I know you quite well. His dreams are full of you. Did you know that?" He then addressed Harry. "Did you think I couldn't sense your dreams, the disgusting dreams you had about this filthy mudblood? They were repugnant, pathetic, a symbol of everything that is wrong about our world, but now, you get to watch her die." He shrugged casually. "And then you will die too, and the prophecy will be fulfilled. I would say you put up a valiant effort, but," he trailed off, his meaning unmistakable. Harry felt Hermione shifting behind him, and wondered what she was doing, even as he hazily felt her press something into his hand. It was hard and sharp, and small enough to cup in his palm. It was slender, with two pieces of hard metal jutting out from the sides, near the top, like the crossbars of a T. He felt blood drip into his palm, as the pointy end of it grazed his skin. And then all at once, he knew what it was. Voldemort was standing nearly over them now, looming menacingly, speaking loftily about blood cleansing and a new order of things. Harry fought to stay conscious, cupping the precious object in his hand, trying to concentrate on the spell that he would need. His lower back was flush against Hermione's bent knees, and he felt her arms pressing against his back, helping him stay in an upright position. At that moment, Voldemort leaned toward them, and a large red stone swayed out from underneath his robes, hanging from a heavy gold chain. It looked like the rubies from the hilt of Gryffindor's sword, and yet did not, as cold fire swirled and roiled in its depths, almost as if it contained something alive. Harry concentrated, his brow furrowing, calling up magic from the deepest of his reserves. As the force welled up within him, he felt the pain from his knees fade into the back of his mind. He thought fiercely, "Engorgio." Voldemort stopped speaking, and looked at him, clearly not liking the sudden determination shining from Harry's face. He raised his wand. Harry clenched his hands around the pommel of Godric Gryffindor's sword. Voldemort aimed carefully at Hermione, who blinked placidly at him, her face calm and unafraid. Something else was shining from her face as well, something that he did not altogether understand, and so was uncomfortable with, something that had beamed from Lily Potter's face like a beacon on that Halloween night so long ago. Avada Kedavra. With strength he didn't know he still possessed, Harry raised the heavy sword, which shone oddly in the otherworldly light, and blocked the jet of green light. The sword clanged like a gong and shivered in Harry's hands. He felt the shockwave from the impact reverberate down into his arms, and he grunted, feeling the searing pain in his legs beginning to surge back toward him like a tidal wave. Voldemort lifted his wand again. It was as if a curtain had been lifted. Harry could see into his mind. He wasn't going to cast the killing curse again. He was going to blast the sword. He was afraid of the sword. He couldn't protect himself from the sword. The Horcrux swung pendulously from its heavy chain, catching Harry's eye again. Harry struggled to swing the sword higher, his arms trembling with fatigue. He suddenly felt Hermione's arms go around him, her hands encircle his, and they both surged forward, Hermione pressing into him from behind, holding him up, driving him forward. The sword penetrated the amulet with a squelching noise, passed through it and into Voldemort's bone. Red smoke began to hiss from the ruby, as Voldemort's eyes widened with something like shock. Blood spattered across the floor of the chamber. Harry's scar glowed white-hot, and seemed to be branding itself anew into Harry's forehead. He released the handle, as if it was burning him, and fell backwards onto stone, most of his weight on top of Hermione. Hermione helped him sit, after a fashion, and pulled herself out from under him. He felt her fingers thread through his hair gently. Voldemort staggered backwards from them, the heavy silver sword still protruding from his body, his eyes fixated with wonder on Harry's forehead. The amulet was hissing violently now, and a faint, shrill scream issued forth, spiraling up toward the shrouded roof of the chamber. When the shriek had died away, there was a loud crack, and the ruby shattered into pieces that clattered across the floor, rolling into silence. The heavy chain hung loose and empty around Voldemort's neck. But the older wizard still had his wand, and was struggling to make his fading body obey him. Harry watched him in horror, knowing that he had nothing left. His knees were screaming now in blind agony, and he pitched forward from his half-kneeling position onto his face. His vision began to cloud over, as he felt something sticky and warm seep through his shirt, and knew that he had fallen into Voldemort's blood. Green light flashed somewhere above his head, and he heard Hermione let out a short shriek that was suddenly cut off. Rocks bounced down around them, obliterating themselves on the damp paving stones of the floor. Hermione, no, his mind screamed out, as the ceiling began to rumble, and that rumble turned into a dull roar. The roof of the chamber began to cascade downwards. Harry struggled to lift his head again, saw Voldemort fall at the feet of Salazar Slytherin's statue. He did not move again. Hermione, he asked, clinging to consciousness with all that he had left. There was no answer. He pulled himself around, turning himself in the opposite direction, where Hermione had been behind him, his fingers bleeding from the abrasion with the stone floor. His fingernails were tearing away from his hands. He saw her slumped form in the middle of the aisle. Hermione, he asked again, and his heart leapt into his chest, when he thought he saw her stir ever so slightly. He dragged himself toward her excruciatingly slowly, the pain making him nauseated and dizzy. He belatedly realized that some of his difficulty might have been due to the destruction of another Horcrux. The ceiling continued to groan and shift, and every now and then, small pieces of rock and dustings of powder tumbled down onto Harry's head. Finally, he reached her side, and feebly shook her shoulder. Hermione, he asked again, in a broken, despairing voice. There was a pool of blood beneath her head. He wanted to scream, to cry, to demand of Voldemort that he take him too. He was too tired for sobbing, and tears just leaked weakly out of his eyes, trailing damp dirty tracks down his filthy face. She had brought him the sword. She had risked her life, perhaps given her life, to destroy the darkest wizard of all time. He had won, but the victory was bitter as ash in his mouth. He didn't want to win, if the cost was her life. You can't ask it of me, he thought bitterly, railing at fate. The price is too high. The beleaguered chamber finally decided that it had had enough. Harry wondered dimly if it had anything to do with the death of the last of Slytherin's line, and the ceiling caved in completely. Harry pulled on the last of the magical reserves he had, and extended a protega around Hermione. He tried to put it over him as well, but wasn't sure he had enough power to do it. He reached out for Hermione's hand, as the rocks rained down around them, a death knell for an evil place, an evil man, an evil age. I love you, he whispered brokenly as he gave into the gathering darkness that had been waiting to claim him. Ron and the rest of the DA had fallen back, regrouping with Lupin and the Aurors to block the way to Hogwarts. Hogsmeade was an inferno, and even the Death Eaters were having to emerge from the flames. Ron looked grim, and dashed blood from a cut across his forehead out of his eyes. He looked up the path to the dark, abandoned castle, imagining that he could see the light of the hospital wing. He saw other fighters begin to take positions along the stiles and trees adjacent to the road. It looked like their last stand would be here. Are you all right? He asked Luna Lovegood, who had been his partner during the battle in Hogsmeade. Seamus Finnegan had been with them as well, until an injury had forced him back to the hospital wing. I'm okay, she whispered back, her voice vibrant and intense, with none of the vagueness that he tended to associate with her. He saw Ernie Macmillan emerge from the forest, and knew that he had been with the group furthest into Hogsmeade. The Ravenclaw should have been the last one out of the ruined town. Ron's eyes roved expectantly in the darkness, even he thought Harry and Hermione had been toward Lupin's end of the line, toward the edge of town, and he still did not see them. Ernie, Ron hissed, calling him over. Did you see Harry or Hermione? Ernie shook his head. Did you see any? He could not bring himself to say it. No, Ernie said, his eyes serious. They've all been sent back to hospital wing, even the dead ones. He trailed off, the words unspoken. Ron ran one hand through damp, dirty hair in frustration. He questioned everyone coming out of Hogsmeade, and nobody had seen them. No one remembered them as being among the fallen. He felt a tug on his arm, and realized that Luna was pulling him toward a low stone wall. They both crouched behind it. "Mum's going to be right pissed at me if I end up dead," he said whimsically. Luna smiled at him, and her white teeth flashed in the wan light of the crescent moon. "Maybe we'll meet again on another plane, Ronald," she said. "I'll be the one with the necklace made of butterbeer corks." He couldn't help but grin at her, and realized that Hermione would have started berating him for finding humor in things that were not funny at all. Thinking about Hermione made him worry again. Where the hell are they? And as if they'd been waiting to answer his question, he saw the first Death Eaters moving stealthily from the roaring town. There was movement to either side too, although he couldn't identify it, until he realized that there must be others clad in disillusionment charms, trying to make their way around the flank of the light. "There," he hissed to Luna, putting one hand on her arm, and directing her attention away from the main avenue of the town. When the Death Eaters stopped advancing, they became utterly invisible, blending completely into the background. Ron had a moment of satisfaction when he saw the flickering movement of a disillusioned Death Eater crumple, with a groan of pain. He did not rise again, but Ron was left to wonder curiously who had fired the curse. Soon it seemed that the Death Eaters were dropping like doxies, writhing and clutching at themselves with hands clawed by pain. The light had not cast a single spell. Up and down the line, the DA, the Order, and the Aurors were exchanging bewildered glances. The fighting slowly stopped, and the Death Eaters still did not continue the attack. No movement was seen on the field of battle at all. Then there was a low rumble from behind them, and Hogwarts itself seemed to tremble slightly. Ron and Luna looked at each other, and Ron thought he saw a spark of comprehension in her eyes. "He's done it," she said triumphantly. "I knew he would. He invited me to a party once, you know." "Harry," Ron said in wonderment, but it all made sense. If Voldemort was dead, the Death Eaters had collapsed as one, clutching their forearms. The dark mark. He leapt up suddenly, whooping out loud, and startling Remus Lupin. "He's defeated Voldemort. He's done it. It's over." A cheer spread down the line, and Ron could see Lupin's eyes grow intent, as he put the facts together and came to the same conclusion. A weary smile spread over the werewolf's face, but was almost immediately followed by shadows. "But where is he?" Lupin asked. The shouts and huzzas dwindled away, as the Aurors quickly moved to restrain the incapacitated Death Eaters. The DA and the Order stood, mostly staring at each other, dumbfounded. Ron swallowed uncomfortably. Harry had defeated Voldemort, but it did not necessarily follow that Harry had lived. Desperation surged up in Ron, threatening to choke him, and he began to run toward Hogwarts, scarcely hearing Lupin's cries for him to wait. "Harry, Hermione," he shouted, his hoarse voice being torn away on the wind. Lupin, Luna and the other members of the DA were right on his heels. Somewhere there was stone scraping, and voices. They were vibrant, echoing, and he could not make out what they said. There was movement all around him, a hum of voices. There was a rumble and a small hiss. "Careful," someone said in a cautionary tone. There was dust in his mouth. He wanted to swallow. He wanted to open his eyes. A nimbus of light flared on the other side of his closed eyelids, and he scrunched his face up reflexively. He wanted the light to stop. It swirled around behind his eyelids, leaving an aura behind it. It hurt his head. It made him dizzy. He wanted to swallow. Where was Hermione? Hermione. "Nothing," the voices said. "Did you look over? Oh, Merlin, there's blood." Blood? Whose blood? Something was sticky. He was thirsty. Why couldn't he feel his legs? He tried to move one leg and was rewarded by dazzling pain that shot all the way through him. The light drifted away, and he felt sudden panic. "Don't go." Did he make a noise? He wasn't sure, but his mouth was as dry as desert sand. The voices were muffled. "We've got her," a voice called out. Her? Who? Hermione. He wanted to reach out his hand. He'd been holding her hand. Where had she gone? "Come back, Hermione, please." The light was back. There was a gasp. The light came up brighter. He wanted to turn his face away. He wanted to move. "There!" someone exclaimed. Hold on now, son. A voice said. He was being lifted. He wanted it to stop. It made him dizzy. Everything hurt. He wanted it to stop hurting. Everything was cold and wet down here. Where was he? He took a deep breath, and it echoed raspily in his ears, caused a sudden shooting pain in his side. Someone said immobilis, and the pain abated somewhat. Harry, a voice, a girl's voice, said, strained and full of tears. He felt a warm hand against his cheek. Everything, going, just fine, LLC, get you too, Petal Wing. Who was talking to him? He smiled. Hermione. Suddenly the hand was gone. The light swirled around him unbearably and the voices grew clamoring and cacophonous. Pain washed over him, buffeted him, until he was no longer cognizant of anything else. He let go. Ron was waiting pensively in the corridor outside the hospital wing, along with several other members of the DA that had also escaped without major injury. He rubbed the bandage that had been placed over his forehead wound while it healed. It had not been terribly severe, but had been deep. The healing charm stung, and the sticking charm holding the bandage in place itched. Luna sighed with fatigue, and leaned heavily on his shoulder. He let his cheek rest companionably on top of her head. Ernie Macmillan slouched across the corridor from him, and Dean sat uneasily on a window sill, drumming his heels against the stone wall. Parvati and Lavender stood listlessly near each other, their normally chattering natures subdued. A little way down the hall, Arthur Weasley was talking in low, serious tones to the Minister of Magic, Leonine Rufus Scrimgeour. McGonagall, Lupin, and Ginny had not been out of the hospital wing since they had brought Harry and Hermione up. The doors opened, and everyone straightened immediately, focusing their attention on the person coming out. It was Hannah Abbott. There were pink glows of healing charms on several minor lacerations, and she was rubbing her wrist gingerly, where the bones had just been realigned. The DA members slumped back down against the walls. "How's Seamus?" Dean called out, desperate to know the status of his best mate. "He was still unconscious," Hannah answered shyly. "But they had him stable. They think he's going to be fine." "And how about Susan?" someone else said. "They've sent her on to St. Mungo's," Hannah said. Her eyes fell and her chin wobbled. "It doesn't look good." She tried to control her shaky voice to continue. "There were 3 Aurors in there. Dead, and Professor S. Sinistra, and Justin." She started crying in earnest then, and Parvati Patil came up to her then, and enveloped her in a hug, shushing softly into her hair. Hannah pulled away from Parvati, as if remembering something. Padma looked like she was okay. They had her leg under some kind of glowing charm, restraining it or something. "I think it was hurting her. She was asking for you," she hiccuped. Parvati nodded. "Stay with Hannah?" she asked Lavender, who nodded and came to Hannah's side. With barely a sound, Parvati disappeared inside the hospital wing. Hannah sniffled, and her eyes fell on Ron, who looked at her with desperation. "Did you see?" he began, but she shook her head almost immediately. "I heard Madame Pomfrey arguing with another healer. They need to go to St. Mungo's, but they aren't stable enough for transfer. They had a curtain around. They wouldn't let anybody in, not even Ginny." Ron blinked back the tears that were stinging his eyes, and ran one hand through his hair in frustration and despair. He felt Luna's soft touch on his arm, a reassuring caress. "They're going to be okay," she whispered softly. The hard-shelled Wumblavox fell into the Rhone River on the first day of summer, and that always means good luck, especially for those that vanquish evil wizards. Ron stared at her disbelievingly for a moment, with a watery, wobbly smile that finally dissolved into a feeble laugh. "Thanks, Luna," he said, putting one arm around her, and ruffling her hair chummily. The hospital doors opened again, and the tense, waiting stances returned to everybody in the corridor. It was Professor McGonagall. "Arthur, Mr. Minister," she called out, and the 2 men swiftly came up the hallway, disappearing inside the hospital doors. Ron watched her face carefully. It seemed etched in stone, her eyes dark with horrors she wished she'd never seen. She turned to go back into the infirmary. "Professor McGonagall, please," he burst out suddenly. She looked back at him, and sympathy creased her worn face. "Come with me, Mr. Weasley. You too, Miss Lovegood," she added, oddly, her eyes flitting from Ron to Luna. Gratefully, they went inside the inner sanctum with their headmistress. Inside the hospital wing was constant, but well-ordered bustle and movement. Ron caught a flash of red hair. His mother, he thought. It looked too short to be Ginny, but it was gone behind drawn curtains quickly. Almost every bed was full of injured fighters. Some seemed relatively mild. Padma Patil was sitting up in her bed, her leg bound in a shimmering restraint. Parvati was on a chair nearby, talking to her twin sister in a low voice. Then he did see Ginny, further down the ward, applying burn salve to the face and arms of an aura that he didn't know. His eyes fell on Seamus, who looked unharmed physically, but lay quite still, his face drawn and pale, even against the hospital white sheets. But it was the head of the room that he was most interested in, the curtains that his mother had disappeared behind. There were low hushed voices, and occasional glows of wand flash. He took a step toward the cordoned-off area, but was stopped by Professor McGonagall's voice. "Mr. Potter and Miss Granger are going to be transported to St. Mungo's," she said, with a stern note in her voice. But Hannah said they weren't. Ron began to protest, but stopped at the gray, drawn look on McGonagall's face. "I'm afraid we've no other choice," she said grimly. This brought Ron up short. "Can we come?" he asked quietly. McGonagall nodded. "Once they've arrived at St. Mungo's and been stabilized satisfactorily, I'm sure you'll be allowed to see them. We'll be leaving momentarily. You can use the flow in my office." Ron nodded, his eyes flickering back to the drawn curtains, the pain a mask across his features. Never before had he felt so lonely, so useless. They had gone off to fight Voldemort without him, and they were near death, and he was fine. He shook his head grimly, and closed his eyes. He would have given it up in a heartbeat to save either of them. He wished that he could tell them that. "Ron," came a soft voice. Ginny stood at his elbow, blood smeared on her apron, and an empty tin of salve in her hand. Her hair was twisted up into a knot on top of her head, and held in place with her wand. Her face was drawn and tired, and there were purple circles under her eyes. She drew him over into the potions closet and closed the door. "There's something you ought to know," she began. "They're moving Harry and Hermione," Ron finished for her. "I know. Luna and I are leaving by flow in just a moment. Are you coming?" Ginny shook her head as her eyes filled with tears. She held her face quite still, as if she were afraid that any movement would shatter it completely. "No," she said, her voice raw with pain. "No, I won't be going. They need me here. She trailed off, and looked at him in bewilderment, as if she had no idea why she had called him in there in the first place. Ron bent down so he could look fully into her face. "You've been working too hard. You need a break," he pronounced with an air of finality, even as she shook her head in the negative. "You were down there, weren't you? In the chamber, looking for him." He could only imagine how difficult that had been for her, all her nightmares come to life in one hellish place. She bit her lips together and nodded, while tears coursed silently down her cheeks. The ceiling had fallen in on them. We had to levitate all these huge rocks out of the way. Mum and I, and McGonagall, I don't know where she came from, and Lupin," Ron nodded. "Lupin wouldn't let any of us down there. Luna, Ernie, and I were busy tying up Malfoy, and putting him back in the dungeon. Found him stunned in the girls' loo." He shook his head in confusion, unable to ponder that particular mystery at the moment. Anyway, there was blood everywhere, and then we saw this big scorched place on the floor, and this pile of robes, and a wand. Lupin snapped it, and the sword. It was covered in blood, and we were looking everywhere. There was a noise, I think one of them must have moved or something. Then we saw Hermione. She was almost buried in rock, but it looked like," she stifled a sob then, and continued with difficulty. "It looked like Harry. Harry must have cast a protega over her, but when we saw Harry, I don't know how he could have done it. His wand was on the other and and she completely broke down." Ron enfolded her in his arms, and held her tightly, as she cried. "Ronald," came a vague voice from the other side of the door. "They've just left. Professor McGonagall says it's time to go." "All right then," Ron replied, and looked seriously into his sister's damp eyes. "Are you going to be okay?" She stiffened and nodded, her face seeming to form itself back into a mask. "Are you sure you don't want to come with us?" "I'm needed here," she said calmly, sniffing a little. "If you talk to him, tell him that." "No, you can tell him yourself, when he wakes up," Ron said firmly. Ginny sighed a little. "You'd better go," she said. He kissed her lightly on the forehead, and left her alone in the potions closet, alone with the knowledge that Harry had been found holding Hermione's hand, and that in his delirium, he'd been crying her name. Ron and Luna sat in Hermione's hospital room, tension apparent in the very set of their bodies. Ron was hunched forward in a chair, his chin in his hands. Luna was curled up in the windowsill, her knees tucked close to her body, staring dreamily through the glass. A copy of the Quibbler was folded up next to her, she'd been reading it sideways. Hermione had been stabilized first, but had not yet regained consciousness. Ron's heartfelt pleading had finally persuaded the healer in charge to grudgingly allow them to sit in her room. Her chief injury was a head wound that the healers believed she had sustained when the ceiling began to cave in. They weren't sure how her memory or her ability to perform magic would be affected when she woke up, if she woke up. They were still working on Harry. Ron had managed a glimpse of him, as the healers had levitated him past at breakneck speed, and he still saw the ghastly image whenever he closed his eyes. His face had been blackened and swollen with bruises, his hands crusted with blood, his fingernails torn down low in the nail bed. Part of his face seemed sunken in, as well, as if one of the bones in his cheek had been broken. Madame Pomfrey had removed Harry's mangled glasses from his face before he left Hogwarts. Ron held them now, absently twirling the distorted metal through his fingers, the lenses long gone. There was a beep from the bed, and Ron sat upright suddenly, his eyes focused intently on the prone form nearby. He thought at first that he had imagined it, but no, she shifted, beeped again, and lifted one hand. A healing charm glowed pinkly on the tender skin of her palm, matching the twin lacerations across her cheek. He saw the faint shadowing of bruises beginning to form on her arms. "Hermione," he started to say, but his words were cut off by the low, rusty croak of her voice. "Harry?" she asked, in a piteous plea. "Harry, where's Harry?" Ron stood to his feet, and stepped more closely to her bedside, coming into her field of vision. "He's alive. He's going to be okay. They're working on him right now," he said in a low voice, meant to soothe. She stared at him, without comprehension, as her eyes filled with tears and they trickled down her temples into her hair. "My head hurts," she said finally. "You got walloped pretty good. The entire chamber of secrets fell on you." Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Luna tread softly over to the door, and go in search of the healer. He reached out and stroked the back of her hand. "I'm so glad you're okay," he said softly. She continued to look at him, as if she wasn't really sure who he was. "Voldemort, is he?" She stammered weakly. "You got him," Ron said proudly. "You and Harry." Hermione shook her head. "It was Harry. Harry did it. I brought him the sword." Her sentences were fragmented, and came out of her mouth in a disconnected fashion. "He couldn't have done it without you," Ron said confidently, brushing her hair back from her forehead with one large hand. "Harry?" she asked again, as her eyelids started to flutter closed. Her hand groped around on the bedsheet, but she did not find what she sought. "I want Harry." Her last words slurred, as she fell asleep. Ron was amazed at the stab of jealousy that sliced through him. This is ridiculous. Of course she wants Harry. They've just been through this incredible ordeal together. She wants to know if he's okay. She'll calm down once she's assured herself that he's fine. But he continued to look pensively at her, long after the healers had come and examined her, and had gone again. Ron was hovering outside the door several hours later, when his mum finally emerged from Harry's hospital room. She was dabbing tears from her eyes with an old lacy handkerchief, and Ron's own eyes filled with horror. "Harry, he's not," he began. No, dear," said Mrs. Weasley in a tear-choked voice. "They think he's going to be fine. It took them this long to get him stable. He'd gone into shock from the pain." Ron looked gravely at his mother. "What happened to him?" Mrs. Weasley looked hesitant, but Ron persisted. "Mum, tell me please. He had 3 broken ribs, a broken jaw, a broken foot, and his legs." She shook her head in disbelief. "What that monster did to his legs?" Ron looked at her blankly. "It looks like he used Reducto on both of Harry's knees, probably blew them right out from under him. They're not even sure they can fix it. And he still managed to kill Voldemort." Ron breathed, unable to process what he had just heard. Hermione said Harry did it." "How is she doing?" Mrs. Weasley asked tenderly, laying one hand maternally on Ron's arm. "She awakened a few hours ago, mumbled some stuff that didn't make a lot of sense. But she did ask if Voldemort was dead, and said that Harry had done it, after she brought him the sword." "Those poor dears," Mrs. Weasley sighed, and then shot a surprisingly sharp look at Ron. "Has Ginny talked to you yet?" "A little, back at Hogwarts. She seemed pretty upset, what with having to go into the chamber, finding Harry in that condition, and all. She said Harry must have cast a protega around Hermione, without his wand." He shook his head in amazement. Mrs. Weasley watched him carefully. "Yes, it looks like that was one of the last things he did. The healers said his magical reserve has been completely emptied. He must have cast wandlessly more than once, and to do that, under those conditions. We're not sure when he sustained most of the other injuries. They could have been caused when the ceiling caved in. But the leg injuries were definitely spell cast. Did you see Hogwarts shake when the chamber caved in? We found Draco Malfoy stunned in the bathroom, and the door to the chamber open. So, we went down there." "Mum, Voldemort could have been down there," Ron exclaimed. "Yes, well," Mrs. Weasley said, in a, "but he wasn't," sort of way. "Minerva met us in the corridor, and said that someone had removed Gryffindor's sword. She remembered when it was used in the Chamber of Secrets last time, and that you 3 had been looking at it. It was also around then that Professor Snape was found collapsed at the entrance of a secret passageway into Hogwarts. Fred and George said it connects to the Shrieking Shack." This was a question directed at Ron, but he had fixated on her previous statement, and did not answer her. "Snape." Ron sounded furious. "What have they done with him? He's been taken into custody at the Ministry. So has Draco Malfoy, I believe. There was some blood and signs of a struggle in the cellar of the Shrieking Shack." She pursed her lips thoughtfully. "Harry and Hermione have a lot of questions to answer when they wake up." Can I see him?" Ron asked tentatively. "I suppose," his mother answered. "Although I'd check with Healer Munson first." She gestured down the hall where a doctor sat at a desk, dictating to a quill that was scrawling notes rapidly into a file. "I think he's had a good amount of potion pumped into him, to keep him from feeling anything," she added warningly. Ron received reluctant permission from the healer, and stepped quietly into Harry's room. He lay utterly motionless, his puffy, disfigured face coated in some kind of healing salve that seemed to be reducing the discoloration and swelling. His legs were both encased in the same kind of shimmery restraint that had surrounded Padma Patil's leg in the hospital wing at Hogwarts. There was some kind of silvery tape across his hand, and at intervals, one of 7 different potions puffed up through a tube and entered his body through the medical tape. Ron watched this for a while in some fascination, trying to remain distant from the situation, trying to refrain from taking in the fact that his best friend lay there, severely injured. "Harry," Ron said, and his voice carried a note of chagrin, how do you get yourself into these situations? Tone. You've done it again, you know. You're a bloody hero. Going to have to wake up, or the bloody press will beat your door in with bludger bats, while keying your ass as the need arises, of course." He stepped closer to Harry's bedside. One of the little machines on the table by the bed beeped and whirred, and another potion amphora puffed some of its contents upwards through the clear tube. "Besides, Hermione's been asking about you, and you know how she gets," he would have continued in a similar vein, but he paused, thinking he had seen some kind of response. "You saved Hermione's life, you know. You at least owe her a chance to say thank you in person." He stopped again, and realized that he had not imagined it. Harry's lashes had fluttered. "Am I one?" he breathed, his words garbled and barely understandable through the tenderness of his newly healed jaw. "She-ish, She. He opened his eyes then, just a little, as if even that effort was too much for him. She's going to be okay. She got a nasty knock on the head, but if you hadn't cast that Protega, Ron reassured him, although he was unsure as to how much Harry was really able to understand. The green eyes peered at him, discerningly, penetratingly. Ron, he said, in a tone of recognition. Yeah, it's me, Ron said, trying desperately to sound casual. I'm fine and Ginny's fine. Something flickered and shadowed in Harry's eyes when Ron mentioned Ginny's name. Ron was instantly sorry he'd said anything, knowing he shouldn't be upsetting Harry for any reason. I shouldn't have, I told her. Harry reached his arm out, trying to grasp at Ron's sleeve, but failed. Harry, it's all right, mate, Ron replied, growing a little alarmed. You can tell Ginny later. I'm sure she'll be by. No. The word tore from Harry unevenly, and his chest rattled when he took another breath. Not Ginny. Told her. Shouldn't have. Ron took a step back from the bed, wondering if he should perhaps alert Healer Munson. I'm sorry, Harry. I guess I should go and let you rest. Harry looked at him with bleak frustration, and dropped his arm back to the mattress weakly. He tried to shake his head in protest, but was unable to do that either. I'll come back later, Harry. I promise. Maybe Luna can come too. Ron all but fled the room then, uncertain and a little terrified at this new Harry, this wounded, vulnerable Harry who spoke in fractured words and whose body could not obey his commands. At the same time, Ron felt a little disgusted with himself for fleeing. Where is my vaunted Gryffindor bravery? He wondered. As he opened the door, he thought he heard Harry speak softly, although the soft squeak of the hinges made it difficult to understand. Didn't mean to. Healer Munson, Ron called out as soon as the door shut behind him. Harry was awake and talking, sort of. I think he got a little upset. Should you? But the healer had disappeared quickly into Harry's room, before Ron even finished his sentence, leaving the third member of the trio standing out in the corridor, lost, alone, useless. When Hermione awakened the next morning, her room was empty. The chair in the corner bore a wrinkled, mashed cushion, so she reckoned that someone had been in here until relatively recently, most likely, Ron. She lay still as she did a kind of self-inventory, finding only that she was incredibly stiff and sore, and that she had an unbelievable throbbing ache in her head. Some of her movement must have activated the wards around her bed, because 2 healers and a Medowitch entered her room in short order. How are you feeling, Miss Granger? The wizard whose nametag identified him as Healer Munson said briskly. I'm okay, she said hesitantly. My head hurts. What's the last thing you remember? He asked gently, as they scanned her with their wands, and conferred over readouts. Hermione's eyes grew shadowy. Voldemort cast Avada Kedavra at me, but he missed. He hit the ceiling because Harry had. Harry stabbed him with the sword, and then everything fell. She trailed off, seeming suddenly distant. Her eyes then widened frantically, and she clutched at the sheet with one hand. Where's Harry? Where is he? Miss Granger, Healer Munson said in a calm voice. It is very important that you not excite yourself. Please stay calm. Hermione's eyes were darting wildly from one impassive official face to another. Tell me where he is. Is he okay? Is he okay? I want to see him. Her voice was just this side of panicky. Miss Granger, Healer Munson began again, but was interrupted by Ron bursting into the room. The door slammed up against the wall, and bounced closed behind him. What's going on? He asked in a disarming way, considering his noisy entrance. Where's Harry? Is he all right? They won't tell me. He's doing as well as can be expected, Ron said carefully, a guarded look on his face that Hermione did not miss. Hermione winced, lost in memory, and nodded her fists up into the bedsheet. Voldemort used a reductor curse on his legs. He screamed. I've never heard anybody scream like that before. And he pulled himself over to me, put himself in between me and Voldemort. He was already hurt. Malfoy pushed him down the stairs in the shrieking shack. She rambled and trailed off, staring at nothing, while a solitary tear wended its way unnoticed down her cheek. Ron noticed Healer Munson jotting down a few notes. He knew everyone had questions about what exactly had occurred in the chamber. The director of St. Mungo's was nearly at her wits' end with the throng of reporters camped out in the main lobby of the hospital. "Shouldn't she be sedated?" Ron asked quietly. "It can't be good for her to be reliving this stuff." "I will not be sedated, Ronald Weasley," Hermione said mutinously, her chin jutting out. She turned her attention back to the healer, looking at him pleadingly. "Please, can I just see him, just for a moment?" "I'm really not comfortable with your being up and out of this bed," Healer Munson said slowly. "It hasn't been that long since we fully repaired your skull fracture. You appear to be without lasting damage, but we cannot be certain, it's too early to. If I carry her in there, for just a moment, just so she can satisfy herself as to his condition, will that be okay?" Ron cut in to ask. The look Hermione turned to him was radiant, breathtaking. "Ron," she said gratefully. The healer looked from one teenager to the other doubtfully. "I suppose that would be acceptable. Need I stress that it is to only be for a moment?" "Only a moment, yes sir," Ron nodded. "Miss Granger, please let us know immediately if rising causes you any pain, dizziness, or nausea," the healer cautioned, as he exited the room, with the other healer. The Medowitch began refilling some of Hermione's amphorae. "You ready?" Ron asked gently, and, at her nod, he scooped her up into his arms, amazed at how light she felt. "Do not drop me," she said authoritatively into his shoulder, sounding so much like her normal self that Ron laughed. If he hadn't been relatively sure that Healer Munson was going to keep at least one wary eye on them, he might have pretended he was going to drop her, just to make her yell at him. "Where's Luna?" she asked curiously, as the Medowitch held the door open for them. "She went down to the Quibbler to talk to her father. The reporters are foaming at the mouth for information, and he's lucky enough to have an inside source. McGonagall and Lupin weren't telling them anything at all, until the rumors started going around that Harry was dead." Ron stopped abruptly, looking like he wished he hadn't said that. He felt Hermione tremble a little in his arms. Is it really that bad?" she asked vaguely. Ron didn't know if she was talking about the reporters or about Harry, but he chose to answer as if she were asking about the former. "The waiting room is mobbed. They actually installed a special flow for order members, because people were tired of getting bombarded every time they came in. You and Susan and Harry have been up here, and the whole floor is guarded by Aurors. Harry's going to bloody well hate it, but he'll have to give a statement when he trailed off again and sighed slightly. Hermione looked at him discerningly, as they arrived at Harry's door. "This has been really hard for you, hasn't it?" Ron looked away from her self-consciously. "I wasn't critically injured. I'm fine. And Luna's been great. He stopped, and something like guilt danced across his face. He shrugged. "I was a little lost without the two of you. She's been a big help." Hermione looked vaguely troubled, and Ron wondered if she was upset with him for spending time with Luna. In actuality, she was thinking of Harry, of keying him in the forest that night, of what he'd been on the cusp of saying to her, even in front of Snape and Malfoy, and of what that would mean to them all. "He looks pretty bad," Ron said in warning, as he opened the door. Even with the notice, tears still sprang to Hermione's eyes when she saw him. He looked so pale and still laying in that bed, with wards whirling and beeping around him. "Has he regained consciousness at all?" she asked, as Ron gently stood her on her feet next to the bed, with a question on his face. She nodded. "I'll be okay," she replied, looping her fingers around the metal bedrail for help standing. "He woke up once, when I was in here," Ron answered her previous question. "He knew who I was. Seemed to remember what had happened. He was very worried about you." Hermione smiled a little, and looked down at her feet. "I guess I was unconscious the last time he saw me." Ron wondered momentarily at the look on her face. He had seen it before, but where? He couldn't put his finger on it. "I mentioned Ginny, and he got a little upset, though. He kept saying that he'd told her something, or hadn't told her something that he meant to. I'm not sure which, but he kept saying he shouldn't have." And he watched in amazement as Hermione colored violently. "Hermione, are you okay?" I'm fine," she said faintly. "I guess I should go lie down." She leaned down toward Harry, and ran her fingers loosely through his hair. "Wake up soon," she whispered. We miss you. Harry shifted slightly, and his eyes moved blindly beneath their lids, but he did not wake. Ron watched, feeling uncomfortable, and feeling ashamed that he was. He watched Harry, lying so still, looking so different from the agitated Harry he'd seen earlier. He shouldn't have what? Did he say something to upset Ginny? Is that why she wouldn't come with me? He shook his head to himself. He was making much of nothing. It was probably just the ramblings of a battle-weary, pain-fatigued mind. Not Ginny. The thought struck him suddenly like a bolt from the blue. He had mentioned Ginny, and Harry had corrected him, not Ginny. Then who? Ron's gaze fell on Hermione again, who was leaning over the rail, whispering something to Harry that he could not hear. And the look on her face, he recognized it suddenly with blinding clarity. It was the look Harry had gotten whenever Cho was around fourth year. The look Ginny had for Harry. A shining, yearning look, a look that one gets knowing that love is impossible, and yet loving someone anyway. Ron took an involuntary step away from Hermione, as if he could get away from the sudden pain in his chest. He wanted to be angry, jealous, but how could he be jealous of Harry? He was their hero, their savior, their best friend, his and Hermione's, Harry. The most he could muster up was hurt and, yes, hurt. That was it. Hermione looked up at him then, and smiled sweetly at him. I'm ready to go back now. Pretty tired, actually. She dashed one hand across her forehead, and laughed a little at herself. Don't you dare tell that healer that he was right. My lips are sealed, Ron said, with a laugh that rang hollowly and falsely to him. He picked her up again, and the ache in his chest tightened at the feel of her next to him, clinging to him. He wondered if she even realized it yet. He wondered if she would tell him when she did. When she did, not if. Bye, Harry, Hermione whispered, waving a little at her other best friend. She pressed her lips together in a tight line, willing herself not to cry. We'll be back again, mate, Ron said, in a hearty voice, as if expecting Harry to reply, all right. See you then. Hermione was silent, troubled, lost in her own thoughts, as Ron carried her back down to her room. Ron watched her profile, wondering what she was thinking. Was she wondering what she could have done differently? Was she reliving the nightmare of Voldemort hurting Harry? Ron, thank you for. She nodded her head back toward Harry's room. I needed to see him. She sighed, and leaned her head on his shoulder. I hope he's going to be okay. He's getting the best care that the wizarding world has, Ron said, mustering up a confident tone. I know, Ron opened her door, and gently set her back on her bed, tucking the sheet around her, as tenderly as Molly Weasley could have done. You want something to eat? I could nip over to the Meadowitch's station and see what they could bring you. Hermione smiled at him, and Ron felt again like she was seeing something else that he could not see. That would be nice, Ronald. Thank you. And she meant more than for just the food. Ron knew it. He smiled back at her, sitting in her bed, somehow appearing both frail and strong at the same time. Something protective welled up inside him, and the ache in his chest intensified. Harry, and Hermione, he thought in amazement. Anytime, Hermione, he said. Be right back. 3 days later, Harry woke up, really woke up, and the entire hospital was in an uproar. Ron had found out on the way back from the cafeteria as he and Luna were carrying a tray back up to Hermione. They had passed his father, standing in the corridor fending off reporters. He will give a statement as soon as he is able. Have mercy, you lot. He's only just awakened. Ron and Luna had exchanged glances of amazement and excitement, and had fled upstairs to tell Hermione. They had run into Lupin on the way up. He was on his way to Harry's room, to be there when the healers spoke with him. She was sitting with her bed partially inclined, her hair twisted up on top of her head, with a book and a roll of parchment on her lap. An ink bottle and quill sat on the table nearby. When her friends burst into the room, she looked up at them, a smile wreathing her face. Ron stood in the doorway, something so unexpected and amazing and right about Hermione reading and taking notes that he wanted to hug her on the spot. Bloody hell, Hermione, didn't you know that McGonagall shut down Hogwarts for the next 3 weeks? All the more reason not to fall behind, Hermione said mechanically, but she looked at him a little slyly and her eyes twinkled. Luna nudged Ron in the side, in a very unsubtle way. Ron's eyes lit up as he remembered why they had come up there in the first place. "Harry's awake," he blurted without preamble. Hermione came alert so quickly that her parchment coiled up on itself and fluttered off of her bed. She didn't even notice. "Is he all right? Lupin said he's going to need a lot of work on his legs, and he still hasn't enough strength to do any magic. But he's going to be okay." Hermione let out a shuddering breath, as if she'd been holding it for the past 3 days. "Good," she said in a deliberately understated way. But not before Ron had seen the shining look flit across her face again, albeit briefly. He hoped it would get easier to see after a while. "Can I come in?" came a small voice from Harry's doorway. He turned his head toward the door, without moving anything else, and smiled when he saw who it was. "As if you even have to ask," he said, his smile widening even further until he winced. His face was still a mass of greenish bruises. Her brows wrinkled in concern. "I could go, if you still need to rest," she sounded uncertain. "Don't you dare go. Between the MLE giving me the 3rd degree and the healers lecturing me on everything I should and shouldn't be doing, I need to see a friendly face. Where's Ron?" Hermione inclined her head toward the door. "He's waiting in the corridor. We've been trying to get in for hours, but it seems others took top priority. At least we got in before any reporters. And the minister. That has to say something about our importance." "Scrimgeour just wants a photo op," Harry said darkly, intimating that the minister could rot where he was waiting. "How are you feeling?" she asked gently, as if she wasn't sure that she had the right. Harry lifted one shoulder in a self-conscious shrug. "Okay, I guess," he answered. There was a long pause. "They've got me on, potions and stuff so I won't feel. My legs are pretty messed up, I reckon." Hermione sidled a little closer, and propped herself against the bed, leaning one hip on the mattress. When he hurt you, I thought, she couldn't articulate the horrifying feeling that had rushed through her at the sight of his agony. Her worry that perhaps she had caused this, that she should have stayed up there where she promised she would, instead of stunning Draco and retrieving the sword from McGonagall's office, the incredible fear that shivered through her and left her trembling that he would die, that she would watch him die, able to do nothing to save him, and then would be left alone. He knew what she meant, without her having to say anything, and he slid his hand along the sheet to lay atop hers, in a gesture of comfort. She looked down at their hands, so she wouldn't have to look at his face. His were still scarred, pink lines crisscrossing them from where he had torn them on the rough stone floor of the chamber, pulling himself toward her, even though half his body had been broken. "Harry," she murmured, using her other hand to caress his poor injured one. "They look a lot worse than they feel actually," he said, trying to speak lightly. He tapped one fingertip that still looked raw. "Protective charm. It'll stay in place until my fingernail grows back. Like an invisible bandage that won't fall off. Isn't that brilliant?" He had a tone of amazement in his voice, and Hermione was pleasantly reminded of the Muggle upbringing that they had in common. She smiled a little, and he smiled back. "That's better," he said. There was another silence, as they sat with a million thoughts and memories racing through their heads. There were things unsaid because they didn't need to be said, and things unsaid because they were afraid to say them. "It was my fault," Hermione began suddenly, wanting to blurt an apology for coming down into the chamber. "If you hadn't brought me the sword," Harry interrupted, trailing off and shaking his head. "I was completely outclassed, Hermione. Some chosen one I turned out to be. If you can't use unforgivables on a dark wizard who's definitely going to try to use them on you. I'm glad you can't use them," Hermione said, almost defiantly. Harry smiled at her tone. "Anyway, when I told the healers what I did, they said there was no way I should have been able to push myself up like that on 2 reductored legs. If you hadn't been behind me, if you hadn't helped me hold on," he looked at her a little shyly, and pulled his hand back from where it had still been resting atop hers. "But then you're always behind me, aren't you? Always there, just when I need you." The look he gave her made her stomach flip and her cheeks flush. "Harry, about what you said, what you were going to say," in the shrieking shack, Hermione ventured, but Harry had leaned over toward the table beside his bed and retrieved a glass of water, taking a sip. "Oi, Ron," he called out loudly, appearing not to have heard her at all. "Are you ever going to come in?" Hermione saw Harry's eyes flicker towards her, for just a second, and she knew then that he had heard her. She wasn't sure if she wanted to ruffle his hair playfully or slap his face. Ron poked his head in the door then, and guilt assailed her. Perhaps Harry was right. They both had personal issues of their own to work out. Then, perhaps, they could talk about what was nearly said that night. Still, she couldn't keep the longing from welling up inside her. "How are you feeling, mate?" Ron asked jovially. "All right, I guess," Harry shrugged. "I'd be a lot worse if I could feel those, I suppose," he said, indicating his legs still encased in their force field restraint. "Well, you look like hell," Ron replied in a candid way. "Ronald Weasley," Hermione reprimanded, apparently preparing to lambaste him. Ron winced, and addressed Harry, chucking his thumb at Hermione. "You see why they're making her go home today." She narrowed her eyes at him. "I'll have you know they love me here," she hissed. "I can see why." Harry laughed, going along with the joke, but for some reason, it landed awkwardly and everyone fell silent. "Oh, I was going to tell you," Ron said finally, clearing his throat. "Ginny's here." "She is." Harry's face was noncommittal. "I was wondering where she was." This was the truth, as he'd figured she'd have been with Ron, but Harry felt rather than saw Hermione wilt a little next to him. She was pretty upset that night. Having to go down into the chamber again and all. "She was one of the people who found you." Harry's face darkened with real concern. "She was in the chamber. That must have been horrific for her." A hand cupped his cheek. "Hermione." The flash of memory startled him. Ginny had been down there. "Anyway, the reporters are out in the lobby making a huge ruckus about talking to you. Are you up to doing a press conference?" Ron asked. Harry wrinkled his nose in distaste. "You're going to have to face them sometime, Harry," Hermione murmured, and Harry got the distinct and uncomfortable impression that she meant more than just the reporters. They looked at each other for a moment. "All right," he said reluctantly. "But you're going to be there, right?" Hermione nodded. Ron said, "Of course, mate," as he headed for the door. "I'll just send Ginny in, and go let Dad know what you said. They'll be getting a conference room ready for you. The MLE wants to talk to us again together." "Did they tell you?" Hermione asked. Harry nodded, looking glum. "I wish I could not think about it for a while," he said in a haunted voice. Hermione realized that he was playing this off a lot more positively than he actually felt. She watched him with sympathetic eyes, but Harry's gaze remained steadfastly on the battered hands in his lap. "I guess I'd better go get ready, see if I can help Ron," she said absently. Hermione started to rise, but Harry stopped her, reaching for her hand, before he checked himself and put his hand back in his lap. "You can stay," it was almost a question, in a hopeful, quiet voice. Hermione's eyes followed Ron out of the door. "I need to talk to Ron. There are things that need to be discussed," she said vaguely. "Hermione," Harry protested, knowing what she meant. "Don't do this, Ron really cares about you." "I know he does," Hermione replied, looking a little sad. "And how do you feel about it, Harry?" He opened his mouth to speak, but closed it again, saying nothing. He wouldn't look at her. "That's what I thought," she said in a low voice. "I'll see you later, Harry." "Hermione, wait," he called, but she swished out the door, holding it open for Ginny to enter. "Hermione in a snit again?" Ginny asked, in a not unkind tone, as she came fully into the room. She, Harry said, gesturing toward the door and then dropping his hand back to the bed in frustration. He flung his head back onto the inclined mattress. Ginny came forward and sat on the edge of the bed, much as Hermione had. "How are you feeling, really?" she asked. Harry shrugged again. "Why do people keep asking me that?" "Because they care about you. Because they want to satisfy their curiosity," Harry retorted on the heels of Ginny's statement, and she drew back as if stung. Harry winced and shook his head. I'm sorry, Gin. I didn't mean that." He lifted his glasses, and pinched the bridge of his nose. The new frames felt heavy and made the backs of his ears ache. I have to do this media thing in a little while. Ginny nodded that she knew that. Harry, did Voldemort use Crucio on you? Did you stick the sword all the way through him? Was there a lot of blood? Are you ever going to walk again? Do you have nightmares? How are you feeling? Harry spoke rapidly, waving one hand around like Hermione during Transfiguration class. Sarcasm fairly dripped from his last question. Ginny eyed him for a moment. I know you want to forget it, she said simply, and he looked at her with dawning comprehension. Of course she understood how he felt. She and Hermione were the only people that could understand, the only people that had faced down Voldemort and lived to tell the tale. Have you talked to Hermione yet? She asked, and he wondered briefly if she was reading his mind. He sighed and shook his head. She's dealing with all this too. I don't want to put all my issues on her as well. You're a little more removed from the situation, Ginny said wryly, and then her smile grew sad. Or more removed from you. She looked like she wished she hadn't said that, and she bit her lips together and looked away from him. Ginny, Harry said in protest, his brow wrinkling, as he tried to understand. He reached out with one hand to grab her upper arm, trying to turn her to face him. She refused to look at him, but when she spoke again, the sound of repressed tears was in her voice. I wasn't going to bring this up. I figured it was the last thing you needed to hear today, on your first day back, the first day of the rest of your life. She said the last part sardonically. Mention what? What are you talking about? You were calling for her, Ginny's voice sounded leaden. What? Harry asked, even as color flooded his face. He knew that he must look as guilty as sin. Hermione, when I found you in the chamber, when we carried you back up to the hospital wing, you were frantic, delirious, calling for her, pleading to know where she was. I touched your face, do you remember? Harry's hand had gone up to his own cheek, as if reliving the memory. You smiled. It was the most beautiful, breathtaking, radiant smile I've ever seen on your face. And then you said her name. She smiled a watery smile, and her chin wobbled as she finally looked back at him. I was so thrilled when we found you, and you were alive. She continued. I thought maybe this would be our chance, you know, no Voldemort looming over your head, making you do noble and stupid things. Another half-smile took some of the sting out of her words. I had my entire fairy tale castle built for about 10 seconds. Ginny, I'm sorry. Harry did not know what else to say. I didn't even. I'd hardly realized how I felt about, until just recently. Maybe it was the whole facing death thing, I don't know. I know, before, in the common room, I said. She laid her fingers over his lips for him to hush. I know what you said. You said we'd talk later. And so we have. I also know what I said. I said I wouldn't ask for any more than what you could give. She laughed a little bitterly at herself. Now I know what you can give, at least to me. And no woman wants to be second choice, Harry. It doesn't matter anyway, Harry pointed out. She's with Ron, and you know that is forbidden territory. He's my best mate. It matters to me, Ginny said succinctly. And Ron's not as stupid as he may seem sometimes, she added cryptically. Her eyes flickered to the small, square window in the door, which Harry could not see from his angle at the head of the bed. He's back. I guess it's almost time for the conference. Harry rolled his eyes and made a grumbling noise under his breath. Ginny rose to leave, smiling a little self-consciously. She was nearly to the door, when Harry called out suddenly. Ginny, don't be a stranger. He meant it. Ginny searched his face briefly, and must have seen evidence of his sincerity. I won't, she promised, and tucking a strand of red hair behind her ear, she waved, a little jut of her hand out from her side, and exited quickly. You ready, mate? Ron said, his voice trailing off as he watched Ginny leave, actually sticking his head back out of the door to watch her progress down the hall. What's wrong with her? Harry furrowed his brows, trying to ignore the flame of guilt that flared up in his chest. I think Ginny and I just broke up. There was another delay before they actually proceeded to the conference room, as they tried to find some kind of conveyance for Harry. Ron was still sending Harry long, searching looks, and Harry could tell that Ron was dying to ask what had gone on with him and Ginny. Harry pretending to be oblivious to the looks, and eventually Ron turned his mind to the task at hand. "What do they usually use here?" he asked. Ron scratched the back of his head. "I think they usually just use a mobilis or a full-body bind, and levitate the people around. You have to be really good at levitation charms if you're going to be a Medowitch or a healer." "You are not immobilizing me and levitating me anywhere," Harry said darkly. "You'd think there'd be a Muggle wheelchair around here somewhere," Hermione said from the corner table, where she was writing furiously, having appeared back in the room with Ron. "What are you doing?" Harry asked, craning his neck to peer around Ron at her, curiously. "Writing a statement. I figured you could give a statement, and then people could ask questions." "I can write my own statement," Harry said grumpily, like a defiant child. Hermione just looked at him, one eyebrow raised, and then continued writing. "Hey, this bed rolls," came Ron's muffled voice, but he had disappeared. Harry peered over the side of his bed, to see Ron on his hands and knees, partially underneath it. "I'm not rolling to a press conference in a bloody bed," Harry said. "It'll be poor ickle Harrykins enough as it is, without adding to it." "Well, what would you suggest we do?" Ron asked in a magnanimous voice. "I want to walk down there on my own two bloody legs," Harry shouted suddenly. Ron froze. Hermione's quill stopped scratching on the parchment. They looked stricken, and Harry felt instantly ashamed of his outburst. Hermione put her quill down, with a soft plink on the table, and stood up, dusting her hands together briskly as she reached for her wand. Ron and Harry watched in amazement as she turned to the chair she'd been sitting in, a rather hard affair, upholstered in a singularly ugly fabric. She transfigured its 4 legs into wheels, and lengthened the seat out so that it looked almost like a chaise. She stood behind it with her hands out momentarily, and then added 2 handles at just that height on the back of the chair. "There," she said, as if she'd just done something mundane, like bringing in the post. Harry and Ron exchanged astonished glances. "It's better than a wheelchair, even, since you can't bend your legs." Harry gaped at it. It looked like he would be able to sit in it, much like a hospital bed, with his legs fully extended. "And if you're pushed up to a table, it'll look like a regular chair," Ron added. "Thanks, Hermione," Harry said gratefully. "Don't mention it," she said, rolling up the parchment she'd been writing on, and handing it to him. Her tone was still businesslike, impersonal. She went to the small wardrobe, and pulled something out, tossing it at him over her shoulder. "Put this on." It was a shirt, long-sleeved, buttoned down, light green. "Hermione," he began, holding the shirt up. "I thought it would look nice on you," she said, still in the wardrobe, even though there was nothing else in there. "Button it over your hospital gown, if you don't want to be poor ickle Harry. Nobody's going to see your legs, so it won't matter." She shut the wardrobe door with a snap, and tossed something else at him. The hairbrush landed in his lap. "And comb your hair," she barked. But her eyes were warm and brown, and they glowed at him with a light that he had never seen before, but that he hoped to see again and often. Something swelled up within him. "Hermione, I love you so much," he thought fervently. She held the shirt up for him to slip his arms into, and fussed over him as he fastened it over the generic white hospital gown. She was busily smoothing the shoulders, straightening the collar, and tugging at the sleeves. Ron had a "better you than me" look of pity on his face. "If she wipes your face with her spit, mate, I'm out of here," he said with a grin. Harry tried to suppress a smile, as Hermione whirled to glare holes in Ron's head. "Are we ready?" Harry asked, after he gave the brush a cursory swipe or two through his unruly hair. "Where's your wand?" Hermione asked automatically. Harry shrugged a little uncomfortably. "I guess Healer Munson has it, or maybe Lupin, doesn't matter anyway, seeing as how I can't use it." His magical reserves were so low that he had been forbidden from doing so much as a Lumos spell, even if he'd been able to. Hermione looked at him with compassionate eyes. "I was going to see if your wand would make this thing move." "Is the leg restraint portable?" she asked, as Harry wondered if this meant that she had forgiven him. Even as she spoke, Healer Munson entered. It was obvious that he did not approve of his patient gallivanting around the hospital while he was supposed to be convalescing. "Are you still determined to do this?" the healer asked gruffly. Harry smiled in a disarming way. "I've got to do it eventually," he said. Healer Munson tapped a couple of the wards with his wand, and one stopped glowing. The shimmery field remained in place around his legs, but was no longer attached to the bed. "Your legs are still completely immobilized, but the restraint field itself can be moved, while still deflecting the pain. I'm going to." He trailed off as he looked at the distorted chair sitting in the middle of the room. "Hermione transfigured me a chair," Harry pointed out obviously, pride radiating from his voice. Hermione darted her eyes toward him and then down, her cheeks flushing a little. "You're going to ride in that?" Healer Munson asked, his eyebrows at his hairline. "He doesn't like being levitated long distances," Ron put in helpfully. "All right," the healer said dubiously. "I'll attach the restraint field to this chair. It'll be just like it was in your bed." Harry nodded, and the healer levitated him smoothly from the bed to the chair. He tapped the restraint field with his wand again, murmuring an incantation, and 2 ward markers appeared at the foot of the chair, glowing softly. Hermione got behind the chair and gave an experimental push. When it rolled smoothly, she couldn't keep a smile from flitting over her face. "Let's go," she said triumphantly, as Ron held open the door. They reached the conference room through the director's private office, so Harry would not have to pass by the hordes of reporters to enter the room. The long conference table had been turned sideways across the front of the room, and was draped with a heavy red cloth that fell in generous folds to the floor. Chairs lined one side of the table, facing another block of chairs in the center of the room where the reporters would be seated. Harry eyed the red tablecloth gratefully. His legs would be completely concealed, and he would look like any other person sitting at a table. Hermione pushed him up to a clear spot at the center of the table, and she and Ron pulled out chairs on either side of him. Lupin and McGonagall entered the room then, with Nymphadora Tonks. "Remus," Harry blurted, "I didn't know you were going to be in here." "McGonagall is here to represent the school," Lupin said, putting one hand on the back of Harry's chair and leaning down towards him. "And Tonks is representing the Aurors. If there is any question that you're not sure if you should answer, look to her, and she'll let you know." "Watch her, Harry," Tonks said with a wink, taking a chair on the other side of Ron. "And why are you here?" Harry asked. "Someone's got to look out for you, Harry," Lupin answered. "You may be of age, but there's a lot about the wizarding world you still don't know. I'm not about to let a lot of bloodthirsty reporters exploit you." Harry regarded the older man gratefully. Remus had taken on the mantle that had been left behind with Sirius death, without even having to be asked. "Thanks," he said in a low voice. Arthur Weasley appeared in the doorway then, with a questioning look on his face. "We're ready," Lupin nodded at him, taking the seat beyond McGonagall. Healer Munson also entered, sitting down just before the reporters arrived, to act in Harry's best interests, medically speaking. "I reserve the right to shut this down at any time, should I believe that you have done too much," the healer said gravely. Harry nodded at him meekly. It might be nice to have an out, if the questions got to be too intrusive. The reporters and cameramen filed into the room, in near total silence, and tried not to gawk too obviously at Harry. There was some bustling as equipment was set up and situated, and reporters retrieved quills and parchment in readiness for notes. The 2 sides of the room gazed at each other in expectant silence. Harry felt Hermione's hand nudge him under the table, and when he looked at her, she nodded at the piece of paper that she had prepared for him. He smoothed the parchment flat on the table, and cleared his throat. "Before his death, Al," he began, but was cut off by a polite request from a reporter in the throng. "Harry, would you mind using sonorous on your voice, so everyone can hear you?" Harry's hand went automatically to his hip, before he remembered that, not only did he have no pockets, but no wand in them either. Not that he could have performed the spell even if he'd had a wand. He jerked his gaze up to Hermione, slight panic showing on his features. She calmly pulled out her wand and pointed it at Harry's throat. "Sonorous," she said softly, and a murmur rose up from the audience of reporters. Harry figured it was even money that one of the articles written today would be headlined, "Boy Who Lived Reduced to Squib." He started again. Before his death, Albus Dumbledore confided in me the suspicions he had long held that Tom Marvolo Riddle, also known as Lord Voldemort, had availed himself of the dark art of making Horcruxes. He believed that Voldemort had split his own soul into 7 pieces in an effort at immortality. He paused in his reading, and looked questioningly down the table at Tonks, who nodded at him reassuringly. It felt odd to be speaking so publicly about the Horcruxes, after the months and months of secrecy. This summer, my friends and I had undertaken a quest to search out and destroy the Horcruxes. We succeeded, and when we returned to Hogwarts last week, all but one had been destroyed. Hogsmeade was attacked the night after we arrived, and I learned that Voldemort had come for me. I met him in the Chamber of Secrets, and after a duel, I was able to destroy both him and the red amulet Horcrux he was wearing, using the sword that belonged to Godric Gryffindor. Harry had read the entire statement in a flat, monotone voice, pausing only to be grateful that Hermione had used the word destroy instead of kill. It made him feel better, for some reason. He wondered why she had edited out her part in it. Lupin spoke up in the ensuing silence, as the reporters digested this, quills flying. "The panel will now take any questions you may have," he said. Hands began waving frantically, much like the gesture Harry had been aping to Ginny earlier. Lupin pointed to one at random, a young blonde witch with horn-rimmed glasses and an air of Hermione at her very most serious. "Giselle Fairweather, Daily Prophet," she said, by way of introduction. Harry wondered if she had taken Rita Skeeter's place. "Mr. Potter," she began professionally. "What of the rumors that there was a prophecy concerning you and he who must not?" She stopped at the automatic moniker for Voldemort, and shrugged at herself. "And Voldemort," she finished, managing to get the name out in a fairly natural-sounding way. Harry darted a look over to Tonks. He was no longer sure what still needed to be kept secret, and what could be disclosed. She nodded at him surreptitiously. "There was a prophecy," he said heavily. Several of the reporters exchanged glances. Quills flew like mad. "Can you tell us what it said?" Miss Fairweather asked, as a couple of reporters protested that she had asked 2 questions. "It said that Voldemort would mark me as his equal, and that I would have power that he knows not. It said that neither one of us could live while the other one survived." Another murmur rippled around the room. Some of the more matronly-looking journalists eyed Harry with sympathy. Harry could practically feel them thinking, "Poor boy." Lupin indicated another reporter, this one a balding man with a walrus mustache, clearly charmed to match his original hair color. "Felix Grant, Glasgow Mage," he said, after some harumphing and clearing of his throat. "What was the power he knows not? Was Gryffindor's sword enchanted?" This question gave Harry pause. He had never really thought about it before. "I don't think there was any extraordinary enchantment on the sword," he answered slowly, obviously thinking hard. "Hermione had brought him the sword. Perhaps it was you," he said suddenly, looking up at her, belatedly realizing that his voice was still sonorous ed. Cameras flashed, and Harry winced, picturing another headline. "The Boy Who Lived, the Girl Who Helped Him, and Their Star-Crossed Romance." "Miss Granger, what was your role in the last battle?" A thin and nervous young man gulped, after introducing himself as being from the Dublin Quill and Scroll. Hermione told how she'd gotten away from Malfoy and hurried to retrieve the sword, then brought it down to Harry. She told about the shrunken sword, and how Harry had enlarged it without a wand. Harry interrupted her to highlight parts of her role that she'd glossed over, including actually stunning Draco Malfoy and unlocking the wards on the display case in the headmistress's office, as well as strolling into the chamber right under Voldemort's nose. A brash middle-aged woman with blue-black hair seized on this tidbit of information, and introduced herself as being from one of the more notable gossip rags. "What did Draco Malfoy do? Has he been arrested?" Tonks spoke before Harry could open his mouth. "Draco Malfoy is in custody, but Harry cannot comment on any cases that may be pending." Harry smiled apologetically at brash lady. "How severe are your injuries, Mr. Potter? Will you be making a full recovery?" asked another reporter from the rear of the room. Harry began, not sure what to say. It was a variation at least, on the, "how are you feeling?" question, And kinder than, so, we heard you'll never walk again. Is that true? Most of Harry's injuries were relatively minor and have already been corrected, Healer Munson spoke up gruffly from the far end of the table. The others we expect to be able to heal, given more time. Like his ability to do magic. Someone called. Will he walk again? Another asked, giving voice to the rampant rumors that had obviously leaked everywhere. Harry felt himself begin to shift uncomfortably in his modified chair. He felt suddenly ill at ease under their predatory gazes. He felt Hermione's hand slide over toward him under the table, and thread his fingers gently through hers. Mr. Potter's medical status is confidential, Healer Munson said, in a tone that brooked no argument. Content yourselves with the fact that he is well enough to speak with you today. Harry shot a grateful glance down the table at his healer. He wasn't sure that he would have been comfortable with the entire wizarding world knowing that he was in a hospital bed unable to move or do magic. Funny, he hadn't thought that Healer Munson liked him very much. There was a moment of silence, as some of the more ethical reporters felt properly chastised. Mr. Weasley, another finally spoke up, addressing Ron. Is it true that you were the leader of the student fighters in the battle for Hogsmeade? Cameras flashed again as Ron detailed his exploits on the night of the battle, ending with their intended last stand on the road to Hogwarts, when the Death Eaters began to fall, victims of their allegiance to their master. More questions flew. McGonagall spoke about the reopening of Hogwarts to all students, and how she hoped parents would now feel safe in sending their children back there. Tonks spoke in very vague terms about how the hunt for the Death Eaters was still ongoing, but since most had been at the very least incapacitated by the fall of Voldemort, it was going well. Ron was asked about having an entire family fighting for the Order. Harry was not allowed to speak about either Malfoy or Snape, and he suspected that it had to do with the fact that the MLE still wasn't quite certain what to do with them yet. Hermione was queried at length by Witch Weekly about how she felt when she entered the chamber and faced Voldemort, why she thought she was in Gryffindor instead of Ravenclaw, and what her favorite color of lipstick was. Harry smelled a girl power cover story in the offing. Hermione looked quite disgusted by the entire thing. The press conference went on for quite a long time. Harry was asked about the visit from Scrimgeour that was pending, and he did a poor job of concealing his dislike for the man. He answered questions about Dumbledore and Sirius, and was beginning to feel as if he'd said the same things over and over again. He was tired, and there was a dull ache in his legs. He didn't think he was supposed to feel anything, and wondered exactly what that meant. He reached up and rubbed his forehead tiredly, with one hand, and Hermione looked at him in concern. She must have turned and said something to Lupin, because the werewolf stood, after conferring with Healer Munson, and said there would be one more question. It was given to Giselle Fairweather of the Daily Prophet. Do you know for sure that Voldemort is gone? She asked. Some of the reporters had been putting quills away and rustling around in preparation to leaving, but at this question, everything in the room literally stopped and hung suspended, waiting for his answer. Hermione squeezed her fingers around his reassuringly. I saw him die, Harry said in a steely, yet bewildered voice, as if he could not understand why she would ask such a thing. I ran a sword through him, and I lost consciousness in a pool of his blood. The reporters murmured to themselves, and Harry wondered if he'd said too much. Hermione's thumb began to trace a loopy pattern on the skin of his hand, underneath the table. Giselle Fairweather was unperturbed. What about the Horcruxes? We destroyed them, Harry said evenly. He was starting to miss Rita Skeeter. How do you know there were only 7? She asked smoothly. That's enough, Lupin interjected angrily. There were only 6 Horcruxes. The 7th? Harry looked at Miss Fairweather oddly. The end of her sentence had seemed warped and distorted, like a phonograph playing at too low of a speed. The pain in his legs shot up to his hips and began to throb in time with his pulse. His scar flared suddenly, burning on his forehead like a brand. He blinked. The 7th piece was in Voldemort himself. While he was at Hogwarts, Tom Riddle specifically asked about the possibility of splitting his soul into. He stopped, his eyes sliding closed as he inhaled a shuddering noisy breath. Harry, he heard Hermione's voice, sounding far away. The pain in his legs was white hot. Cameras flashed, and each flash was like a gunshot in Harry's pounding head. It seemed to be occurring in slow motion. There was so much pain, from his legs, from his head, that he could no longer localize where the problem was coming from. Something's wrong, he heard Hermione cry. There were hands on him. The chair was rolled out from under the table. His leg moved, and something was groaning pitifully and painfully, a scream with no air in it. He realized with detached amazement that the sounds were coming from him. The locket melted into a misshapen lump in the beaker of acid. Red smoke trickled to the ceiling in an unearthly scream. He heaved the contents of his stomach onto the well-scrubbed kitchen floor. The wards around the restraint field have gone down. He needs a sedative. Somebody get me a Medowitch and a potions kit, Healer Munson said, barking orders rapidly. Cameras flashed again. Harry could see the brilliance through his eyelids. He stabbed the weather-beaten book with a long, sharp fang. Ink spurted up, warm and wet, between his fingers. Ginny was lying on the damp floor, pale as death. Get them out of here now, Lupin roared. The murmuring of the reporters turned to shouts. There was a scuffle, a chair overturned, a camera flashed. The ring's stone had a crack down the center. Dumbledore's wizened and ruined hand flung upwards as he plunged over the battlements of the astronomy tower. Harry, it was Hermione again, her voice pleading. He wanted to answer her. He opened his mouth to reply, but the pain was all-consuming. The snake sprang towards Ron, fangs wide, as Ron stumbled backwards, fear apparent in his eyes. Harry caught the snake in midair with an incendio. It arced downward like a ribbon of fire. Someone tapped him with a wand, and he felt frozen. The waves of pain abated slightly, and he tried to open his eyes. Hufflepuff's cup tinkled out to the floor from a hole in the mouth organ. Snakes hissed and writhed around it. The closet door rattled, shaken by a hand dripping with rotting, wet flesh. Pain exploded once behind his eyes, as he opened them. Hermione's face swam into view. The conference room was empty, save for a crowd of medical personnel around his legs. The sword pierced the ruby amulet cleanly, disrupting the swirl of fire within its depths with an odd, fluid sound. Blood trickled down the point of the blade protruding from Voldemort's back. Harry fell forward. The blood was warm and sticky on his hands. Harry, Hermione was saying in a clear, level voice. Harry could see Lupin hovering concernedly over her shoulder. Harry, look at me. Focus on me. He tried to obey her, but his vision was blurry and sweat was dripping into his eyes. He needs to drink this, a Medowitch said, holding a vial of lavender potion. Take the body bind off of him. Hermione snapped. Another healer ended the spell, and Harry's eyes rolled up in his head as the pain surged back over him, swamping him, catching him up in its fierce current. His breath was coming in short gasps. The healers were at his feet working feverishly on the wards of the restraint field. Hermione was angry and scared. Harry could see it in the snap of her dark eyes and the harshness of her breathing, in the way she was tossing frantic glances toward the mass of healers. He's not breathing properly, she said, supporting his head, as the Medowitch poured the potion down his throat. He coughed and sputtered a little on the acrid taste, and the slight movement caused shards of pain to shoot up both legs. It felt as if his knees were being splintered apart anew. What the hell is taking so long? She burst out suddenly, and Harry was vaguely startled, even through the haze of agony. Then Lupin was back in his field of vision, holding Hermione by the shoulders. Come on, Hermione, let's go. Let's let them work on Harry. Harry felt his eyelids growing heavy. The potion had been a sedative. But he fought it. Hermione, he mumbled, reaching toward her. His arm felt like it had a lead weight attached. No, let me go, she said fiercely. He wants me to stay. He needs me. Lupin was pulling her toward the door, but she was fighting him, trying to get out of his grasp. He was reaching for her, and she was reaching for him, but there was still a meter or more of space between their hands. Don't leave, he called out, and his voice sounded thick and clumsy to his own ears. There was something shiny and wet on Hermione's face. Damn you, Lupin, he thought he heard her say. Let me go. And then there was a noise like a smooth whirring sound, and the restraint shimmered into place around his legs. The pain ebbed away, and Harry felt himself relax. His muscles trembled weakly where they had been held tensely, fighting against the restraint of the body bind. His eyes slid shut in blessed relief. Lupin let Hermione go, and she rushed back to Harry's side, threading her fingers through his, and stroking his damp hair away from his clammy forehead. She drew back her fingers a little, startled. His scar was burning hot, almost as if he had a fever. The healers dispersed from around his legs, looking more than a little relieved. Healer Munson came up to Harry's head, and began to scan him with his wand. "What happened?" Hermione asked the healer, as she clung to Harry's hand. "The wards came down," Healer Munson said. "I am at a loss as to explain why they did, but if we hadn't gotten them back up, the pain alone could have killed him." Hermione blanched and swallowed at his dire words. "Could magic have done this?" she asked. "Do you mean, could somebody have done this on purpose, to hurt Harry?" he asked, and continued at her nod. "I don't see how. This kind of magic is highly specialized, attuned to Harry specifically. That's why it took so long to revamp the wards. If anybody was going to take the wards down, it would have to be Harry himself." But that's not possible," Hermione protested, shaking her head quickly. "His magical reserves are still at 0. He shouldn't have been able to do anything," Healer Munson finished for her, perusing the readout from his wand. "Then how, Miss Granger?" Healer Munson said patiently, and Hermione felt ashamed of her outbursts and insistent questions. "It might have simply been an accident, a magical failure, one of those things that just happens." "Yes, sir," Hermione said, stroking Harry's hand absent-mindedly between both of hers. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." She looked apologetically toward the restraint field that they'd been working so frantically on. Healer Munson's mouth twitched a little. "It is quite understandable." His next words were spoken in a businesslike fashion. "He needs to be back in his room, and he needs to rest." A Medowitch came to push the chair, exclaiming a little over the entire contraption. "Please," Hermione said, as humbly as she knew how. "Please, can I stay with him?" Healer Munson cocked one eyebrow at her, and then shot a wry glance at Remus Lupin. "I wouldn't dream of separating you two," he said dryly. Remus spelled the doors open and held them that way, as the Medowitch pushed Harry's chair out into the director's office, the way they had come. "Thanks, Remus," Hermione said, somewhat shyly calling him by his given name. There was an apologetic and embarrassed note in her voice. He nodded at her, and there was a twinkle in his eye, even as he tensely watched Harry's face. Hermione knew that Remus knew why she had gotten so upset, and did not hold her actions or her words against her. There was a knot of people standing just inside, talking anxiously, Ron among them. He had been the one to run for a Medowitch when Healer Munson called out, and had not been allowed back into the room. His eyes flitted nervously to Harry's still, pale face, and then darted briefly down to where Harry's and Hermione's hands were threaded together. He looked up at Hermione, a question in his eyes. She gazed back, her posture rigid, her nostrils flared, her eyes wide and dark, and traces of drying tears on her cheeks. Something like defiance and apology wore on her face. Ron swallowed with difficulty, his Adam's apple bobbing visibly in his throat. "He okay?" he asked. Hermione pursed her lips and nodded, a short jerky motion of her head. "We're taking him back to his room. Do you want to come? We could talk." The last sentence was offered a little hesitantly. Their eyes met again, and one corner of Ron's mouth curled up in a mirthless half-smile. "I guess we should," he pointed out in a quiet voice. Hermione seemed to freeze for a moment, as they continued out into the corridor. Their gazes bounced off of each other and skittered away nervously. They said nothing more until Harry had been removed from his chair and safely ensconced in his bed. The Medowitch hooked the restraint field back up to the bed, replaced the silver tape on his hand, and rearranged the row of potions that would diffuse into his body through the adhesive. She removed a couple of empty amphorae, and bustled out of the room. Hermione had parked the chair in the corner by the table, where it would be out of the way, and curled herself up on it, leaning her cheek against the upholstered back, her arms wrapped around her knees, imagining that she could still feel Harry's warmth in the rough fabric. Her eyes drifted over to Harry. He was breathing evenly, his forehead smoothed from pain, although his scar still stood out on his white skin like a livid wheal. She caught herself suddenly. She was breathing in time with him, and had not even realized she was doing so. Her cheeks burned, and she looked guiltily at Ron, who was watching her pensively. "So," she began, in what passed for a nonchalant tone, trying to paste a smile on her face, like this was any ordinary conversation that two chums might be having. Ron was not to be thusly put off. "You know what we need to talk about," he said, and his voice was barely audible. "You were trying to tell me before the press conference, weren't you?" "Maybe I should have been in Ravenclaw after all," she said, trying to smile and failing miserably. "When did it happen?" Ron asked, his eyes drifting over her shoulder toward Harry. I'm not sure." She knew exactly what he meant. I think maybe it's always been there, and I just never realized it before." Ron had been standing up to that point, but now leaned heavily against the wall, as if he no longer had the strength to stand on his own. "Does he know?" Their eyes met again, and Hermione searched his face for a long moment before answering. "If you're asking if we've talked about it yet, the answer is no," she said slowly. "But I think he knows." "Does he feel the same way?" Ron kept asking questions, in the same tired, resigned, neutral-sounding voice. It made Hermione want to shriek at him to stop. She felt as if fragments of their friendship were tumbling down around her ears. She looked over at Harry. I don't know. I think he might." She knotted her hands together in her lap. She looked over at Ron again. His hands were at his sides, clenched into fists so tightly that his knuckles were white. Even leaning against the wall, every muscle in his body was rigidly tense. "He does," Ron affirmed, somewhat unexpectedly. His voice was laced with bitterness that he was trying to conceal. "What?" Hermione gaped. "How do you? I think he's been in love with you for a while now, he just didn't see it. Or maybe didn't want to, because of me," he trailed off with a sigh. But Ginny," Hermione stammered stupidly. "She said he was calling for you when they brought him up from the chamber." Hermione colored a little. "He begged me not to go in the chamber," she said in a faraway voice, gazing into middle distance. "He told me I would be a liability. He almost said it then, I thought, right in front of Snape and Malfoy, but he stopped." She halted abruptly, and looked back at Ron. "I promised I wouldn't go, and I did anyway." Ron snorted, and smiled at her a little. "I don't think he holds it against you, Hermione." She smiled back, and then seemed to suddenly remember what they were talking about. "Ron," she began. Her brow was creased with concern, and there was a placating look in her eyes. "Hermione, you don't have to," he tried to ward her off. "I don't want to hurt you, or Ginny, or anybody. I didn't intend for this to happen. I know you didn't, and neither did Harry. That's what makes it so hard." He looked at her as if seeing her for the first time, and something glinted in his eyes. "Harry and Ginny broke up today," Ron blurted suddenly, and Hermione looked at him, startled. "What happened?" Ron shrugged. "Would you want to be in a relationship with someone who was in love with someone else?" he asked her pointedly. She blinked at him and pressed her lips together tightly. "Right," she said faintly. "Hermione," he began tentatively, after a moment of silence. "What was all that last year? With us, the Canaries and everything?" A laugh burbled suddenly from Hermione's mouth, and it was more than half sob. "I never have apologized to you about that. I was just so angry and scared." Ron's expression prodded her to continue. "You didn't need me," she murmured so quietly that he wasn't sure he'd heard her correctly. "What?" he asked in an incredulous way. "You didn't need me, neither of you. You had Lavender, and Harry had his Prince book." She rolled her eyes in annoyance. "And I was just there, Hermione on the outside looking in, just like I'd always been, before Hogwarts." "Hermione, that's bollocks," Ron protested. "You saw how well the whole thing with Lavender went. And the potions book too. Remember what Harry did to Malfoy. You were right, of course. We'd both be better off if we listened to you more often. We'd have flunked out 5 times over if not for you." He looked at her sympathetically. "We both need you, we'll always need you. Harry couldn't have done what he did in the chamber without you. And you know he needs you. I heard you yelling it at Remus." Hermione looked down at her feet self-consciously. "The whole corridor probably heard you," Ron egged. "Hermione, you were swearing at him. He was our teacher. He made huge eyes of mock horror, and pointed at her. I lost my head, she mumbled, flushing even though she knew Ron was teasing. You've a gift for understatement, he replied dryly. They looked at each other again, and Hermione felt her love for him well up inside her. He was her best friend. And if she was Harry's right arm, then Ron was hers. They were the three sides of a triangle, interconnected and unbreakable. I love you, Ron, she said suddenly, her voice dropping into the quiet of the room. Now I'm confused, he joked, but his eyes were regarding her gravely. Are you mad at all? About? She inclined her head toward Harry. He half smiled at her, a little sadly, she thought. Haven't got enough energy to be mad with, he said laconically. Hurts a little. After a contemplative pause, he amended, maybe more than a little. He looked slightly uncomfortable to be revealing that information. Ever since I saw you at the Yule Ball 4th year, I kept hoping that we'd stop fighting long enough to. And last year, I figured we'd finally gotten. He threw his hands up in the air, and his smile twisted. If it had been anybody else, Hermione, Victor, Ernie, Seamus, Dean, anybody, I could have cheerfully hated them for the rest of my life. But you've got me in a bind. Harry, how am I supposed to hate him? It's not like he even went and seduced you away from me or anything. He sank down to the floor, resting his elbow on his knees, and looked at her earnestly. Because, really, I'm not sure I ever truly had you at all. Hermione looked stricken. I used to get jealous of Harry, of the attention he got, of the money he had, the fame, but he doesn't want any of that. He'd give it all up just to have someone that loves him, a family, something that I've had all my life, and never really appreciated. He seemed to be rambling a little now. If you can give that to him, how can I begrudge him that? I've gotten used to it, you know, coming in second to Harry, being the sidekick. Hermione opened her mouth, as if to protest, but he hurried on. It's okay, he said. I'd rather be Harry's sidekick, and be with you and him, than front and center all by myself. He's lucky to have you, Hermione said rather mistily. He's lucky to have you, Ron demurred. And if he started to say, but Hermione waved him off. Spare me the protective big brother spiel, please, she said, laughing. I don't need to be convinced that you would well and truly kick his ass if the need arose. Ron puffed out his chest in a, see that you don't forget that, way. Hermione grew quiet again. You're sure that you're okay? Ron rolled his eyes at her. I can grow up too, you know. I'll be fine, after a while. He tried to smile at her. And the trio? She asked tentatively. Are we okay? Her forehead creased as she regarded him. She would do almost anything for him, but she didn't know if she'd be able to give up Harry. She was hoping against hope that he would not ask that of her. With an uncharacteristically discerning look, Ron appeared to know exactly what she was thinking. Our friendship, he nodded toward her, then at Harry beyond her. You know I'd rather die than give that up, right? It's been the best thing that's ever happened to me, running with Harry to save you from that troll in the loo. He appeared at a loss for words. There won't be any problems between us on my account. He looked solemn, as if taking a vow, and then watched with alarm, as Hermione's eyes filmed over with tears. You are not going to pull a show, he said frantically, leaping to his feet comically, evidently deciding that the serious heart-to-heart stuff had gone on long enough. I refuse to be a party to it. He went to the door, and exclaimed in a loud and grateful voice, Luna. I was looking for you. And he was gone. She wondered absently whether or not Luna had actually been out there, and what was going on with that anyway. Maybe he won't be alone too long after all. Hermione laughed to herself a little, and wiped at the tears that had spilled down her cheeks during Ron's flight. Then, she looked over at Harry and her smile died. The pain alone could have killed him. Healer Munson's words echoed ominously in her head, and she could not shake the feeling of dread that this had somehow been planned. That someone, with malice aforethought, had deliberately and knowingly deactivated the wards on Harry's legs, knowing the effect it would have on him. And had the timing been deliberate as well, at a news conference, so the entire wizarding world could dissect and discuss the poor boy who lived in his infirmities. Voldemort was dead, his followers scattered and reeling from his demise, or arrested and in prison, awaiting trial. Who could hate Harry so much? Who could desire to see him in pain? Hermione could not get her mind around it, and was reminded by an ache spreading from her temples, how short a time had actually passed since she had been in a hospital bed herself. She pushed the wheeled chair over to Harry's bedside, and stretched out in it. She reached out one hand, and laid it on one of his, taking comfort in the warmth that radiated from it. She watched his chest rise and fall rhythmically, as the wards glowed softly near his feet. "I love you, Harry Potter," she whispered in the near-total silence, as she slipped into sleep. Harry didn't awaken until the next morning. When he opened his eyes, they felt sandy and heavy, and his head was throbbing in time with his pulse. He shifted a little in his bed, and groaned involuntarily, and then stared, as he saw a hand wrapped in his own. Hermione was asleep in his chair. He watched her unashamedly for a moment, noted the way her lashes fanned darkly down onto her cheeks, the way her lips moved slightly as if she were reading, even in her sleep. He slid his hand from around hers. It had gotten sweaty during the night, and he wiped it absent-mindedly on his bedsheet. His movements had attracted a Medowitch, who bustled into the room to check on him. Hermione stirred and awakened at the noise. She looked at him, concern lining her face. "How do you feel?" slipped out of her mouth before she remembered how tired he must be of that question. "Like I've been run over by the Hogwarts Express," he said candidly. "What happened?" Hermione explained how the wards had deactivated, thus failing to keep his legs immobile or keep him from feeling the pain. You didn't deactivate them, did you, Harry?" Hermione asked cautiously. "How could I have done that?" he replied, equally mystified. "Well, you couldn't have, not with your magical reserves at zero. But you're Harry Potter, you've done impossible things before. Then, why would I have done that? It hurt like hell. You'd have to be spared to do something like that to yourself. It felt like the reductor was hitting me all over again, and then my scar flared up a bit, and I don't remember much after that." He paused and looked at her, squinting with concentration. "You were fighting with Remus," he recalled. "He was trying to make me leave you," Hermione said, fixing her steady, dark gaze on him. Harry felt his stomach leave its customary resting place. Damn. They stared at each other for a moment, as the Medowitch finished fussing over Harry, and left the room, completely unnoticed. "Hermione, he began, but Hermione interrupted him, having noticed something he'd said a moment earlier. "Did you say your scar hurt?" Worry stamped itself across her features. "Did you tell the healer?" "When would I have had the chance to tell the healer?" Harry sounded annoyed. "It's no big deal. It probably hurt because everything else did." "Harry, you know when your scar hurt before," she started. "He's dead, Hermione," Harry rapped out suddenly, his harsh voice startling them both. "It can't be that because he's dead. I killed him." The words rang out in the room, in stark contrast to the normally hushed atmosphere. Harry was panting as if he'd run a sprint, and Hermione watched as a tremor shuddered over his body. "He's afraid," Hermione thought suddenly, not daring to speak those thoughts aloud. "He's afraid that it's not true." And somehow that scared her more than anything else might have. "Of course he's dead, Harry," Hermione said in an automatic way, as one would when soothing a child. "We saw him die." She decided that she would speak to Healer Munson about his scar herself. Harry eyed her suspiciously. "You're patronizing me. You're thinking of going to tell the healer yourself." Hermione froze guiltily, startled at his perception. "Don't be ridiculous, Harry," she snapped. He raked her with a lofty gaze, looking at her superiorly, knowing he was right. "Did you ever talk to Ron?" he asked suddenly, changing the subject abruptly. She looked a bit discomposed at the sudden shift. "We talked," she hedged, feeling her pulse rate accelerate rapidly. Why was this making her so nervous? She twined her fingers around each other in her lap. "How did it go?" Harry said in an intentionally vague way. His hand picked at a thread on the sheet. He wasn't looking at her. "We broke up," she said suddenly. "If you could even call what we were doing dating." "Hermione," he began, the words, "Please tell me you didn't do this because of me," plainly apparent in his tone. He finally settled for saying, "Why?" He was still keeping his gaze down studiously. She took a deep breath. He didn't want to be in a relationship with someone who was in love with someone else. There, she'd said it. She closed her eyes reflexively. When she opened them again, he was looking at her, and she felt the heat rise in her face. The love shining out of his eyes took her breath away, and she knew that the same emotion was radiating from her face as well. "Are you?" Harry asked hoarsely. She nodded her head. "Yes," she whispered. He smiled a little, but didn't remove his gaze from hers. "Me too." His voice was barely audible. Hermione's hands were cold and her fingers trembled as she clenched them around the metal railing at the side of the bed. He slid his hand over slowly, and the tips of his fingers grazed her knuckles. She was intensely aware of every place that their skin touched. He leaned toward her, but couldn't go very far with half his body fastened to the bed. His eyes flickered from her mouth back up to her eyes with uncertainty. She decided to close the distance between him, her mind shrieking something incoherently like "I'm going to key him. I'm going to key Harry." "Good morning. How is our patient this morning?" Healer Munson strolled in the door, his face buried in Harry's chart. Hermione fell back into her chair with a thump, as both teenagers glowered at the intruder. "I've been better," Harry murmured truthfully. "I was better right before you walked in." Healer Munson checked the restraint field, and then began to do the wand scan, talking to Harry, but watching the readout. "How did you sleep last night?" "I slept fine. You sedated me," Harry grumped. The healer looked at him a little reprovingly, but was evidently used to patients who waxed moody from time to time. Hermione fought off a sudden, strong urge to laugh. "Any pain in your legs?" "Not really. A little achy, but nothing like yesterday." He was answering the questions mechanically, but his eyes kept lingering on Hermione. She could feel the warmth creeping up in her face. "Then the restraint field has been working properly. How about your jaw, ribs?" "They're fine," Harry answered distantly. Hermione's hand had snaked through the railing to caress his. She started drawing a lazy pattern on his wrist with her fingernails. "Tell him about your scar, Harry," Hermione drawled, and Harry gave her a dirty look. "What about your scar?" Healer Munson asked with faint surprise. "It burned a little yesterday, during the ward breakdown." "It's fine now." He enunciated the last sentence, glaring sharply at Hermione. She did not withdraw her hand, and continued stroking his skin. Healer Munson made a note in the chart, and tucked the quill back into his pocket. "Let me know if it happens again," he said authoritatively. "If you're still feeling well tomorrow, we'll start the regimen to repair your legs." Is it Skelegro?" Harry asked, wrinkling his nose with distaste. "Some of it is," Healer Munson replied, nodding. "Your bones aren't gone, but rather severely damaged, so it gets a little more complicated. The process probably won't be as unpleasant as straight Skelegro, but it won't be much fun. There are tendons and nerves and muscles to be repaired as well." He leveled his gaze squarely at Harry. "You're in for a long rehabilitation with those legs. But I think you could walk again." Hermione's hand stilled on Harry's, and squeezed it softly. "Hogwarts is reopening in 3 weeks, Harry said, a little desperately. "It's my 7th year. Will I be able to go back?" The healer appeared to mull this over for a moment. "It depends on your progress. If you're doing well enough, then it's possible that Madame Pomfrey could monitor your condition as well as I could." It wasn't an unequivocal yes, but Harry would take it, under the circumstances. "Thank you," he said. Healer Munson nodded, but his expression was guarded, warning Harry not to get his hopes up. Soon after the healer left, Ron came in, carrying a tray full of muffins, with one half eaten in his hand. "Goo, Morrig," he said through a huge bite. Hermione watched him carefully. He seemed cheerful enough, but there were large shadows under his eyes. He tossed Harry a muffin, and offered Hermione the tray, which she declined. The three of them sat for a while, not sure what to say, eyeing each other with wary expressions. Harry was watching them like Ron was a bludger and Hermione was the golden snitch. "Bloody hell, this is ridiculous," Ron finally burst out, after swallowing the rest of his muffin. "I'm not mad at anybody, and I'll be fine. So quit looking at me like I'm some sort of invalid," Harry said sharply. Ron looked back at him, with something akin to panic in his eyes. "Harry, That's not, he said, but Harry grinned suddenly, taking the sting out of his retort. I was going to say, pathetic loser, you wanker, Ron muttered, throwing another muffin at him and laughing. Where've you been this morning? Harry asked presently, in a more natural tone. Went home, Ron said in a muffled voice, stuffing most of another muffin in his mouth. Showered, slept a little, thrashed Bill at chess, and came back here. Hermione was watching him surreptitiously. You didn't sleep much, she thought to herself. Bill and Fleur were over. She asked politely. Yeah. Ron rolled his eyes. I think I'll like them a lot better once they've been married for a few years. It's still too much. No, sit down, sweetheart, I'll refill your glass. Oh, isn't he the most adorable zing you've ever seen? He imitated Fleur's accent, and mimed gagging himself. I think it's lovely, Hermione said vaguely, staring at Harry. Then she stiffened suddenly, and gasped as if she'd just remembered something. You went home. I was supposed to go home. Why didn't my parents ever show up? She jumped up out of the chair, and scrabbled under it for her shoes that she'd kicked off at some point during the night. Something must be wrong. What if? Ease up, Hermione, Ron called out. They came by last night. I told them that Harriet had a bad go of it, and you were staying with him. That you'd be home tomorrow. Hermione paused and straightened up, one shoe dangling from her hand. She looked almost astonished. Thank you, Ronald. Ron read her surprise, and answered in a miffed tone. You're welcome, Hermione. She drew back a little, and lowered her brows at him. Why do you say it like that? I didn't say it like anything, Ron retorted. You're the one who said thank you, like you couldn't believe that I would do something considerate. I'll have you know I'm a very compassionate person. Compassionate, Hermione snorted. Is that what Zacharias Smith would call you for hanging him through a Quidditch hoop and leaving him there on the last day of term last year? He deserved that, Ron seethed. You should have heard what he said about Gryffindor. You're a prefect, Ron. Hermione began primly. Harry stopped listening, but leaned back in the bed, feeling the patter of his friends' bickering washing over him like rain, strangely content. Oi! Ron shouted suddenly, cutting Hermione off in mid-rant. I almost forgot. He darted out into the hallway, and returned almost immediately with a stack of newspapers and periodicals. Brought these for you. Ah, Ron, Harry protested, eyeing the stack warily. Biggest lot of hippogriff dung I've ever seen. But I thought you'd enjoy it. Ron said cheerfully. You've been my best mate for 6 years. How is it that you obviously don't know me at all? Harry muttered sourly, then looked at his friends sharply. They seemed to be having a conversation without speaking. Yes, Hermione, Harry said in a biting tone. I'm sure Ron edited out all the articles that might upset me. They're probably out in the hall for you to read later. Ron and Hermione both eyed him guiltily. Damn, Harry, Ron said, impressed. Harry glowered at them a moment longer, then held out his hand for the first newspaper. Healer Munson regarded him so gravely the next morning that Harry was more than a little unsettled. He had awakened in rather low spirits, which he thought was partially due to the fact that he and Hermione had not had another chance to be alone together, due to the constant flow of visitors and well-wishers in and out of his hospital room. He could also faintly remember vague shreds of a worrisome dream, though he couldn't say what it had been about. He looked back at the healer and gulped. Hermione had arrived early, and was standing by his bed, holding his hand. A Medowitch wheeled in a small, metal cart, loaded with various potions. Harry, Healer Munson began. Our objective is to first repair the damage done by the reductor spell. The potions should achieve that end, but it will not be pleasant. Once the legs have been healed, then you will have to deal with the weak muscles and relearn the act of walking. Let me guess, that won't be pleasant either, will it? Harry asked dryly. Many times, we can use the patient's own magical abilities to assist us in the healing process. To help us in this, since your reserves are at 0, we'll give you an amplitude potion, which should start building back your strength, magically speaking. That sounds good, Harry said amenably. Why couldn't I take this earlier, through the tape stuff? He held up the hand that was attached to the array of potions above and behind his bed. We don't give it often. It would be preferable for you to build back your magical reserves at your own pace and under your own power. There are usually side effects, such as, Hermione prodded, uncontrolled magical output, nightmares, visual and auditory hallucinations, nausea, vomiting. Healer Munson raised his eyebrows in a, "Shall I continue?" manner. Hermione and Harry exchanged glances of trepidation. Uncontrolled magical output, Harry questioned. Wandless spells cast accidentally, sometimes quite powerful ones. Great, Harry said, so when I'm not losing my lunch, I'm going to be hearing voices or blowing holes in walls, right? Does he have to do this now? Can't we just slow down? Hermione asked, anxiously. The effects only last a couple of days. It is the quickest and safest way, if he wants to return to school as soon as possible. Hermione looked questioningly at Harry, who nodded. Think about it, Hermione, Harry said, and his eyes lit up. It's seventh year and no Voldemort. Everyone's coming back, there'll be dances and Hogsmeade and Quidditch and NEWTs, Hermione said, her eyes growing huge with realization. You play Quidditch? Healer Munson asked in a disarming tone. Seeker, Harry said, smiling a little, thinking of the house teams being reconstituted. Seeker, Quidditch captain, the House Cup. I'm afraid you'll be in no condition to play Quidditch at any time during this school year. Harry opened his mouth as if to protest, but the healer continued sympathetically. I said you'd probably walk again. That's what I'm working towards. Anything beyond that would remain to be seen, and may be quite unlikely. Harry went stony-faced during the healer's statement, and was thinking morosely. If I can't use my legs enough to play Quidditch, then I reckon I can't be an Auror either. He felt despair raging within him. The two things I'm good at, Quidditch and defense against dark arts, and I can't do either. I've defeated Voldemort, to do what exactly? What am I supposed to do? He said aloud. Healer Munson misunderstood him. Take things one day at a time, he offered sincerely, if not particularly helpfully. He felt Hermione's hand on his shoulder, and then fingers threading gently through the hair at the nape of his neck. For some reason, her touch annoyed him, and he had to fight the urge to shake her hands away. How could she possibly understand? For the first time in my life, I have a chance to have an actual life, and I'm broken. She felt the tension in his neck and shoulders, and quietly withdrew her hands. He instantly was ashamed. Let's get on with it then, shall we? He said, in a light tone, gesturing toward the array of potions. Hermione eyed him suspiciously, not fooled by his sudden optimism. The Medowitch began handing him the vials to be drunk, while Healer Munson fiddled around with the restraint field. A low-level ache swelled in his knees. Hey, that hurts, he protested. You're going to have to be weaned off of the restraint field's pain-killing aspects. I'm only turning it down slightly. There will be a potion available, if the pain becomes unbearable. It will still keep your legs immobile. Harry began to knock back the potions one by one. They all tasted quite vile, and his mouth felt like it had been rinsed with grit by the time he drank the last one. He rubbed his tongue against the roof of his mouth and made a noise that sounded like, flay. It's important that you refrain from doing any magic today. We'll be able to test your levels tomorrow, and see if they've risen at all. Healer Munson said, the other potions you took should head off the worst of the nausea and hallucinations, but if you need us, do not hesitate to let someone know. Are you really okay? Hermione asked softly, as the healer and the Medowitch left the room. I'm fine, Harry said, more harshly than he intended. His knees were throbbing. You were upset when Healer Munson said no Quidditch. She pointed out, and he glared at her. Is that unreasonable? He retorted, nearly shouting. It's seventh year. I'm finally free of my damn destiny. Hogwarts is going to be back to normal. And you, finally, he flushed slightly and looked down. And he's managed to overshadow everything, to ruin everything he's touched, even after death. We're alive, Harry, you won. He hasn't ruined everything he's touched. You're still you, she swallowed, and I love you for it. It's not very fair to you, is it? He asked with chagrin. To me, Hermione seemed a little flabbergasted. It hasn't anything to do with, Harry, if you're thinking of being all noble and self-sacrificing again. I just. I just. He dropped his head into his hands and sighed. This isn't how I thought it would be. No Quidditch. No Auror training. No future. What isn't how you thought it would be? She asked gently. Her fingers were playing in his hair. I thought I could. He seemed at a loss for words. Pick up where you left off. She filled in for him, quirking her lips in a sympathetic smile. Life doesn't work like that, Harry. What happens to us affects us, and others, and it can't be undone. I don't want to be a burden. I don't want you to trundle me about like a baby in a pram. He said, knowing the words sounded ridiculous, but feeling them so deeply that they came out anyway. Harry, Healer Munson said you'd walk again. There was steel buried under the layers of Hermione's soft voice. I believe him. And as for Quidditch, or anything else, for that matter, well, you're Harry Potter, and you do the impossible on a regular basis. And if not, he replied in a cynical way that made her heart hurt. Then we'll adapt. She lifted her chin with more confidence than she actually felt. You shouldn't have to adapt. We should. You should just be able to. Love is adaptation, Harry. Willingness to change, willingness to give things up. Hermione, he said raggedly. She watched him critically. He looked pale and tired. You, he groped desperately for words, but could find none. You deserve more, he finally finished. I want to be the one to give you more, but instead I'm going to be the one holding you back. You're not, she started. I am. His voice cracked with the intensity of emotions that rippled through him. You're going to be famous, Hermione. Hell, you already are. He gestured toward the pile of periodicals still on the table. You're young, beautiful, intelligent, and you helped save the wizarding world. You could have anything, anybody. Something ferocious flickered and snapped in Hermione's eyes like a tongue of dancing flame. I don't appreciate your selling me short, Harry, she said in a clipped tone. If you think that matters to me at all, if you think that I'm that shallow and fickle, then I. She floundered for a moment, and then said in a tear-clogged voice, damn you, Harry Potter. She wondered vaguely if this is how Ginny felt when Harry told her he was leaving her behind. He looked up at her in shock, when he realized she was crying. In a terrible paradox, he knew that he couldn't stand to watch her cry, even while he was trying to push her away. Hermione, he whispered, his voice a ragged shadow hissing about the corners of the room. He tried to tip her chin up so she would look at him. Hermione, I'm sorry, I didn't mean, I just want you to know that I'm not holding you to anything. I know you're not, but I'm holding myself to something. She looked at him with watery, determined eyes. Do you know how long I've loved you? He opened his mouth to hazard a guess, but the question must have been rhetorical, for she breezed on. You wanted to give me more. Do you love me? He hesitated. Do you love me? She said again, enunciating every syllable. He briefly considered lying to her, and then tossed that thought aside, the look in her eyes melting away his resistance, his noble ideals, his martyrdom. I wish you knew how much, he said in a low, impassioned tone, his words tumbling out over each other. His eyes were searching her face, and she felt warmth liquefy and slosh around delightfully in the pit of her stomach. Her eyes were awash with new tears, and her chin trembled. Then you're giving me my dreams, Harry, she whispered, her voice breaking. She sat down on the bed beside him, her hips snugly where the bed bent upwards to support Harry's back. He was startled to find his eyes stinging as well, while she reached up and softly caressed the skin of his cheek with the backs of her fingers. He closed his eyes and leaned his cheek into her hand. Your dreams? He asked, for lack of anything better to say, and to get his mind off of the waves of desire that were churning through him, driven by a gale force. Which ones? Every dream. All my dreams, she said softly, and how was it possible for her face to be so close to his? Her eyes were pools of tawny fire, and he was going to drown in them, and he didn't care. He felt his heart rate accelerate rapidly, and could see her pulse beat mirroring his in the smooth column of her neck. My only dream, he whispered back. And then their lips brushed softly, almost accidentally. They drew back and gazed at each other for a second. Hermione muttered something strangled and unintelligible, before her lips collided with his again. Harry's world fell apart, blasted to smithereens by the force of the emotion and desire surging through him. He felt as if the world had melted away, splintered into prismatic light, and then calmly reconstructed itself, while he clung desperately to Hermione. He was no longer aware of anything around him, anything save the soft velvet of her lips, the roaring of his blood in his ears, and the way her body pressed against his. Hermione, he gasped with difficulty, breaking the key and breathing heavily. I love. Something moved out of the corner of his eye, and he snapped his head around to look. It slithered into the shadows under the table. Harry, what's wrong? The shining light in her eyes had been replaced with concern. Get your wand out, he said urgently. Harry. We didn't kill it. Nagini's here. I saw her. He pointed under the table. I thought she was dead. I thought Voldemort was dead. His voice trailed off as he stared under the table, transfixed with dread, like one who stops to watch a grisly automobile accident. I'm going to kill her. You know that, don't you, boy? A high, cold voice rang in his head, and he looked toward the ceiling, his eyes roving desperately in the corners of the room. Hermione watched him, as he appeared to be searching for something that she could not see. No, I won't let you, he said. What are you going to do? How can you stop me? You're helpless, half a person. Harry, Hermione pleaded, looking at him with anxious eyes. He looked back at her then, and his eyes were veils of sorrow, clouded with regret. I'm sorry, Hermione, he said wistfully. We were wrong. He's not dead. I can hear him talking. No, Harry, it's the potion healer Munson gave you. It causes hallucinations, remember. This isn't real. Nagini isn't here. Voldemort's not talking to you. Harry, she said, speaking more sharply to get his attention. He was staring at his open hands, laying palm up on the sheet, with something like horror. Blood was smeared on them, rusty red and sticky. It was seeping on the sheets, the crimson standing out starkly, like a mute accusation on the pristine white field. He rubbed them on the sheets, but the blood was congealing and wouldn't wipe off. Oh God, he stammered, utterly horrified. You're a filthy murderer, the voice sneered. We're the same, you and I, we're the same. No, I'm not like you. His voice was frantic and frightened. Hermione saw him scrubbing desperately at his hands, and began to feel real fear well up inside of her. Harry, she said in as calm and clear a voice as she could muster. Harry, look at me. He obeyed, his hands still twisting in the sheets. His eyes were shrouded and uncertain. It's not real. It's the potion healer Munson gave you. The amplitude potion, remember. Harry's breath hitched a little in his chest, and his hand stilled in his lap. That mudblood bitch doesn't know who she's dealing with, the cold voice snarled. Harry closed his eyes tightly, and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, he looked under the table in the corner. There was no snake. Are you real? He asked her, and the confusion and heartbreak in his voice made her want to cry. I'm real, she replied seriously, her eyes dark and somber. His eyes darted around nervously, as if he were still hearing something audible only to him. The key. A muscle jumped in his jaw. She smiled. That was real too. Her voice was warm, soothing, like balm to his soul. Voldemort. He's dead, Harry. She'll realize how wrong she is when I carve her from limb 2. Stop it, he said frantically, clenching his hands into fists, and pressing them to his face. Harry, Hermione said desperately, her arms around him, holding him. She could feel the quaver running through him, even as his shoulders remained tense and rigid. Hermione. Ron poked his head in the door. What's going on? Hermione had never been so glad to see him in her life. Get the healer, Hermione ordered. He's hallucinating. Ron bolted from the doorway, without another word. Harry, please. It's everywhere. Harry mumbled, rubbing his hands into the sheets again. I can't get it off. I'm just like him. No, you're not. You're a good, decent person. You didn't kill out of pleasure, you killed out of necessity. This was Voldemort's doing. He instigated it, not you. Harry, listen to me, please. He looked at her again, and swallowed convulsively. Hermione. What, love? she said, her eyes moist with compassion. I'm going to be sick, he said weakly. And she brushed his damp hair back from his clammy forehead and held the basin, as the boy who lived vomited weakly into it. She made soft shushing noises, as he looked at her, and his cheeks burned red. I'm sorry, he said quietly, embarrassed that she had witnessed that. Then, you're real, in a tentative, hesitant voice. I'm real, Harry, she said, cradling his head on her shoulder, as she gratefully heard the commotion of rushing feet out in the corridor. And I'm not going anywhere. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.